Hey guys, I welcome you all to the live session on HTML and JavaScript full course by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about HTML and JavaScript along with hands-on demo and interview preparation. But before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. On saying that, let's see the agenda. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to HTML. In that, we will be explaining you what is HTML and why do we use it. Then after that, we will be learning few basic topics of HTML like attributes, headings, paragraphs, links and images. Then later on, we'll move on to a furthermore advanced topics like blocks, inputs, labels and form attributes. Post that, we'll be doing a very quick hands-on demo on how to create HTML pages. Then later on, we will introduce you to JavaScript, its features and how to use JavaScript. Then post that, we will be seeing how to build a website from scratch. Then later on, we will see the difference between Java and HTML. Then lastly, we will be covering HTML interview questions and answers. So, this is the agenda of the video. This session is going to be very interesting. So stay tuned and watch the video till the end. Now let's begin the session.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at what is HTML. HTML is at the heart of what we're going to be discussing right now. So let's take a look at what it is and how it can be useful for us. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and is used to build web pages. It is important to understand that HTML is not a programming language. It is a markup language. A markup language is essentially a language that provides us certain capabilities and allows us to mark particular sections of a document and give them meaning. So to give you an example, let's say that you have a text document and it contains a lot of content. Now you need to be able to mark it up in order to make it be understandable to the user and the browser, such as the first line is supposed to be a heading of level 1. It's going to be like the title of a blog article or title of a news article or title of the manual that you're trying to create. In whichever case, HTML provides you with capabilities that allows you to mark the content that you are trying to display, such as it being a heading, it being a paragraph, it being an unordered list, it being an ordered list, and so on and so forth. So it's a markup language and it is used to build web pages. Now these web pages are really important, mainly because these web pages form the basis of the entire internet. Our job with these web pages is to link them together and create a website, and all of that is done using HTML. So HTML is a markup language and not a scripting or a programming language. This is something that people get confused by quite often. Scripting languages are languages that allow you to write code that will be executed by some program. So for instance, if you write code in VB script, that will be interpreted and executed by Microsoft Word or any of the Microsoft products and will allow you to extend their capabilities, and you can basically use the language manual that is provided by Microsoft and use to do that. Similarly, JavaScript is executed by the browser. Nowadays, JavaScript has been taken out of context and not just browsers are able to execute it, but you can build web servers, mobile applications, native mobile applications, so on and so forth. So it's a really good way to learn these things. However, HTML doesn't do that, and it's not a programming language either. A programming language allows us to write programs that can be executed independently of any other program. So programming languages such as C++, Java and others, we can write programs using those and they will then get executed without us having to use any other program to execute. On the other hand, HTML is a markup language. It's just documents with text that are marked up using HTML to describe the content more effectively. Now, HTML is used to define the structure of the content in a web page using well-defined constructs such as tags and attributes. To give you an example, in HTML, we can use tags and attributes to define H1, to define a link, an image, so on and so forth. Our job with using HTML is to basically add content to a web page and define tags and markup and use those to basically describe the content to the browser and structure the content. So to give you a better example, let's say that you have a blog post. In a blog post, you have several elements, such as the title of the blog post, the content body of the blog post. Inside the content body, you have images, you have links to external resources, you have text, you have paragraph, you have code examples. All of these, if you can just mark it up using the HTML tags and attributes provided to you, and we'll see more of them as we go along. But if you take a look at those, then you can understand how you can use HTML to mark the content off. The benefit of that is that it becomes more structured. Web browsers are able to better display it. You can change the display of it as well, but the search engines or crawlers such as the Google search bot and many other search engine bots are able to better understand the content that you have created. So if there's a H1 tag, the web crawler will understand that this is the heading of the text or the content that's going to come after it. And then if it gets a paragraph, it understands, okay, this is a full-fledged set of information written inside one paragraph, which is standalone, and then you can go along. So that's how you can use HTML. HTML, just to recap, is a markup language. It's not a scripting or a programming language, and it is used to build web pages. And these web pages are used to contain content which are marked up using the tags and attributes provided by HTML. That's basically all HTML does. Right, now let's take a look at why would we want to use HTML. But before that, let's take a look at let's understand how the HTML works. So HTML code is interpreted by a browser, which then displays the content based on the HTML tag wrapped around it. So basically, whenever you're building an HTML page, you are building something that is going to be interpreted by a web browser. The web browser will open the HTML page and will try and understand it. That's basically how a web crawler will understand it as well. It will interpret the content that you have written with the tags and attributes wrapped around the content and try to basically understand the outline of the document that you have created. That outline will then be displayed on the screen by the web browser. Now, if you have created a document, it's not necessarily the case that it will be displayed exactly the same way across all browsers. There might be minute differences with the font that is used to display it, with the font size and all of that, and we can change that later on using CSS. But the content that is being understood by the web browser is going to be the same across. So if you have an H1 tag, all the browsers will understand it as a first level heading, which is the most important heading of the document, and then H2, H3, and so on and so forth. This is how HTML works. Basic HTML is you write some code, save it as an HTML document, run it inside a browser, see the output of it. That's how HTML works in a nutshell.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Alright, now let's take a look at a basic HTML page. Here we'll take a look at what an HTML page looks like. What does a basic HTML page has the code of, and we'll try and understand the code as we go along. So to write an HTML page, firstly we need to understand the basic structure of an HTML page. The code below shows that basic structure. Now it may look quite overwhelming, however most of it is something that you have to write over and over, so you don't need to basically fiddle with it a lot. However, we would like you to understand all of it, so we'll try and go through each one of these code blocks one by one to try and understand what each of that means. The first thing that we have is this weird doc type HTML tag. This is basically a doc type declaration which tells the browser that it is going to be an HTML5 page. However, this is not the only doc type available. If you're trying to use HTML 4.0 or any earlier version of the HTML specification, you can write that doc type. Many people choose to omit the doc type. That's not advisable. However, it's still doable. Even if you omit that doc type declaration, your code is not going to stop working. It will work as expected. This is only for accessibility purposes. So for instance, if somebody else comes along, takes a look at your code, the first line that they take a look at is this and understand, okay, the code I'm expecting to read is HTML5 compliant. So I can see a lot of new latest features here as well. Then we need to understand that there are several doc types. Now HTML5 is the latest version, so you will see the latest doc type being used is HTML5. However, it's not the only one. There are many other doc types available which you can use. Then we have this root HTML tag. The code we write needs to be between the opening and the closing HTML tag. We'll discuss tags and attributes in a bit more detail later on. The thing that you need to understand is that most of the tags in HTML have an opening and closing tag. With these tags, we're trying to create basically a hierarchy, nested structure. So we have the HTML tag, and everything going from top to bottom is going to be inside that HTML tag. And if you take a look at the last line, it is the closing tag with the angle brackets HTML written in it, but there's a forward slash between the angle bracket and each of the HTML. That's called a closing tag. Again, don't worry about the terminology. We'll gain better understanding of tags and attributes in a later video. What you need to understand right now is that there are tags, there are attributes, and we need to understand all of this. So we have the HTML tag, we have the language attribute set to EN, which stands for English. Now again, this is not strictly speaking required, but it is good to have this so that the accessibility features of HTML can be used. This tells the web browser and anyone who is visually impaired, if they're using a screen reader, it will tell them that this is a page that has the content written in it as English language. So it will be better for them to use. Then we go to the head tag. The head tag contains code that is not displayed on the screen. It is for the browser to interpret and understand, and for the web crawlers and search engines to understand. The code we write here is strictly speaking for the browser to understand. It may add some visual polish to your website on some platforms. However, that's not strictly speaking what it's used for. If you take a look at it, we have written the meta tag with the character set of UTF-8. That means that the encoding that is used is Unicode encoding of 8-bit. Again, if you don't know what Unicode encoding means, you don't have to worry about it right now. But you do need to understand that Unicode encoding is the most preferred way. So usually you'll end up writing code like this. Then comes the second tag. It's the viewport tag. We'll discuss more about it in our CSS lecture. But what you need to understand here is that the viewport tag basically tells the browser whatever I'm displaying, it is display it at the current zoom level of your browser and fit the content as needed. So don't create any scroll bars so that I need to scroll through the web page. If the content is too much, shrink it down. If the content is too little, then let it be so. Then we have the title tag. This title tag is what will be displayed on your browser's tab. So if I write HTML title and if I open this web page in a web browser, the thing that will be written on the browser tab for the title of the tab will be HTML title. Now there are more tags that you can write here inside the head tag, and all of that as we have shown thus far is not something that will be displayed on the screen. It will be something that the browser interprets and basically changes the appearance of your web page tab. Now the head tag in our example contains information about character set, viewport, title, and all of these things appear on the browser tab. The title appears on the browser tab, and all of this other text is something that is crawled by web crawlers such as the Google bots and other search engine bots. The real reason why this head tag is used is to basically provide better understanding of our web page to web crawlers and to write code that should in some way affect our page, but it's not something that should be displayed on the screen. Whatever is displayed on the screen is written inside the body tag. Now the body tag will contain the code that displays things on web pages. Anything that you see on web page, and when we say see, we mean content, not the style of it. So if you see something such as a H1 tag, a big bold heading, that's written inside the body tag. If you see a red colored heading, that's also written inside the body tag. However, the color red may be coming from something written in the head tag, so that's not really something you need to worry about right now. The body tag is used to contain all the code that should display things on your web page. This display is important because that is the thing that your user is going to interact with and see. Every button, every image, link, all of this is written inside the body tag. These separations are created so that we can better understand the code that we're writing. If it's something that the user should see, it should go inside the body tag. If it's something that the user cannot see, but it's something that the browser will need to understand, it's something that the web crawlers will need to understand, then head tag is the proper place for it. Now, when building an HTML page, we will write majority of our code inside the body tag. Majority of the code in the sense most of the content that is being displayed on the screen will be written inside HTML page and HTML body tag. So now let's take a look at our next topic. Alright guys, now let's take a look at how you can create a basic HTML page. To do that, firstly, as we had done earlier, you need to open up your text editor in a blank folder. It could be in any folder, but I like to do it in a separate folder because it allows me to better understand my code and not a lot of files are there to hog up your attention. Now, I'll save it as index.html. By the way, you can name it anything you want. I like index.html because it's the first file that the browser looks for in an empty folder. Once I've saved that, if I open it up in the text editor without in a web browser without any code written, as you can see, the title is showing index.html, which is the name of the. And if you look at the page source, there's nothing in it. Now we'll write some basic HTML structure. Now this is the basic HTML code that you need to write in every HTML page for it to be compliant to the current standard. Now in Visual Studio Code you get a snippet, so I won't be typing it out, but I will describe it. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, just type the exclamation mark, press tab, and it'll open it up. Let me just change the title, basic HTML. There you go. So now let's take a look at each one of these tags and understand what that means. Also in a text editor, if you can see, I have these arrows that I can use to collapse my systems or collapse my code. I'll show you how that works in a later video. The first thing is the doc type. The doc type tells the browser what kind of HTML document it is. This doc type tells the browser that it's using HTML5, which is the current standard and is the one that is used by most of the people. It's easier to write than all the other doc types, and it's much better and more compliant to the standards. So use this. Then we have written HTML and language is equals to English. Now again, you don't have to write language equals to English. You can omit that. However, it's good for accessibility purposes, so that the browser knows that the language used inside this browser is English, and the people who are hearing impaired or visually impaired can use a screen reader or other accessibility tools, and this could be told to them via those tools. This is the head of the document. Now here's where it gets a little interesting. Inside the HTML page, as you can see, this is where I open it up. This is where I close it up. We'll discuss more about opening and closing tags in the next hands-on. Here, all I'm trying to tell you is that we can nest HTML tags inside one another. So I open a tag here, close a tag here, everything in between is inside this HTML tag. And everything inside the HTML tag is considered a child element of the HTML page. So the first child element that we are focusing on is the head. Head contains meta information and some information about the page. This is not displayed in the browser. So whatever information you put inside the head of the document, this is not going to be displayed on the web page. First thing we are describing is the character set that we're using. Now again, this is not necessary, but you can do so. Secondly, we are describing the HTTP / equivalent of XUA compatible and content is equals to IE equals H. This basically means that the code that we're going to be writing is compatible with Internet Explorer Edge. Edge is the new browser that Microsoft has released. Internet Explorer is the previous one. So if it's Edge, then it will be displayed correctly. Now these two things are called meta tags. The third meta tag we are using is the viewport, that's the name, and the content that is supposed to go inside the name viewport is this. This is just for responsiveness of the web page, and we'll discuss that later when we're discussing CSS. Now these three things are used by the web browser and Google search bots. Any search bot, search engine can take a look at these. Firstly, it takes a look at the head tag and try and get a good idea of what this page supports, what are the features that this page has. We are using UTF-8. We are using, it will work fine on Internet Explorer Edge, and the viewport is going to be this. Now again, this is not going to be displayed on the screen. The title is basic HTML page. This is what I will show you in just a few moments when we take a look at the output. Now we close the head tag because everything that we have done is now finished, and now we open up the body tag. Whatever we write here is going to be displayed on the screen, which I'll show you in a moment. Then we close the body tag, and then we close the HTML tag, so everything is done. Now, if I open up my web browser, as you can see, notice this one. I'm going to refresh my page and this will change. This is the title of the web page. I refresh this and now it's basic HTML page, as you can see. If I take a look at the code base, this is what the code looks like. And we have the basic HTML page here. This is what it looks like. And if I were to change this, then this title would change as well. Now, inside the body tag, if I were to write anything, let's say HTML body. I save this, I go back, and if I refresh this, now take a look at here, particularly at the beginning of the blank white document. This is being shown here, HTML body. Now, usually in HTML, you're not supposed to write text as it is. You need to wrap it inside some tags, and we'll discuss tags and attributes in a moment in the next hands-on. But what you need to understand is that HTML body contains the visible text and the content, and the head contains all the information that the web browser or the web browser or the search engines need in order to index a page. Now we have written the code. This is the basic HTML code that you're going to have to write every time you're trying to build a or write an HTML document. Everything you need to write will be written inside the body tag. Alright guys, now let's take a look at tags and attributes. Tags and attributes are the fundamental building blocks of any HTML code. They are what is used at the most basic level to create an HTML file. Let's take a look at them one by one. Now, tags and attributes are, as discussed, are the most fundamental building blocks of an HTML page. Now, we have HTML tags and we have HTML attributes. And we'll discuss what each of these mean as we go along. For the tag part, we are looking at in the code section below, we are looking at an A tag with an href attribute set to /block, and the text inside the tag says click here to navigate to my blocks. Now, everything we do in HTML is done using tags and attributes, as these are the things that a browser understands and uses to display content on the web page. Tags, as discussed before, are what are used to wrap the content and make the browser understand how to display them and the behavior that it should attach to. So there are several HTML tags available, all of them having different meanings, all of them having different use cases, and you can take a look at those at the Mozilla documentation or MDN. An HTML tag is wrapped inside an opening and a closing angle bracket. Now, if you take a look at the image below, we have highlighted the opening and closing angle brackets. Inside the first opening and closing angle bracket, we have an A tag with the attribute of href set to /blog. At the end, we also have an A tag, however, it is closed. In the closing A tag, we are using a / to close the tag. This is done in order to understand how the HTML tags work. In HTML, we need to create an open and close tag. Now, many times when you don't close a tag, your browser will not throw an error. It will simply just keep on going. And many times it would work fine as well. However, it is considered a bad practice because many of the tags, if not closed, could lead to some unexpected behavior, and it could be really difficult to understand which tags to close to solve which problem. So in order to do that, you need to use an A tag. In here, we are using an opening tag of A tag, and then we're closing it with all the text inside it being its child element. Now, an HTML tag can contain another HTML element, which in turn contains the content which we display on the screen. So for instance, we have an opening tag, we have a closing tag, and we have a text, the link text. This text is going to display what we want to do in order to work for it. So for this, we use the opening and closing tags. Now, HTML tags need to be opened and they need to be closed to be interpreted correctly by a web browser. Again, if you are not closing your HTML tags, that could lead to a big problem. That problem mainly persists because of the understanding, because browsers will take a look at an opening tag and will be expecting a closing tag. If it does not found a closing tag, then all the elements that come below it will be considered a part of the current tag. So if I have another tag inside it and then I have another tag inside it, all of these would be considered its child elements. That may not lead to a desired behavior. Between the opening and closing tag, we can add HTML elements or nest other tags as well. So basically what we can do is we can add other elements inside a tag, or we can basically just add elements on the same level, or we can add them one inside the other. This is called nesting. So we can do either thing. That depends on the use case that we're using. Now, on the other hand, attributes are used to describe the characteristics of an HTML element in detail. Here we have an href tag. It is used to be, it is pointing to a link to the current website's URL. If it's www.blog.com, then the address is going to be www.blog.com/blog. In our example here, we have written a link tag with the href attribute set to /blog. Had we not written the href attribute, the link would not be pointing to any other page, and whenever we click on the link, it won't take us anywhere. However, since we have filled the href tag, then by the way, we can fill it with any other web address as well. If you want this link to navigate us to google.com, you could just replace /blog with http:// and it will take us to that website. Now, many different HTML tags have different attributes, so you just need to understand which tags to use when and which attributes are associated with it. Attributes always are specified in the starting tag and never in the ending tag. So if you have attributes that you need to specify, you do it after the starting tag, not inside the tag and not around the ending tag. This is really important to understand, mainly because ending tags are only just used to end the HTML element, and starting tags are used to configure it, specify text inside, and all of that. Now, attributes usually appear in name value pairs, in which the name of the attribute is, in our example, href, then an equals symbol, and then the value is usually quoted inside a double quotes. It's not really something that is always needed, but most of the times they appear like this. Different HTML elements may have different HTML attributes which you can use in order to manipulate their behavior. For instance, if you have a heading tag, it does not have an href attribute, mainly because it doesn't make sense for a heading to have a link to some place. If you want the heading to become the link, then you need to nest it inside the a tag that contains the href attribute. Similarly, if you have an image tag, you can specify the source of the image, that is, if it's an external website from which you're getting the image, or if it's a local file in which the image is stored, you can choose whichever one you prefer. However, inside a p tag, source is not an attribute. So you just need to understand which to use when, and there are several documentations that can help you understand which attributes are available for you to use when. Alright, now let's take a look at tags and attributes. So for that, again, we have the same index.html page. I will change the title here just so that it's a little more apparent what we're trying to do. Tag and attributes. Now, let me just show you what a tag might look like. Now, as we have discussed, all the tags would have an opening tag, or at least most of the tags should have an opening tag like this, and we can write most important headlines. Save this, and don't worry if you don't understand what each one means. We'll discuss all of that in a later slide. Right now, all we're trying to do is get you familiarized with the code. So now, as you can see, it's shown here in a bold and high font size. Now, let's take a look at an attribute that might suit here. I'll use the title attribute, and I'll show you what that means. Save this, go back. As you can see, if I hover over this, nothing happens thus far. If I refresh this and then hover over it, as you can see, it's showing some additional contextual information. This is also useful from an accessibility standpoint. So you can have attributes that may not affect the appearance of a page, but help in the background in the accessibility department as well. Now, another thing to understand is that even though we are stretching on the point that you have to close a statement or close an HTML tag, if I were to not do that, save it, go back and refresh. As you can see, you don't get any error. In fact, it's displaying things exactly the same. As you can take a look at the code, we have not closed the page. And it works fine. It doesn't cause any error. It doesn't cause any major issues that you might have to face. The issue here is that if you don't close your HTML page and you end up writing some more code, let's say I write page 3, page 3, save this, go back, and I refresh this. The code is here, it doesn't matter, but sooner or later it's going to cause some sort of an error. So, and if you have a lot of unclosed tags, you might not be able to understand where did I close the tag, where did I open it up, where is the issue lying. So this could be problematic. So we recommend always closing the tag, although it may not give you any error. So if you are taking a look at this code, you need to understand that we have always closed the tag. Now, I'm using Visual Studio Code. So if I want to create another tag, all I have to write h1 and press the tab key, and it will create an opening tag and a closing tag and place my cursor in between them where I can fill out the content that I want inside the tag. You might see me reaching for this feature of Visual Studio Code in order to speed up my code writing process. Although you can write it on your own, it's not really a required feature. But the important thing to understand is that you should always close the tag in order to avoid randomness and errors in your page.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Machine Language. B. Hypertext and Links Markup Language. C. Hypertext Markup Language. D. High Text Machine Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright, now let's take a look at HTML headings. Headings are obviously an important and integral aspect of any HTML document or any document that contains content that needs to be understood by a user. Headings allow us to separate the different sections of our document. Now, in HTML, we use heading or the heading tags to tell the browser that the text inside a tag is to be displayed as a heading. As you can see in the example that we have shown below, we have tags ranging from H1 to H6. All of them point to their output. So if we were to use this code and use it inside the body tags of the HTML template that we have just seen, and then open it up, we'll see the output to be this. Now the output is essentially just the text that is wrapped inside the tag with different sizes. H1 or the first level heading has the biggest size, and H6 has the smallest size. Now in HTML there are 6 tags that define headings. There are H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. It is important to note that there is no tag above H1, so H0 is not there, and any tag below H6, which is H7, H8 and so on and so forth, is also not available. H1 defines the most important heading, such that the title of the blog or headline of a new report. So whenever you visit a news website or a blogging site and you open up a news article or a blog, the title that is written at the top is usually a heading. It may be nested into different HTML tags, but at the end of the day, H1 is what is used. H1 defines the most important heading, and that means that this is the heading that the user should focus on. Whenever a user tries to open up a website, the first thing that they take a look at is the text that is having the largest and displays and stands out from the rest of the tags, which has a smaller font size. It is important to note that these heading tags are not just used for getting a bigger sized text, mainly because all of these headings could be brought to have the same size using CSS. So the text that is being displayed, the size at which it is being displayed, could be changed using CSS. So that's not the point of using a H1 tag. The point of using an H1 tag is to essentially classify some text as being important or being or containing text that is the title of the content that is about to follow. So that's why we use the heading tags. Now, as H1 describes the heading tag with the highest importance, similarly, H6 defines the heading tag with the least importance. Now, the importance here basically means that when a user visits, their focus should immediately go to which element in which order. If we have used all the 6 heading tags, H1 is something that the user should focus on, especially the text inside the H1. This is why it is given by default the largest of font size in all of the headings. This could be changed, but that is the intent that we are going for, that it is the most important heading. Now, again, H6 is something that is to be used as the least important. Now, the least important could be a postscript or a note to a user. Many things such as a footer to a document, such as, okay, this is something that you need to keep in mind when you're trying to learn this, and all of that is something that you can wrap inside an H6 tag if it suits your purposes. Now, headings are very important as search engines use headings to better understand the content of your web page. To give you an example, if you have used headings incorrectly in your page, it might not rank that well in the search engine queries that are used in your web page. So you need to be cognizant, you need to be able to understand what you're trying to do, what level of importance do you want to assign to some text or some heading text, depends on what heading tag have you used with it. Users also make use of headings to skim through your content. To give you an example, if you are going through an HTML page, the first thing that you want to see to understand what the page contains is the H1 tag. Then all the subheadings are usually of H2 or H3, depending on how important they are. Usually H3s are nested inside H2 tags, but that's not really necessarily the case. And then as you go down, things as they become less and less important, we keep going down and we keep getting smaller and smaller heading tags. So we need to be able to understand how this works, what's important, what's not important, and based on this importance that we assign to each of these, we understand what it actually means. Now, it is based on the importance that we assign the heading tags to a particular text. Make sure that when you're using HTML headings, only for the headings and not for displaying some text as big and bold. This is not to say that displaying some text with some different features is not important. It's just not the use case for a heading. If you want to display your text as being bold or having a larger font size, there are several methods. The most easy and smart way of understanding it would be using CSS. CSS is something that we will be covering later on in this course, but you need to understand that these tags, these heading and big bold tags are really important for us to use. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML headings. To do that, firstly, we will go through the same steps that we had earlier. I have an index.html page. I have it opened up in my text editor. I'll just change the title. HTML headings. I will save it. Open up my web browser in which I have opened my index.html file, which I'm editing. Refresh it. And now as you can see that the HTML headings is being displayed. Next thing I have to do is understand how the headings work. Now this isn't very difficult. First thing, I'll show you what are the different kinds of headings. So I'll just write heading 1 and let me just copy this and H2, heading 2, H3, and again this is just Visual Studio Code, but you can write it on your own. Heading 3, heading 4, then you go for H5, heading 5, and finally H6 would lead to heading 6. Now if I save this, I go back to my browser, refresh it to take a look at the output, and the output as you can see is 6 headings. All of them get progressively smaller in size, and this is what headings allow us to do. They allow us to write code that specifies some important information, some title, some important information, and these different headings ranging from 1 to 6 are there so that we can understand what actually we need to do. So heading 1 would be the most important heading. This could be the title of your web page written here. It could be the title of the news article, title of the blog post. It could be the description of what you're trying to do inside basically a few word description, what you're trying to explain inside the text below it. Then comes heading 2, which comes after heading 1. So whenever you're writing a document, you need to create an outline. An outline describes what you're trying to describe, and then you write what you're trying to describe in small paragraphs, which we'll take a look at in a moment, but this is what it looks like. So these are the headings. Now, let me just show you how you can use them. You can nest them, you can use them whatever you want, but let me just show you. Let's say that you have a heading that says important important news. Now, the important news will be HTML course released. Save this, go back, refresh. Now, as you can see, this is at the highest level of importance. Whenever a person visits your website, they'll take a look at this first, then they'll immediately scroll down and see, okay, so the important news was HTML course is released. That is the intent of using headings this way. We want to create a hierarchical structure in which we can describe what is most important, where should the user look first, so on and so forth. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML paragraphs. Paragraphs are important for us to understand. Paragraphs help us realize what kind of content we have, and within paragraphs we can feed in a lot of text content. That text content will be displayed as a paragraph, which will make the user understand that this is a single text block which contains some corrected piece of information. So in HTML, a paragraph is displayed as a block of text that always starts on a new line. Even if you have HTML code that is all written on one line, if you have two paragraph tags right next to each other, they will always start on a new line. They won't be continuing from the previous line where it broke off. In the example that we have shown, we have two blocks of text. First one says, hi, this is a new paragraph. The second one says, hi, this is another paragraph. Even if they were both written in the same line and then saved and then opened up in a text, opened up in a web browser, the display would be the same, the output would be the same. As you can see that the first paragraph or this first element of p tag that is said, hi, this is a new paragraph, is being displayed at the top, and right next to it we are displaying, hi, this is another paragraph. Both of them work exactly the same way. Now we create a paragraph using p tag and text inside the opening and closing p tag that is displayed as a paragraph. As we have already seen, the way tags work is usually you open a tag, write some code, close the tag. Everything inside that open and closing tag is considered the body of the tag or the content of the tag. In paragraph tags, we use the p tag. In the p tag, we open a angle bracket, write p, close the angle bracket, that's the opening tag. Then we write the code that is needed to be encapsulated in a paragraph, and then we create an opening angle bracket, a /p, then a closing angle bracket. That displays a closing p tag. After creating an opening and closing p tag, we write everything that we need to write in between those two opening and closing tags to be contained inside a paragraph. Although we have written text, we can also write things inside it such as a link, a heading, and so on. However, usually text and link are only things that are displayed in an HTML paragraph. You are not usually in the practice of nesting headings inside a paragraph, although that is something that people have done, but it's not recommended and it can create a bad impact on your search engine optimization of your website or your web application. Now, when using HTML paragraphs, we cannot change how the browser will display the content on by adding extra spaces or extra line in the HTML code. This is because when we are using HTML code, even if we were to add formatting information inside our text, such as adding new lines, adding extra spaces, whatever, since a paragraph cannot contain these kinds of things, they will be automatically removed. So in the example that we are being shown on the left hand side, what we are displaying is a p tag that has the text, hi, this is a new paragraph. each word is separated by a single space, and then there are two paragraphs with no new line elements inside it. Everything is on the single line. So we see, hi, this is a new paragraph in one line with each word being separated with one space, and hi, this is another paragraph on a new line since it's a different paragraph and each word being separated with a single space. Now if you move on to the next example, which is on the right hand side, the first paragraph is exactly the same, so it's being displayed exactly the same. However, in the second paragraph we have hi, this, which are the two words with a single space. After that we have inserted 5 or 6 spaces, and then after that is the word is another. After that we have press the enter button twice, which is we have added 2 new lines, and then we have written paragraph and closed the tag. However, the output of this is going to be exactly the same. Now this may or may not be something that you are looking forward to. If you are trying to write some code that should be displayed exactly as a paragraph, then this is the behavior that you're looking for. However, if you wish to keep that formatting information that you have inserted and display it exactly as you have formatted it inside the code, then p tag is not for you. Now, the browser removes any extra spaces and lines that it finds in the text, which is contained in almost any HTML tag. In paragraph tags, this is done usually to make it look more like a paragraph, but this is also something that is done in almost any other HTML tag that is used to contain some text. The one tag that is something that you can use is the pre tag. So now we have the same code written inside p tags and pre tags on the right hand side of the code block, and you see that the text that is nested inside the pre tag is being displayed with all the spaces and new lines that we have entered. And as you can see, it is being displayed exactly as we would want it to be. So that's the difference between a p tag and a pre tag. If you want to display text as a paragraph regardless of the formatting that is present inside the text, then use the p tag. If you want to keep the formatting, then use the pre tag.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML paragraphs. We'll try and understand how paragraphs work, and we'll try and understand the differences between paragraphs and p tags in code. So we have the same setup that we have had for the entire thing. It has index.html written, so the title is not there right now. I'll just change the title to HTML paragraphs so that we understand what we're trying to accomplish. Now let me just show you a paragraph. This is a paragraph. Now this is a paragraph. Now if I go back and if I refresh this, you can see that this is a paragraph. The important bit here is that even if I were to copy this and put it in the same line, this is another paragraph. Now we expect everything to show up in the same line. In case we're not understanding what paragraphs are, we'll think, well, we've written it on the same line, so it should appear on the same line basically. The output should be this is a paragraph followed immediately by a space, and then followed by this is another paragraph. However, that would not be the case. If I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. And if I select this, this is what it looks like here. So we have two paragraphs, all of them broken up into their own lines. That's the default behavior of a paragraph. Each paragraph has to occupy a new line. So it starts from a new line, ends on the line where the content ends. Now, another thing to understand is that paragraphs don't allow for formatting text. So if I have this, now this is another paragraph. I want 5 spaces in between this, between is and another. So I already have 1 space. I'll add 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I want the paragraph word on a new line. So I press this. Now if I say this again, normally we would expect this to be reflected on the code, but it's not. And now if I take a look at the source code being loaded is the one that we're using. However, the paragraph is being shown exactly the way it was before, which is a space between all the consecutive words, and no new lines are added. Now this is because paragraphs don't allow for that. If you want paragraph, and basically no other HTML tag allows for that except for the pre tag. Pre tag allows you to basically format the text however you want, and it will be displayed as such. So this one keeps the 5 spaces. Let me just show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have a new line. As you can see, this tab here is being displayed because of this. So pre is highly sensitive to all the spaces, tabs, and everything available for us to use. So if you want to have some formatted text, essentially if you want to display some code, then pre tags can be useful. You can nest a code tag inside it and you can write your code there. And a p tag is not really useful because it's used for creating a paragraph, and that paragraph is only used to display text with single spaces between all the consecutive words, and no new lines are allowed. All right, now let's take a look at HTML links. Let's understand how links work and how you can make use of them in your HTML code base. So links are the most fundamental aspects of a web page on the internet today. They allow us to link our web pages to other web pages. Suppose you have two web pages, web page A and web page B, and you want to create a link. A link will basically be some text on which when you click, you get directed to a new page or page B, if you will. So this is what a link is, and because of this linking or interlinking of documents, HTML pages, web is what it is today. It's a collection of interlinked documents using which we can link one document right next to another document. Now HTML links are called hyperlinks, as a user can click on the link and jump to another document. If you take a look at the output below, we have a news site that has a link that says click here to read the latest updates. When you click on it, you get directed to a new page that says latest updates. So that's how HTML links are supposed to be used. You have some text, you want it to be clickable, and when the user clicks on it, the user gets redirected to a new page. You use links for that. Now a link is created using an A tag. The A tag needs to have an href attribute in it that contains the URL of the destination resource. So to give you an example, if we have an A tag with the href attribute set to www.news.com/headlines, as we have down below, then when the person clicks on the link, click here to read latest update news, it will be redirected to this website that is mentioned inside the href attribute. The href attribute is used to create a link between two pages. Now, these URLs can either be absolute or relative. An absolute URL is the full web address. If you're trying to link to an external URL that is not the URL of your own domain, if for instance your website is accessible on the domain name www.mywebsite.com and you want to navigate the user when they click on a link to www.somewebsite.com, that's not the domain that you're on, then you have to use absolute URL. On the other hand, you can use a relative URL to link to a resource within the same website. To do that, all you have to do is omit everything ranging from https:// to the ending of your website, domain of your website, which is www.mywebsite.com. Omit everything, then add a slash indicating that this is a relative link, and then type the URL that you want the user to be accessible to. So below here we have /headlines.html. Now if you want to link to create this to an absolute link, you would have to change the value of /headlines.html to https:// www.mywebsite.com/headlines.html. As you can see that this could get quite cumbersome to write. So we recommend that you don't write it entirely, just remove the first few, the domain name of your website from the link, and just keep the resource to which you want to gain access to. And that's about it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML links. Links are quite fundamental to the way the web works. So first thing we have to do is, I have an index.html page, the same setup. I have opened it up in my web browser. Now to link something, I need to create another file. I'll call it about.html. I'll save it, create here, and about us, h1 we are. Now this is what the text is going to be like. Here I want to create a link so that when I click on that link, I get redirected to the page about.html. All I would have to do is use the A tag. The href attribute demands a link. Now the name of the file that I'm using is about.html. Here we go, and I'll call it about. If I save this, go back, refresh, this is what it looks like, click on it, and here we are. Now this works fine. However, if I want to link to some external website, let me just do that. Here I can just type http://www.google.co.in, and here all I have to write is go to Google. Save this, go back, refresh, click on go to Google, and I'll be redirected back to google.co.in. Now, one thing to note here is that since I have this file in the same folder, I can just type the name of the file and my web browser will correctly open that file. However, if I had it in another file, let's say info, I copy the about inside it. Now if I go back, if I refresh this, click on about us, we're going to get your file couldn't be accessed. This is something that you would get as a 404 error inside a web server. To fix this, I have to again type the correct path. The correct path is info/. So now it's going to work exactly the way I expect it to work. I'll just refresh it, go to about us, and we have that file. So this is called an absolute link, in which I'm by typing the entire link of the HTTP URL, and here it's the relative link. From my current location, how can I go to this web page? That's what the entire HTML links are all about. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML images. Images are an important concept to understand when you're trying to learn HTML. In this section, we'll understand how you can use image tags and how you can add images to your HTML documents. So in an HTML document, images can help improve the design of the web page or add more context to the textual information that is being displayed on the screen. To give you an example, if you're trying to explain some sort of a process, then writing an entire article about it could be useful, but it would be much better to have an image that pictorially represents the entire process. That way, you can convey the idea that you're trying to convey in a much better way. This information can be provided in the form of an image, but also images can contain not just processes but also different kinds of information. They can be really helpful when designing a web page as well. So we use the image tag to add an image to a web page using HTML. The image tag, the name starts from img. The source attribute is set to the URL of an image. If it's in the same directory where the HTML document is, then you simply have to write the name of the image, as we have done in our example. The alt tag describes what the description of the image is. This is used when the HTML fails to load the images. Maybe the browser that the user is using is not compatible with the image, or the internet connection is quite shaky, so it was not able to load the image. So this text would be displayed. Also, this text is important when someone with a reading disability or viewing disability, someone with a impaired eyesight is using a screen reader. The screen reader will read out the alt text in an image so that the person who can't see the image is able to understand the context of it. And width and height. Let's take a look at these one by one. So the first attribute that is inside the image tag that we have used is the src attribute. It is to be noted that these attributes don't need to be in this specific order. You can mix and match. Just make sure that you have set the correct attributes to the correct values. Other than that, alt attribute can come before all the other attributes, and width and height attribute can come before all the other attributes as well. Now inside the tag, the source attribute contains the URL to the image being displayed. Now here we have the image in the same folder where we have the HTML file stored. So it's not that big of a deal. However, if you have HTML tag that stores an image, but the image that we want to display is on some other website, some other domain, then we have to write the entire URL starting from the protocol, which is https:// and the entire URL, whatever the URL may be. Again, this falls into the same category of relative and absolute URLs. It's definitely your choice. You can choose to do whatever one you wish to do, but it is to be understood that uh, there is a difference between using an relative URL on your own website and using an absolute URL to the external website in which you have to type the entire address. Now, images should also contain an alt tag. Now, this is not required. It doesn't necessarily make your images better to see or anything, but they are there as a short description of what the image is about. So for instance, in this we have written a sample stock image. You can write any other thing in the alt tag as well. You can describe the image in the alt tag as well. For instance, here we have a house by a lake. We can write that, or any other alt tag. Think of it this way: if you were not able to see the image but you wanted someone to describe the image to you, what would you say? So, or what would that person describing the image say? That's the kind of text that should be displayed inside the alt tags. Then there's width and height. Again, if you leave them off, then they will assume the width and height of the original image. But the alt tag really doesn't affect how the image is being displayed, but it is for a visually impaired person who's trying to use screen readers. It is important to understand that when you're building anything for the web, you are building it for a vast array of users, and these users may or may not have certain disabilities or difficulties to access your website. So these accessibility checkpoints are important for you to understand. Images can also contain width and height attribute. We can define the height and width of an image. If they are not used, then the original size of the image is displayed. Now, again, it is to be noted that the original size of the image may be not of the dimensions that we want to use. In cases like this, we have to use the not the original size of the image, but the normal size of the image. So you can, for instance, nowadays we have the option of specifying images of different sizes to be loaded on different screen sizes. However, in most cases, we can just specify the width and the height. So for instance, if I have an image of 150 pixels by 150 pixels, but in my design it should be displayed as a 100 pixel by 100 pixel, all I can do is I can create the height and width attribute and set them equal to 100 pixels and 100 pixels. Pixel is not the only unit in which height and width can be measured. You can use other units such as ems, rems, and percentages. However, pixels are usually preferred because they don't make your images scale and shrink based on the scaling and shrinking of the viewport. So this is to be understood in the context of that. Now, once we have learned the height and width, finally, image tags are self-closing tags, which means we can end the tag with a / and an angle bracket to indicate that its end is here, and as it does not contain any child elements. Image tags are unable to contain any child elements. You can't write a text inside an image tag. You can't create another paragraph tag and nest it inside an image tag. Because of cases like this, what we end up doing is we close it immediately as we are opening it. So it's a self-closing tag. It closes itself. There are several self-closing tags available, but self-closing tags are only used where we do not want to add more content inside a tag, or we cannot add more content inside a tag. Inside an image, all we can do is display an image, which is what the source attribute is for. Other than that, we can't do much. So that's the extent to which it is used.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a line break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, so now we'll take a look at HTML images. Images are again a fundamental part of any HTML page. We learned how to have an image embedded in your HTML code. Now to do that, the first thing we have to do is we have to again open up our code editor and our file. This is what the file looks like. We have our code editor here. I'll just edit the title first, HTML images. Next, I'm going to show you how you can create an image. So again, I'm going to use the shortcut here. Now the source is going to be this, I have copied it beforehand, so I can just paste it, but you can have any source here. If it's a local image, then you can just type the name of the image or the file path, and here it works. And now the alt text is going to be logo. Now you can write a more descriptive alt text, but this works. And then I'm going to close it. Now if I open it up and I refresh the text, this is what it looks like. Now I have the image here, and if I hover over it, as you can see, nothing happens. But if I open it up, this is what it looks like. Again, another thing you can do is if I were to misspell it, let's say logo M, go back, refresh it, and if I refresh this again, I'll try and load it. It doesn't load, but it shows the alt text. That's the advantage of using an alt text. And I can pass in height and width. Let me just first change the text. The height is going to be, let's say, 150 pixels, and the width is going to be 150 pixels as well. After doing that, I'm saving it, refreshing it, and as you can see, the dimensions are changed. So you can do it in this way. If you have a local file, you can you can change the source attribute. I have closed the tag. However, even if I don't close it, it will work. But since image tags don't have any text content or any other tags nested inside them, we can basically just close it as we open it. So that's how it works. Now let's take a look at HTML lists. We'll try and understand what are the different kinds of lists that are available for us to create, how you can create one of those different kinds of lists, and what kind of code you would have to write in order to do that. The first thing to understand is that HTML lists allow us to group together related items in a list. To give you an example, let's say that you are trying to create some sort of system in which you keep information about the places that you have visited so far. So you can store it in any way you want, but the most easy way of doing it would be a list. Now, lists can be of multiple types. There are types of lists in which you have to keep an order to them, which is basically first this thing happened, then this thing happened, then this thing happened, or any order that you want. On the other hand, the lists that we have just described, in which we have decided what kind of what are the places that you have visited thus far, it could be an unordered list. An unordered list is basically a list in which there is no order. You just want those items right next to each other, but they could be in any order and it would not make a difference. So HTML lists allow us to group together related items in a list. Related items could be of your choice, but it's just that the list needs to make sense. You can't add one item after one item randomly. Now, in HTML, there are three kinds of lists: ordered lists, unordered lists, and description lists. Let's take a look at all these three kinds of lists one by one. The first one is ordered list. Now, an ordered list is a list in which order matters. Think of it as a list that contains the ranks of students, steps in a recipe, etc. Now, that's not necessarily the case that it's required to have an order. If you don't have an order, then maybe ordered lists is not the kind of list that you should be using. However, if you want to use an ordered list, then it should have some sort of an order. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to have that. So for instance, if you want to create a list of items that you prefer in the order you prefer them, then you can have a list, ordered list. Now we create an ordered list using the OL tag. OL is short for ordered list. Inside the tag, we nest list item. Each list item is nested inside an li tag. So we open an OL tag, we open an li tag, write the list item, close the li tag. This way we write all the list items. After that, we close the ordered list. If you want to create multiple lists, just make sure that you have two separate opening and closing OL tags that are not nested inside each other. And in each one of those lists, you can add your own list item. And that way it will work just fine. Now by default, ordered lists are numbered from 1. However, this numbering and this strategy could be changed. To give you an example, if you want your lists to be ordered in using alphabets, so instead of the list going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you want it to go A, B, C, D. Whether it's capitalized or not is a different matter. HTML supports both kinds of ordered lists. However, to change that, you need to change the type attribute. Now there's another thing, you can change the starting position of your list. So for instance, if you have a list that starts that you want it to start from 10, then you can just get the start attribute to equal 10. Here 10 refers to, in our example below, the 10 refers to the 10th alphabet. So if you go from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, J is the 10th attribute, 10th alphabet in the English alphabets out of the 26 English alphabets. So it will start from J and step down one at a time. So when we added coffee, it would have J as the order, then tea would have K, and then milk would have L. There are different types of ordered lists that are available. The first one was numeric. You can have Roman numerals. You can have capitalized or small alphabets of English letters. And you can take a look at the documentation to understand more about the kinds of orders that are available in an ordered list. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ordered lists. So we have the same setup that we have had thus far. We have a blank HTML page. All I've done is I've changed the title to ordered lists. Now, to have an ordered list, firstly you have to use the OL tag to describe that this is where I'll be nesting my ordered list. Then you have list items. Inside each list item, you have some text that describes the or list item that you want. So, for instance, let me just say to do one. I'm going to be very generic here, and I have 3 to-do items. So I'll get 2, I'll get 3, and I will now go back to my code, refresh this, and get this. Now, as you can see that this is started from 1, 2, and 3, and I have a to-do of 1, to-do of 2, to-do of 3. Now this may not be what I want, so I can change it using the attributes. I can change the type here. Now, as you can see, Visual Studio Code is very helpful and it's showing me all the possible outputs that I can use. By default, we have the numeric listing that we did. You could have an alphabetical one. You can have capitalized alphabets and small letters as well. Now this is done, but you can also have a new Roman numeral. So if I want the Roman numerals, this is where it goes. Now another thing I can do is I can change the starting of where the application or the ordered list starts counting from. So let's say I want it to start counting from 5. So this will become 5, this will become 6, and this will become 7. After saving this, if I refresh it, you can see 5, 6, and 7 written here. That means that the list started counting from 5, 6, and 7. This is useful when you are trying to show a list that you have gotten from a backend database, and there is a specific order in which these lists need to be shown. So that's all you need to know in order to understand ordered lists. Ordered lists work with the OL tag. List items are defined with the LI tag. The type attribute tells us how the numbering should be done, and start attribute describes how the number should start. Alright guys, now let's take a look at unordered lists. Now an unordered list is essentially very much like an ordered list. It is used to contain some list of information. The only difference, as you might be able to guess based on the name of unordered list and ordered list, is that in the ordered list, you would have to have an order to the items that you have. So for instance, if an item appears before another item, that means that there's an order between the two. The reason why the first item came before the second item, and if I were to give you the list, that order should not be violated, or the meaning of the list would change. So for example, if you were having a list of students with their ranks, so the student who had the first rank was named at the top, and from there on you go down. Similarly, in an unordered list, the order doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which thing comes first. The only thing that matters is that the thing is present inside the list. This is what an unordered list means. So inside the unordered list, we have many list items. And to give an example of an unordered list, think of it as people who attended an evening or an event at some place, or ingredients in a recipe, or something like that. Here the order doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which ingredient comes before which ingredient. It's just a list. It's just a list of items that will be needed when the recipe is being followed. So you don't have to worry about the order. All you need to worry about is the item is present inside the list. We create an unordered list using the UL tag. And each list item within that is wrapped with a LI tag. Now that is quite easy to understand. The li tags are used to wrap the text that are list items, and those li tags are nested inside ULs or unordered lists. That's the way the entire UL and li tags work. Now, by default, ordered lists are shown as bulleted lists. These are circles that are filled and are not empty. On the other hand, we could have different kinds of things such as unfilled circles called disks, but we can also specify the type of bullet such as a square or circle or whatever. A circle is basically just like a bullet, but without its center being filled. So it's essentially just a round shape, an outline of a round shape. It's not filled. Similarly, if you had the type set to disk, you would have the normal bullets that you get by default. You could have square, you could have other items as well. So this is how you use unordered lists inside HTML. Now let's take a look at unordered lists. Now to use unordered lists, firstly, we need to go back to the code that we have written. I have changed the title to be unordered lists. If I go back to the code, as you can see, the title is being displayed correctly. Now, let us first create an unordered list using the UL tag. In ordered list, we use the OL tag, O for ordered, U for unordered. Now inside it, I'll create three list items again. I'll call them to do one, and again, I'm going to be generic here, to do two, to do three. And if you take a look at this, as you can see here, instead of having numbers, we have a bulleted list. Now these bullets can be changed. All I have to do is I have to change the type attribute, and it could be disk. Save this, go back and refresh, and this is what we get. This is the default. If I want to change it to circle, I can do that as well if I can spell circle correctly. And as you can see, we have unfilled bulleted lists, and it would be a square as well. So I can just write square. I think a square is available, and there you go. These are the squared lists. I'll just zoom it in, and as you can see, now since this is unordered list, there's no start attribute that allows us to specify where the list should start from, because there's no numbering to start it from. So the only attribute that you need to take care of when you're using an unordered list is the type attribute. Alright guys, now let's take a look at description lists. Now so far we have taken a look at ordered lists and unordered lists. Many times we need to create a list in which we have a few terms and we have their descriptions right next to them. This is called a description list, and this is what we'll be taking a look at now. So we create a description list using the DL tag. Now the DL tag and each list item inside the DL tag has two parts, the term and the description. So the term would be the term we're trying to describe. Here, as it said, it's HTML, and the description will be its description. So we have written hypertext markup language as its description. Now we use the DT tag for the term and the DD tag for its description. These things come in pair. So every time you create a description list, you have a DT tag followed by a DD tag, then another DT tag followed by a DD tag, and that's the way it is supposed to be structured. That's how the entire entire HTML code is supposed to be structured when you're trying to create a description list. Description lists come in handy when we're trying to build a manual, or we're trying to build such as a glossary, a dictionary, a reference book kind of a thing. Then the description list can be really helpful, in which we have terms, and those terms have certain meanings associated to them, and we use that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at description lists. Thus far we have taken a look at ordered and unordered lists, but description lists are also quite vital. Again, we have the same setup. I have changed the title to description list, and now to use the description list, you need to use the DL tag. Earlier we had used the OL tag for ordered lists, UL tag for unordered lists, and the DL tag is used for description. Now, if I were to go back, nothing's being displayed here because we have not written anything. Now, inside the description list, we need the term and the description. The term is the DT tag. Inside it, I can write the term. Let's say it is HTML. And inside the DL tag, I can write the, not the DL tag, the D tag. It's the definition of or the description of the term that we have written. So I can write HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Similarly, you can, if I save this, and if I go back and if I refresh, as you can see, this is what it looks like. That's the description, that's the term, that's the description, and we have some tab here so that we can understand that this is the description. Now I can create another description just by copying, pasting, and changing the text. Here it will be CSS, and I will write cascading style sheets. Save this, go back and refresh, and you have that as well. So that's how the description list works. You don't have to you don't have any attributes to describe the type of the bullets or the numbering or where the numbering should start from, because none of that is relevant here. All right, so let's begin taking a look at block and inline level elements. Now, whenever the browser displays an HTML element on a screen, depending on the type of the element, it has to display values. It has a default display value. So, for instance, the display property when you are trying to display a paragraph tag is set to a block. Now, block and inline are the two things that we need to cover, but these are the default display values. And these affect how your application looks, how you can lay out the elements, all of that. So the display value can be one of the two things. It can either be a block or inline, which is what we'll be covering next. So what does block mean and what does inline mean? So let's start by covering block. Block level elements are elements that start on a new line and take up the full available width. So to give you an example, if you take a look at paragraph, you can't have two paragraphs on the same line. This follows the idea of block level elements, in which you create an element and it takes all the available width, leaving nothing for the other content. For instance, if you have two paragraphs and the first paragraph only has content to cover half the screen and the other paragraph has content to cover about half the other screen or half of the other side of the screen, even if you were to put both those paragraphs right next to each other, the first paragraph would fill up the content but take up the entire width. Then the next paragraph will start on the next line and it will take the entire width of that as well. So that's how the block level elements work in HTML. This is important because whenever we're trying to lay out our HTML elements, we need to understand whether they are block level elements or inline elements. There are ways to change the default display values using CSS, but right now you need to understand that these are the two default values that you can take a look at when you're trying to lay out elements without using CSS and only HTML. Now they are called block level elements because they are displayed as a block. A block can be thought of as a rectangle on the screen. The rectangle could be really small, have really small width, really small height, or a really large height. However, the width is going to be the entire viewport or the entire width available. It stretches out on both left and right side as far as possible. So you can't have two block level elements on the same line, mainly because the first block level element will try and gain as much space as it can, pushing the next block level element downwards. New block level element would have to be displayed on the next line. Now, some examples of block level elements are forms, tables, sections, etc. Now, these are not the only examples. Obviously, we have a lot of other examples available to us to use as well. However, block level elements are elements that take up the entire width. So p tag could also be that. Now, inline elements, on the other hand, are a little bit different from block elements. Inline elements are elements that do not start on a new line and only take up width that is necessary. So they're not going to take up the width that is available to them. They're only going to take the width that is necessary. If you have content filling up only half the screen, then that's the size of your inline elements. If you then put another inline element that can cover the other half of the screen that is available, it will do so. Now they are called inline elements because they are displayed inline by default. They stretch out to both left and right, but only as far as necessary, not as far as available. Some examples of inline elements are input, TT, which is used inside tables, code. P tags are not an example of inline elements. You can use spans there and other tags as well. Alright guys, now let's take a look at block and inline level elements. So for that, firstly, we'll have the same setup. I have an index.html page. The title is block and inline elements and it's open inside a web browser so that I can see the output of my code. So this is what it looks like thus far. Let's create two block level elements and put them in the same line to see if they are working. I'll just create a p tag and I'll call it this is a block element. Save this, go back, refresh. This is what it looks like. Now if I were to create another one, another block element, go back, refresh, you can see that this is pushed to a new line. Even if I were to change it to some other block level element, let's say I'm going to nest it inside section, and let me just clear this up. Nest this one as well and save this, go back, refresh, and still save. Now if I were to take a look at what the box model looks like here, I'll just click on one, and this is the p tag, and as you can see it's being it has the default display of block, and it is stretching across the entire width. Now another tag that is not block level but inline level is the b tag or the bold tag. Anything I write inside it is going to be inlined. This is an inline tag. Save this, go back, refresh, and you get this inside a bold text. Another thing I can do is, this is another inline tag. We go back, refresh, as you can see this is just starting on the next line. Because this one only took the width that was available, our web browser put this in that width. Now if I were to nest this inside a p tag, let me just do that, save this, and go back and refresh. As you can see, as long as it's not an inline element, which is to say it's a block element, it drops to a new line. If I were to change it again, which is to remove, if I were to put both of these inside the block level element and then refresh it, and as you can see that this is here. However, now something that's going to change is this. If I put another b tag, save this, refresh, it's going to drop to a new line. So this is how block and inline level elements work. Let me just redo this, and now this works. So if I were to go back, refresh, and as you can see block elements are on different lines and inline elements are on the same line. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at divs and spans. These are the two elements of HTML that are not used for structuring the content but are used for wrapping around HTML elements so that they can be targeted later. So divs and spans are also referred to as container elements. Now there's a reason why they are called container elements. That's because they are used to contain certain elements, and divs and spans are the two of the most important HTML elements that you will see heavily used in any web page or the code of any web page that you browse. Now they're called container elements because their sole purpose is to contain or wrap other HTML elements and text inside them. So for instance, if you have three HTML elements, you can use a div tag to wrap them all into a single element. Similarly, if you have some text, let's say you have a p tag, but some text needs to be wrapped while some text doesn't. Let's say that you want to later on target that text and give it a different color, make it bold, italicized, whatever. In cases like this, you can use span. Span is usually used to wrap around text, and div is used for wrapping around elements, HTML elements. Now a div is a block level container and elements which can be wrapped inside HTML elements. So the main reason why people use div is to visually group together a bunch of elements. When we learn CSS, you'll see the real power of divs, but basically think of it like this. If you have three paragraphs and you want a border around all of them, not necessarily a border around each of these paragraphs, but a border that is encapsulating all these three paragraphs, div is the perfect choice for that. In cases like this, you can create a div tag. Inside it, you can create two paragraphs and then style the div tag to have a border of 1 pixel solid black color. And that would be applied across the entire three paragraph tag, and that will work. Now, another thing to notice is that divs can be used together with CSS to style the entire block of content. So if you have three blocks of content and one of the blocks need a color of red, the other needs a background color of green and the color of white, and the other one needs a border of red color. All of these can be done by wrapping all these three blocks inside a div and then targeting these divs specifically. Now, divs are block level containers, meaning mainly that when you create a div, you're creating a block level element. That element is going to contain all the elements inside it and will be occupying all the space on both the left and right hand side of the content, even if the content isn't really big to occupy the entire screen. Now, a div does not have any required attributes, much like images in which you need to have a source attribute or an alt attribute, and in links where you have an href attribute. Divs do not have any required attributes. However, it is common to see style, class, and ID attributes with divs so that they can be styled easily. Again, this is done using CSS, and if you want to understand how this works, then a div is basically used to style a particular block of HTML elements. Now, a span, on the other hand, is an inline container element which can be used to wrap around text. So instead of having a block level container like div, if you want to just target one specific small element and don't want it to expand across the bow or across the entire width available, then spans are a great choice. Spans allow you to target specific text content. Usually it's used around text, but you can use it around different elements. However, that's not really something that is recommended. The main reason people use spans is to visually group together either a part of the text content or the entire text content. Suppose you have a paragraph that has a long text content. Suppose it has like 7 or 8 lines of content, and you want there are specific elements inside the paragraph that should be bold or italicized. Maybe they should be of a different color just to highlight that they are important. In cases like this, you can wrap these texts around with a span, and these spans will then be styled using CSS and will understand how to, and the browser will understand how to style these particular elements. The spans are used to style parts of text content and not to wrap around other block level HTML elements. Since a span is a inline level container, you can't wrap it around block level containers. So this is something that you need to understand. If you have block level containers and you want block level elements and you want them to be wrapped, use div. If you have some text and you want it to be wrapped but you don't necessarily want it to be block level, then use spans. A span cannot be wrapped around a block level element because spans can only contain inline elements. If you didn't have inline elements, if you had block level elements, then using a span is not going to be the correct choice to go through. So we would recommend that you firstly take a look at what you're trying to accomplish and only then use either div or span. These are the kinds of elements that you're going to come across mostly when you're taking a look at the source code of any web page, which you can by opening up the web page inside a browser, right clicking on it and clicking on either inspect or view page source. Most frequently used tags would be div and span, mainly because they are used to wrap around different kinds of elements and apply different styles to different elements. That's really useful in the context of a div and a span. Alright guys, now let's take a look at divs and spans. So let us first take a look at the setup, which is exactly the same as we had before. The title is changed to divs and spans, and now let's try and understand how divs and spans allow us to wrap HTML elements. Let's say let me just go back. I have two p tags. First one says first p tag, second p tag. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now suppose I want both of them to have a color of red, right? So what I can do here is I can basically just add the same style to both of them. Style is equals to color red. Save this, go back, refresh, and this works. However, there is nothing stopping me from just changing the color of the one p tag to be blue and the other one to be red. So the reason why this is a problem is because there's nothing that is specifying this should be red and this should be blue. Although both of them should have the same color, I can very easily just do it this way. Now this could be because I'm a new developer, I've just joined the team and I get incorrect requirements, and this is what I get. So how do you solve this? Basically what you can do here is, let me just show you. I create a div. I can assign this style to the div tag, and what it will do is that this will cascade and be applied to all the children styles. This is why div is called a container tag. All the styles attached to a particular div will be applied to all the child elements. So if I go back and if I refresh, both of them have the red color. However, if I were to change it to, let's say, blue, save it, go back, refresh, and this is what you get. So it's working fine. Now let's take a look at spans. So if I were to create a p tag, so the style of this p tag would have color be set to red, right? And say this is red and blue. Now if I go back, if I refresh, this is what I get. Now I want this word to be blue in color. Now one way of doing this would be to create another p tag like this, adding the blue word BLUE here, and then applying the style here. The style would be color blue. Now if I were to save this and go back, the output would be something that we do not expect. It drops to a new line. Now this is a problem. I just want one particular word to have a different color. However, I want them all to be on the same line. Now to solve this, I can just, if you remember, change P to span. Now if I go back, refresh, and as you can see, this works. This is because span is an inline text. Now inline elements don't occupy the entire width and height, they only take this space that they need. And so this works exactly the way I would expect it to. So this is what the code looks like at the end. We have a div tag with a style of color of red that is applied to both its children p tags, and we have a p tag with the color of red which has the this is red, and in the span is saying the color is blue. So that's how that works.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Machine Language. B. Hypertext and Links Markup Language. C. Hypertext Markup Language. D. High Text Machine Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So in HTML, the class attribute probably is one of the most important attributes. Now, if you have been using HTML for a long time, the class attribute allows you to basically target a few elements and allows you to impart styles to them. The value of the HTML class attribute on any HTML page determines the name of its class. An HTML element can have multiple classes, and multiple HTML elements can have the same class as well. This property is important because this is what separates it from ID, which is what we'll be covering next. But right now what you need to understand is that classes are at the heart of combining HTML and CSS, laying out pages, styling elements, grouping elements, so on and so forth. So classes are really important to understand, and they're a really simple concept to understand as well. Given that you understand the basics of HTML and you can understand how HTML and other technologies interact. A class is just a name of a group which can be targeted using CSS and JavaScript. JavaScript is by far one of the most important scripting languages in the web world, and with CSS and JavaScript we can enhance our web pages quite a bit. But in order to do that, we need to target certain elements that are present on our screen, and to do that we need to use either CSS or JavaScript depending on what we're trying to accomplish. If we're trying to style a particular element or a group of elements, we use CSS. If you're trying to impart behavior to certain elements, such as if a user hovers over a page and then clicks on an element, certain things should happen. That is done using JavaScript. Now, multiple HTML elements can have the same HTML class, although multiple classes can be applied to a single HTML element as well. There's a lot of mixing and matching that can be done. However, you have to be understanding that this mixing could lead to really muddled code, and it could be really difficult for you to grab a hold of what you're trying to do once you are done with all the classes. For example, if you have an h1 tag that has 7 different classes, all of them doing different things, it could be a little difficult for you to understand what each class does, and if removing one class would lead to some unexpected behavior. So let us take a look at an example to understand it better. Don't worry, we'll have a hands-on as well, but this is just in order to understand how does the classes work. Now, in the example, we have two HTML elements having their class attribute set to the value of red bordered. So since a single class can be applied to multiple HTML elements, we have the same class applied to different elements. The way we are doing this is by assigning the class attributes property to red bordered. If you want to assign multiple classes to the same element, just separate the name of the classes using a space. So if there was another class that you wanted to apply called blue background, all you had to do was use the class red dash bordered space blue dash background, and it would work exactly the way you would expect it to work. Now, since multiple elements have the same classes, we will gain access to both the elements and when we target the red bordered class. So whenever we say, okay, give me all the elements that have the red bordered class, we'll get these two elements. The first one is the P tag, the second one is the H1 tag, the paragraph tag, and the first level heading tag. Now in the head tag, as you can see, we have created a style attribute. The style attribute is used to create some CSS code. In this, we are only trying to explain how CSS can be used with classes to target elements. So in the head tag, inside the style tag, we have written a little bit of CSS code. And with the CSS code, we have basically set the border to be of 5 pixel, solid, and red color. So both these elements should have their own red bordered 5 pixel and solid. Now, in case you are unaware of CSS works, don't worry about it. Basically, every element which has a class red bordered applied to it will have a red colored border around it with 5 pixel of width. The border will be of 5 pixel width. So this is what the output will look like. And as you can see that both hello and hi have the same class applied to them. So both of them have the same 5 pixel solid red border applied to them. Now also an element can have multiple classes attached to it, and you can do this by separating the name of each class using space. And that allows us to basically define how the classes should work, which we'll take a look at in the hands-on. Now let's take a look at classes. Now for classes, we are going to take a look at the code here. I have an index.html file. This is what it looks like. Let me just refresh this. The title says classes, and I have the HTML code here. Now let me just create an h1 tag saying this is an h1 tag and p tag. Save this. If I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. Now let's say that I want both of them to be colored red. Now, as we have seen previously, one way of doing that would be to wrap them inside a div. But let's say that there are a couple of more styles that we want them to have, such as they should be bold and they should have red color. Now, both of them should have the same attributes. However, the p tag should also be bold. Now, there are many ways of doing this. The easiest way would be to just apply a class to it. Let me just do that. Class would be, let's say, red, and if I were to do the same here, go up, create a style tag. Inside it I will be creating a class of red, and inside this I will change the color to be red. Save this. I'll go back, I'll refresh, and this is how it works. If I want to remove this class, I can save this, go back, refresh, and now only one of them have the same attached to it. Again, I save this, go back and refresh, and this is what it looks like. And there are several other styles that you can apply to the red class, such as you can apply the text decoration or text transform, and you can capitalize it, lowercase it, or whatever. And you can also apply text decoration, and these are the possible options that you have. You can create solid, wavy, underline, strike through, whatever you want. So similarly, you can attach the same to, let's say that there is another element right below somewhere here, and between this there's a lot of code, and I only want the same style attached to this element as well. If it's a, let's say it's a B tag, this hello. Now for this, I can just apply the class to be red, save this, go back, refresh, and this also has the same class and same styles. So I can close it, and this is what it looks like. So this is how classes work. Now as you can see, the same element can have multiple classes as well if I want to have like important. So it has now class of red and important. Similarly, you can attach multiple classes to the same element, and same class can be attached to multiple elements. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ID. ID is very much like classes, although there are a few notable differences that we must be aware of. So in HTML, the ID attribute is very much like the class attribute. Similarly, as classes are used to target elements, IDs can also be used to target an element. And they are also part of the attribute of almost all HTML elements. Now the value of an HTML ID attribute on any HTML page determines the name of its ID. So just as in classes, we would use the class attribute and assign it to either a single class or a multiple classes. In ID, what you can do is instead of using the class attribute name, you can use the ID attribute name. Set it equal to the name of the ID that's enclosed within two double quotation marks. Now, an ID is a unique name which can be used by CSS JavaScript to target one specific element. So this is where the entire HTML spec starts to diverge from the classes. So inside ID, what we do is we use it to target a unique element, and ID needs to be unique name on entire page. Basically, it means that no two elements should have the same ID, and no element should have more than one IDs. That's the basic idea. Now, the reason why it's different from classes is because classes are used to apply the same styles over to multiple elements, and an element can have multiple classes. On the other hand, IDs are unique. An element can have only one ID, which you assign to it, and that can be used to access only that specific element. No other element should be accessible using the same ID, and that's the way it's supposed to work. Now, only one HTML element should have the ID, and other elements should not have the same ID. This again codifies the uniqueness constraint that we have put on ourselves. The reason why it needs to be unique is because if it isn't unique, then there could be several problems regarding how we access the element and how we use it. Some elements should only occur once throughout the page, and that's why IDs are used. For instance, the header should always occur once, the nav bar should always occur once, and things like that. So that's why we use IDs for those. It's a safety mechanism that allows us to do that. So now let's take a look at the example to understand it a little bit better. Here in our example, we have a p tag with the ID of navbar, and we are targeting it using the CSS properties. Using CSS, I have written hash navbar. That means any element with the ID of a navbar would have this style attached to it. So firstly, we create a p tag with the ID of navbar and the text of hello nested inside it. The ID attribute is set to navbar. As you can see, there's only one ID element, and it is unique throughout the page. Since only one element has the same ID, we will gain access to only that element, and when we are targeting the navbar with the any element with the ID of navbar, so we'll only gain access to one element. This is important to understand mainly because classes are used to gain access to multiple elements, while navbars are used to gain access to only one element. And so we have to be able to understand which one to use when. And in this case, since navbar is only going to occur on our entire page once, or it should occur only once, we are going to be using an ID. In the head tag inside the style tag, we have written a little bit of CSS code. Let's just try and get through that. I've written it inside style tag. I am targeting any element with the ID of navbar, and I want it to have a border of 3 pixels solid black. Basically, the element which the ID navbar will have the ID of navbar will have a black colored border of 3 pixels width applied to it. If any other element other than a p tag had that ID, which is to say that p tag didn't have the ID of navbar, but another element did, then this style will be applied to that element. So here's what the output would look like. Since it's a p tag, it's going to appear in small letters, so hello is there. And since it's a block level element and it expands the entire width, we can see that the entire width is taken up and the border shows us that. Also, an element cannot have multiple IDs attached to it, as IDs are supposed to be unique for one element. So an element having 3 IDs is not going to work. Similarly, just as you don't have multiple roll numbers or employee IDs attached to you, that's the same way IDs are supposed to be unique and single across all HTML elements. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ID. Now I have this code here and I have the output here. So the first thing I would have to do is I will create a p tag. Now I want a p tag with the ID of sorry, not the ID. I want the ID to be equal to important, or to be more generic, let's just call it byline. Inside it I can write this is a byline. Save this. Now if I were to go back, refresh, it's taking a little bit of time. Let me just go back and just, okay, so the output is here. This is a byline. Now if I want to style it, I can just create a style, and now for the ID I have to use the hash symbol. I'll use hash byline, and I would get text decoration to be underlined. Save this, go back, refresh, and there's an underline here. Now one thing to notice that we have discussed thus far is that you shouldn't have 2 elements with the same ID. Now this is not really required, mainly because if you have 2 elements with the same ID, it will work just fine. However, this can cause a lot of problems when you're trying to access elements, because most people's idea of an ID is that only a single element has an ID of byline. So when you process elements with that ID and you get more than one, you will be confused, and it will take you a little bit of time to understand, okay, the developer has screwed up somewhere and they have used an ID where they should have been using a class. In cases like this, you should be very wary of how you're using IDs, and if possible, use a class over an ID. Now to convert this to a class, all I would have to do is change it to class, and for the styles to work, I have to change the hash byline to dot byline. Now if I go back to the code, it will work exactly the same. However, we have overcome the issue. Similarly, the same ID should not be applied to multiple elements, and an element should not have more than one ID. If I want another element, I can just create a heading, and I can create an h1 tag, and I'll call it a heading with the ID attribute set to heading as well. And now I can set the color to be, let's say, blue. Save this, I'll go back and I'll refresh, and this is what it looks like. So both of them have different IDs and different attributes, and that's how it should be. If you want something to have more than one ID, use class. If you want something to have more than, or if you want the same styles applied to multiple elements, then use class there as well. Alright, now let's take a look at HTML forms. So HTML forms are used to collect information from the user. Forms are a really integral part of any HTML page. Any website you visit will have at least one form attached inside it, and that form is going to be there for you to enter some information which will be captured by the web browser and sent to the web server for further processing. To give you an example, if you wanted to log into a system, what you would do is you would fill in your login credentials, such as the username or email and the password, and then click on the login button, which would cause the entire web page to submit some data to the web server that the form should be submitting the data to. The web server then captures the data, processes it, and does whatever it can, which would be to log you in, create a session ID, save it in the database, whatever the task that it needs to perform. So HTML forms are just used to collect information from the user. There are several kinds of forms available on the internet, ranging from sign-in forms, sign-up forms, query forms, quotation forms, and so on and so forth. An HTML form is nothing more than just a collection of input tags that can capture information of different types. That is the input that is text, which could be feedback, input that is an opinion, which could be radio buttons or checkboxes, which is to say if you how would you rate this product, how did you like the service, so on and so forth. Or a choice. In a choices, we basically get what is the name of your country, choose from the list given below, and so on and so forth. So HTML forms are really versatile, and they help us do a lot of that. Now, the input collected from a form is mostly sent to a web server for further processing. Now, the reason why I'm saying mostly is because there are moments when you don't have a web server to submit the data to. In cases like these, modern web applications have the opportunity or the capability of saving the data locally. It is to be noted that the data saved locally is not data that is going to be saved locally forever, meaning that when the browser cache is cleared, when the user clears the browsing history with the caches, cookies, and local storage and all of that, your locally stored data may get deleted. Or if the user decides to uninstall the browser and delete all the information that was stored with that browser, the data your application needed is gone as well. So you need to be aware of when you are storing data on the user's platform. This is why many of the HTML forms are saving data to an HTML server. The servers are really unique in the sense that when you send the data to the server, they can save it in files, they can save it in databases. The only difference here is that when you save it in the database, that means that the data is stored for a long period of time. Even if the database shuts down and then restarts, it's persistently stored. So that's why it's usually sent on a web server for further processing. Now we can create a form using the form tag, which is a container for different type of input elements. And we'll take a look at that in the hands-on, but basically the form tag is used to contain a lot of elements of input tag. Form tags define where the form should be submitted, the method using which the form should be submitted, what kind of data does the form expect, so on and so forth. And then input elements capture that data. When you submit the form, the data is packaged up and posted to a backend web server in an HTTP request. Multiple input elements are used inside a form to have it collect a wide variety of information, ranging from, as we have already discussed, opinions, facts, text, choices, so on and so forth. So HTML forms have grown quite versatile, and we'll take a look at the form elements in a moment. But what you need to understand is that HTML forms have helped users be able to express their opinions and get the data captured as easily as possible. Now let's take a look at HTML forms. Now to use forms, let us just take a look at the basic setup that we have. I have HTML forms here, and here I have the code. Now to create an HTML form, all I have to do is I have to use the form tag. And I can leave out the action attribute. We'll learn more about the form attributes later on, but this is what it looks like. If I go back and if I refresh this, and if I take a look at the source code, form is there, but nothing's showing. That's because I have not added any input elements. So let me just do that. I'll create an input element of type text, and placeholder would be username. It will be a self-closing tag, and finally I'll have an input of type submit. Name and ID could be anything that you want it to be. I don't want it to be anything, so I'll save it like this. So if I go back and if I refresh this is what it looks like. This is basically a username. I can enter anything and I'll submit, and nothing will happen. It will just get here and it won't do anything. So this is what the HTML syntax looks like. I can even do something like this. The type is equals to text, name is equals to name, and then save. Now if I go back and if I refresh and if I type something out, click on submit, as you can see that this is submitting to itself. We'll learn more about this behavior later on when we're discussing inputs and form elements, but basic idea is this. When you create a form and the input tags and submit the buttons are listed inside that form, whenever you submit the button, it submits to some location. If no location is provided, then it will be submitted on the page that you are on, which is what happened right now. Now let's take a look at inputs and labels. So in HTML forms, there are several inputs and labels which help the user know how to enter information in a form. There are several ways we can enter information in a form, and there are several inputs that allow us to enter that information in several ways. Input tags are used to define different kinds of inputs which collect user information such as text, radio buttons, etc. We have even more number of input tags now. So text and radio buttons are just example, but we have option lists, check boxes, so on and so forth. Labels are used to define a label. A label is a descriptive text for an input which tells users what they need to enter into that input box. For instance, if I have two input boxes that expect the user to enter something, and both of them are of the same dimensions, the user may not be able to understand in which one should they enter their name, which one should they enter their username, which could be different, and in which one should they enter their email addresses. So that could be a problem, but labels allow us to describe what the input we are expecting in a particular input box. For instance, if I have a username and an email field, all I have to do is create two input tags and assign the labels to them, describing which input tag should the user enter their username into and which input tag should they enter their email into. Now, labels are used to, the labels are really important, but you can, for instance, have multiple input tags on an entire page, and all of them should have a label associated with them most of the time. And now there are certain input tags in which you can get some placeholder text, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. So there are several types of input tags available for us to use. Now we won't be able to cover all of them, mainly because there are just so many, and the most important ones or the most common ones used are going to be covered now. The first one is text. It is the most common one used. We get text input when we assign a value of text to the type attribute in the input tag. So whenever you create an input tag, the type attribute determines what kind of input it is. Do you want a text input, password input, checkbox, radio, file, submit, whatever? So that's how you do that. Now this gives an input field in which the user can enter text. Now just an input field without a label is not very useful, mainly because text information could be any kind of information. Could be username, their address, their email address, their surname, their first name, their last name. Could be a number of configurations could be there. So we need to be able to describe, and that's why we use labels. However, the text input is by default, so whenever you create an input tag and you omit the type attribute, you will get a text input.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a line break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then there's passwords. Now password fields, we can enter passwords, and the characters inside it are masked by showing them as either asterisk or circle. That really depends on the kind of web browser that you're using. Mostly if you're using Google Chrome or Internet Explorer, it's going to be a circle. So whenever you type something in your password field, it will describe it as a circle. So you don't have to worry about any of that. Main thing is you don't expect the user to enter password in plain text, mainly because somebody sitting right next to them could just peek into their screen and see what the password that they want to type is. So in cases like this, make sure that you are assigning the type to be password when the user is entering either their password or some sensitive information. It could be their PIN number for their ATM, although that's not really something that you expect them to enter on the internet. But if it's some confidential information such as a report ID or whatever that you don't want them to be able to expose to somebody who's sitting right next to them, then using the password type is useful. Then there's checkboxes. Checkboxes are there when you wish the user to be able to select multiple options from a list of choices. For example, if I were to ask someone to enter their hobbies and I give them 5 items to choose from, ranging from sports, music, cooking, technology, reading, so on and so forth. Now they can have multiple hobbies. So for instance, it could be that a person likes both cooking and reading. It could be that a person likes only cooking, and it could be that a person doesn't like either cooking or reading, but they do like sports. So in order for the user to be able to select multiple items inside multiple items among the given choices, checkboxes are used. Then comes radio buttons. Now radio buttons are special, mainly because radio buttons are used when we wish for the user to be able to select only one option from a list of choices. These choices include gender, employment status, etc. The reason why these The reason why we get radio buttons instead of checkboxes is because we want the user to be able to select only one option. Checkboxes allow you to select multiple options and they're very useful. But inside a radio button, we can only select one element, and that's where it's very useful. So you should try and use that whenever you can. For instance, if you're trying to get someone to select their gender, there are only a few possible answers, which could be male or female or whatever. Out of those few possible outcomes, the user can only select one. They can either be a male or be a female in cases like this to select the gender. Then comes the file attribute. Whenever you are uploading an image, whenever you are uploading some text, whenever you are uploading a document, whenever you are uploading any kind of file, the file picker is opened using the file input tag. Here, all you have to do is set the input type to be file, and using that, you can basically upload a file using a form. Now, another thing to understand is that files are sent in special encoding, so the server needs to take care of how the file is going to be extracted from the input that is provided to us. But in whatever case, you can upload a file using the file attribute. Finally, we have the submit. A submit button is basically a button which you can click in order to submit the information. The thing to understand here is that you can either create an input with the type attribute set to submit. That will create a submit button, which allows you to submit some data to the user. It needs to be nested inside a form in order for it to be able to submit some data. But other than that, it should work. Other than that, you can create a button and element. The button element will have text inside it. That will be the text displayed inside the button. And you can set its type to be able to submit, and that will act as a submit button as well. So these are the most commonly used inputs and labels or the input types, and that's how you use them. Now let's take a look at a hands-on and understand how to use them properly. Alright, so now let's take a look at inputs and labels. To take a look at that, here's the output, here's the code. Firstly, we will create a form type as usual. I will remove the action attribute. We'll take a look at that in the next hands-on. Now, to create an input, I'll just need to create an input tag. By default, it's text, and let's keep it that way. And if I save this, and I can just create a submit button as well. I think Visual Studio Code allows me to do this. Yeah. The value is not going to be anything, so let's just keep it that way. I'll go back and I'll refresh, and this is what it looks like. However, there's a bit of a problem here that you may or may not be able to see. I don't know what to enter here. This is because, let's say that I want the users to be able to input their username and password, and the button is submit. Right? I'll just create a line break using a BR tag. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now, if I were to type something here, and then click on the submit button, I have no idea what to type here and what to type here. It could be username here, email here, and username here. I basically have no contextual information. To solve this problem, we can use a label. Now, to use a label, all I have to do is use the label tag, label. I can firstly assign an ID here. ID would be username, and this label is going to be for username, and I'm going to call it username. Right. So this is there. Now I can again create another one. This one is going to be for, and I'll change it to password. ID is going to be password, and the username is for, the label is for password, and I'll call it password. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now another advantage of this is that if I click on the label, as you can see, the input associated with the label gets highlighted. As you can see, if I click on password, I get to click here. This is great for mobile user experience. If you take a look at this, this is because I have created a label and an input, and the labels for attribute is set to the ID of the input where I want it to show. So that's why that works. If I go back, and if I let me show you, if I go back and if I were to type something here, let's say this, and now if I were to type some password, as you can see, both of them are being displayed differently. The username is being displayed like this, and the password is being displayed like this with asterisks instead of showing the character. Now that may or may not be something that you want. but the password is this is because we have set the type to be password. The different kinds of inputs available. Let me just show you now. I'll remove the labels now. You understood the concept of labels. If I were to create a radio button, I will just firstly have to take the name of radio, and the name would be gender, Gender. ID could be anything. I don't want it to be anything as of now. And I can set the value to be male. And here it could be female. Now, if I were to create a label, I'll call it for Gender, and the label is Gender. I save this, I go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now, if I were to click on one of these, as you can see, they get selected. But that's not how you are supposed to use the label, so let me just change that. The ID attributes needs to be set to something, so we'll just set it in a minute. Male, and the ID is female. Here the label is supposed to say male. Here the label is supposed to say female, for male, for female, and I'll save this. Now if I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. I click on male, this gets selected. If I click on female, this gets unselected and this gets selected. Now this is happening because I have the this is because I have the name attribute set to gender in both. If I were to misspell this one, if I go back and if I refresh, I click on male, it's selected. If I click on female, it also gets selected. Now this behavior is because we don't know what kind of input we are looking for. If I were not to name them the same thing, then they are not part of the same options. This could be for all intents and purposes. For our program, it looks like this is for male and this is for female. But for computers, it may not be the same if you don't provide the same name attribute. So that's how you use radio buttons. And to use checkboxes, all you have to do is change the type to checkbox. And here you can do the same thing. You can name it whatever you want. I can name it whatever I want. I'll call it, instead of gender, I'll call it hobby. And the value is going to be singing and sports. Now I can change the same thing here as well. PORTS, sports, sports, sports. And similarly, we can change it here as well. The value is supposed to be the same as the label. So we'll do that. Singing, 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 and with the S capital I. Now if I go back and if I refresh, I click here, singing is selected. And if I click here, sports is selected. So that's how the basics work. You can also take a look at other other input types such as file. All you have to do is check input type is, instead of text, you can have it to be file. And you'll get a file picker here. You refresh this, you get a file picker, and when you click on this, your file picker opens and you can choose a file. That's basically how inputs and labels work. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at form attributes. So whenever we're trying to submit a form, there's a lot that needs to be done, and that's the kind of thing that we would be discussing in form attributes. If you have an HTML form you're using a form tag, but we have not set certain attributes, then that form is not going to be submitting that data to a web server or any other page. It would just be a basic shell that gets the information stored somewhere but does not submit it to the required field. Now this could be a problem. So in order to tackle these problems, there are several attributes which we can set to determine how a form behaves. We'll take a look at some of those in this presentation. However, we won't be covering all of those, mainly because all these form attributes are going to be difficult for us to cover. Let's take a look at these one by one. First one is action. The action attribute is used to define the URL to which the form data is to be submitted for further processing on the server side. Now, the thing is, whenever you have the action attribute set to a URL, the data that you have gotten the user to enter will be submitted to that URL. The server will then get the HTTP request, parse it, and help you decode it. Now that's for the form attribute action. However, if that action attribute is not sent to any other URL, then that form will submit the data to its own self. So for instance, if I had a form at mydomain.com/login and then I submit the data, it will be submitted to the same URL. So it would be very complicated for me to check if the document has submitted some data. If it is, then what is the data there? I will take a look at the data, validate it, save it to the database, and then log in the user. All of that would be done in a single page, and that's not really useful. So you have to understand how to separate the presentation and the data processing aspect. That's all done using form attributes. So you can set it to any URL where you want the form to be submitted, and you can do it using the action attribute. Then comes enctype. Enctype stands for encoding type. This allows us to define what kind of encoding should be used when we're submitting the data to the server. Different encoding types are available depending on the kind of data that you're trying to submit. If it's a file, then the encoding is different. If it's a text, then encoding is different, so on and so forth. So you need to understand what kind of encoding you are going after and what is the reason for that. After that, you can use the enctype attribute, set it to some value, and your data will be encoded in that format and will be sent to your web server. Then comes the method attribute. Inside the method attribute, we specify a value of the HTTP method that we wish to use for sending the request. This attribute could have a value of either get or post. Get specifies the HTTP get method. Post specifies the HTTP post method. The get method is used to encode the data that is being submitted inside a URL in a query string, and the post method submits the data not inside the URL but inside a request body. Now these two methods are there so that it's easier for you to use. However, it depends on what the situation is. So for instance, if you're trying to create some way to search for some information, then you can use the get method attribute, and the post attribute is used when you're trying to submit some sensitive information. So if you are searching for something, then you can just click input the search term, click on the search button, that form will be submitted and you'll be redirected to a page that contains all the search results matching your query. However, and that URL can be then shared to your friends to make them see what you're searching. A good example of this would be the YouTube search algorithm. So when you search for a video, it appears in the search list. You can just share the link of the search page to the user with the query attached to it, and the person will land at exactly the same result. On the other hand, when the user is submitting the username and password, these are sensitive information. You don't want them to be exposed inside a URL where anyone can basically reach it, and they might be stored inside your browser session, your browser's history, and that's really not secure. So you need to understand when to use which. Typically use get for non-sensitive information, where links, even if the link is shared with the form data that is inputted by the user, it's not going to cause any security issues. On the other hand, post is used for almost all other kinds of data that is secure, that needs to be secure and sent to the server in a secure way. Then comes the no validate attribute. No validate attribute specifies that the form should not be validated when it is being submitted to the server. If you're submitting a form to a web server, you should not be it should not be validated. In HTML5, new form attributes such as email and phone numbers were given. So if you're trying to submit a form with the HTML input type set to email, then it needs to be a valid email. That is, it should contain some text followed by an @ symbol, followed by some text, followed by a full stop or a period, and then some text. So your email name @ your domain. That's the way it should work. And if it's not following that format, then you will get an error. Now, if you want the user to be able to submit that, then you can just use the no validate attribute, and the form data that you're sending will be submitted without being validated. And you can check the validation on the server. Finally, we have the target attribute, which specifies where to display the response that is received after submitting the form. This is not that popular and not that useful, mainly because the target attribute specifies if you want to open another page, where you want to be redirected to a page, or how do you want it to work. Now, that's how you are going to decide how it's going to work, but mostly target attributes are not that popular and are not used that much because they provide functionality that are not really needed. Now let's take a look at form attributes. So there are several form attributes available for us to use. Let's take a look at some of those. When you open up the code editor, this is what the code looks like. This is what the output of the code is. Here I can type some code. I'll type in form attribute. The action is not going to be equal to anything. Now inside the form, create an input tag and give it a name of username. Similarly, I will create another one, and this should have a name of password as well. Finally, I'll create an input tag. This should be all familiar by now. It should be submit. Now, if I were to create a label for username, and it should say username, this should say password, and finally we have the submit button. So if I save this and if I go back and I refresh, this is what it looks like. Everything is on the same line, so let me just clear this up a bit, copy this up. Now we have it. So now if I were to submit the form right now, let's say that I give the username of SDA, password of SDA, submit it. As you can see, this is being displayed here and it's being shown here. Now this is a problem, mainly because username and password are not kind of things that you want to be exposed in the history of your browser or in the address bar of your browser. However, let's suppose that this was just for searching something. I was creating a YouTube-like application in which I can just submit something. So if I were to type in, let's say DSVDA and submit, and that was being displayed here as search, that wouldn't be a problem because anybody can take a look at what I searched. I think they can find it in the search history and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. So the reason why this is happening is because by default the method attribute is set to get. I want it to be post. So if I take it and make it up to be post, refresh, just take off this, then refresh. And the password is here, username is here, and if I submit this, now as you can see, it is submitting to the same page. However, we are not getting anything here. There's nothing loaded inside it. We are not getting anything in the URL tab. This is because it's creating a request, sending that request to the current page. However, the current page has no ability of handling it. That's a problem. Now, if you want to submit it to a particular URL or web server, all I have to do is instead of using method, I can use the action keyword and type in the address. Let's say HTTP localhost 3000. If I'm developing locally, then that would be the case. Else, I could be doing it this way: www.myapp.com/form, and this is where it will be submitted. Now, right now, if I were to do this and submit it, I won't get any response back because there is no website as such as that can process the data. So that's the way it works. I can also create a reset button, RESET. So that way, if I refresh this and it asks me if I want to create a form submission, resubmit the form, it's fine. If I click on the reset button, it will remove everything and set everything back to normal. So that's the way it works.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at creating HTML pages. We'll try and understand how you can create an HTML page and what an HTML page actually means. So an HTML page is a single file that contains HTML code which can be interpreted and displayed by a web browser. Basically, whenever you're trying to write code in any language, whether it's markup, scripting, or programming, there's a special extension with which you need to save the file, and then there's a special program that needs to interpret, compile, or understand the file. In our case, since we're writing HTML, a web browser is the program that needs to understand the code that we're writing. And for that, firstly, we need to write a single HTML page. That's the simplest you can get. So for that, all you need is a single page, a single file in which you write your HTML code and then open it up with a web browser. At the end of the day, whatever web browser displays, whether it's a really simple HTML document or a really complicated full stack application, at the end of the day, all of it is generated HTML code. So no matter how complicated technology you're using, at the end of the day, you are generating HTML content. Now that content is then interpreted and displayed by the web browser. An HTML file can be created using any text editor or code editor, such as Notepad, Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text, Atom, Brackets, etc. There are several IDEs available as well, such as WebStorm, Eclipse, and Aptana Studio. However, you don't need a full-fledged IDE just for HTML. HTML is quite simple. You can simply write your HTML code in a text editor. You just need to make sure that you're not writing your code in a word processor. A word processor is a software such as Microsoft Word, Google Docs, Microsoft Word and open document formats and other things like that. Now this is mainly because these documents with saving some text also save some formatting information such as the color, the font size, font weight, the font that is used, so on and so forth. So we need to be able to understand how we're going to write the code, and then we need that code to be in the text format with a special extension and open it up with the web browser. Web browser looks at the code, understands it, and displays it on the screen. Now in a code editor, we need to create a new file, write some HTML code, and save it with a file name and a .html extension. There are other extensions such as .htm, in which we exclude the L at the end of HTML, and that works as well. However, it isn't as widespread or as popular to use as .html. .html is more consistent and it conforms to the uniform standards that have been created for HTML document writers or web developers. So it is highly recommended that you write your code in a file, save it as a .html extension. You can name it whatever you want. The naming doesn't really matter. As long if you're naming it index.html, that's basically the general format people use, but it's your choice. The reason why index.html is a popular name for a single HTML is because whenever you visit a web address that is being served by a web server, all that happens is that you are directed to a directory, and if no HTML file is specified, your browser will automatically look for an index.html page and display that. So in cases like that, we use index.html, but you can name it whatever you want. Just make sure that you remember the name and you are able to open it up in a web browser. And then we need to be able to understand that the significance of the extension. So many web browsers are now smart. They can just take a look at the content and understand what it is. But if it's not stored with a .html extension, your browser may think that it's just a text file and it will just display the code that you have written as plain text, instead of interpreting it and displaying it on the screen without the tags and the attributes and all the source code that you have written. So just make sure that you understand that. Make sure that you are writing the correct HTML code, and the code that you're writing needs to have the extension of .html. Then you can open it up in any browser you want. There are certain browsers that support some features but not support other features. However, most of the features, around 95% of the features that are available, are uniformly available across all the major or the latest versions of the browsers available. So if you're trying to target browsers such as the latest version of Chrome, latest version of Firefox, Safari, and the latest version of Microsoft Edge, which is the new browser that replaces Microsoft's Internet Explorer, then it's going to work across the entire array of browsers. However, most of the HTML content that we write is supported by all the web browsers, so you don't have to worry about that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at how to create a blank HTML page. Now for that, first thing you have to do is open up a new folder. Now I created it in my E drive. I've called it hands-on. You can call it anything you want. Now in it, I'm going to open up my code editor. Mine is Visual Studio Code. You can, for instance, open up any text editor that you want to use. Notepad would work just as well. Now, after it opens, let's close this up. So I will create a new file. For this, I have multiple shortcuts. I can press Ctrl N, or I can click on File, New File. After doing that, I will save the file. It will save in the same folder in which I had opened my code editor. And I'll call it index.html and I'll save it. Now the first thing you have to note is that there is no code inside the file. Okay, it's just a blank file with the name of index and the extension of HTML. If I open up the file here, as you can see, this is what it looks like. If you were to open it up in a web browser, which you should do, as you can see, mine by default is index.html. My default is Chrome, so it will open up in Chrome. Yours might be different. That will be shown by your icon. And it says Chrome HTML document and 0 bytes, showing that there is nothing inside it. If I open it up, it will open up in a browser. It won't show any errors, it won't show anything. This is a valid HTML page. Couple of things to notice is that there is nothing written on the entire web page. It's completely blank. And if you take a look at the tab here, which usually is reserved for titles, there's nothing, just the file name index.html. Now that may or may not be what you want. You don't want your page's name to mirror the name of the file that you are loading up. So in order to solve that, there's a way, and we'll discuss that in the next hands-on. But right now, I want you to know that there's nothing inside it, and it still opens up as well. If you look at the source code, as you can see, there's nothing here. So this is the file we have with no code inside it, and it still opens up. It's a valid HTML page. You can scroll, you can take a look at the page, you can open up the console, take a look at anywhere you want to, and you won't find any errors. This is a valid HTML page. Whenever you try to create an HTML page, then this is how you do it. You firstly create a file, save it with a .html extension, and then use it.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Machine Language. B. Hypertext and Links Markup Language. C. Hypertext Markup Language. D. High Text Machine Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Creating a full stack application like Netflix, we will be going through the system design architecture of Netflix, and also helping you know how you can create APIs, which probably Netflix is also using these days for their website, right? So I'm going to explain you the system design architecture of Netflix, right? And this is how basically applications are also designed when it is basically on the sketchbook. So for example, let's say you want to open an application like Netflix, or you want to open your own website. The first thing that you do is you write down the features that you want to have on your application, right? And then that application is then designed for resiliency. It is designed for failovers. And then once the plan is laid out, the architecture is deployed, and then and the parallel, your development team also starts to work. So guys, Netflix is basically a premium video streaming platform, and it has around active 500 million users around the globe, right? And it offers a wide variety of videos to see, from series to movies to documentaries to even comedy genres. And all these are hosted on one platform, and with a simple click you can watch any video you want on that Netflix streaming platform. Okay, now having said that, there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. For example, when you talk about a video streaming platform like YouTube, now YouTube is something which is free for all, right? So even if, let's say, there's a downtown time on YouTube, it won't affect their user base much. But when we talk about a premium service like Netflix, where people are paying monthly for the content that they see, Netflix has to ensure a lot of things before they can actually provide a service to the customer. Now, what are those things? For example, if, let's say, the video that you are seeing, it takes a lot of buffering time, right? Then I think for a lot of you, you would not be interested to see that platform, right? Now, when people subscribe to a Netflix streaming service, right, they come from all walks of life. Some people might not have a good internet connection, right? Some people might not have a laptop. Some people might have a very old phones. So how is Netflix tackling all these problems is something that we're going to understand, because that is what their business model is. That is how they're earning their bread and butter, right? So that's why they have put in place a lot of measures to basically address or basically take into account the different kind of people who are subscribed to their service, and we will be discussing that as we move along. Okay, so how does Netflix manages, low latency? Now, for those of you who are from non-tech background, you might not know what low latency is. So, guys, low latency is nothing but, when you click on the Netflix app, it should just not buffer. It should play a video. So, how does Netflix ensure that they give you the lowest response time possible? That is, it gives you the video right away. The only hurdle that you might have is your internet speed. How does Netflix ensure that their servers are all fully available to all their users, even if it's 100 million or a 200 million or even a 500 million user base which is watching at the same time? So let's understand that. So guys, Netflix makes use of something which is called as a content delivery network, right? So what is a content delivery network? So let me basically show you from the illustration that we have over here. Okay, so guys, this is your Netflix original server. Okay, now what do you mean by an original server? Now, as you all might know, that Netflix is basically a US company, right? So, when it's a US company, it makes sense that the company, when it must have launched, it must have, had servers which were there in the US region, right? Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say when we as a company, we are Intellipaat.com, right? Most of our users, they reside in the US and in India. Now we have users from other parts of the country as well, other part of the globe as well, but most of our users, they reside in India and in the US. Okay, now when we talk about the servers that we have as a company, all our servers are basically deployed in India, right? So, but that is something which was, causing us a problem. Why? Because uh, if you talk about the distance, so let's talk about it in very simple terms. So when you, let's say, are living in a country, let's say over here, right? And when you have to, basically access a server which is residing in the US, this is the distance that you will be covering. Similarly, let's say you are residing over here as a user, and this is the distance that you are covering for accessing the server which is for Netflix. Now, obviously, the content, if you are trying to access from this server, it will reach out to you faster than a user who is residing in a country which is, as far as, this particular circle over here. Okay, so how do you go ahead and give your content in the same response time possible, irrespective of the fact that the customers are living in different, locations of the world? Now, one thing that you can do is you can deploy a server in each and every country, right? And then basically, route every user to that particular server, so that, let's say, if you are in US, you will be basically going to the US server. If you are in India, you will be going to the Indian server. If you are in a country like Africa, you'll be going to the African server, and it goes on. So it depends on where you are accessing, the service, and based on that, you're connected to the respective server. Now, this sounds good, but it is a very expensive, operation when you think about the kind of investment that you might have to make to create this kind of an architecture, right? Let's say, for example, you and me, we try tomorrow to open a startup, which is again a video streaming service, or which, say, let's say, is an internet company, right? Which basically has its own product which users have to use. And if our aim is to provide our users with the best, service possible, we would also want to have an architecture where, all our servers are deployed in every country of the continent, and so as to give the lowest latency possible to every user, right? But let's say you don't have that kind of an investment, so what would you do? So that's why we have things like cloud. So we have cloud providers like AWS, we have cloud providers like Azure, which basically provide us with infrastructure. Okay, so now let me tell you how Netflix is solving this problem. So Netflix was again a startup in its early years, and what it did was, so let's say this is the place where they have their original server. So there is a service, in cloud, which is called a content delivery network. Now, what is a content delivery network? A content delivery network, basically what it does is it deploys, or it has servers in many parts of the world, right? So that is basically taken care of by your cloud provider. For example, let's talk about cloud providers like Amazon. Let's talk about cloud providers like Azure, like Google Cloud. So all these people, they are very big companies who can afford this kind of an infrastructure. Now, what they have done is they've made us, they've made available a service which is called, a content delivery network to the general public, and so that people like you and me can go ahead and deploy our content over there, and they will make it available to the rest of the world. Okay, so these servers which basically reside in countries, these servers are called edge servers. And it's not like your whole application will be deployed on these servers. These servers basically only serve static content. Okay, now I've used a lot of jargons over here. I've used jargons like low latency, I've used jargons like edge servers. I've used jargons like static content. So let me clear up them one by one. Okay. So when you talk about your original server, so there's a difference between something called as dynamic content. So you have something called as dynamic content. Dynamic content is nothing but a content which changes. Okay. Whenever there is a change, it's called dynamic content. And static content basically means no change. So when there is no change, it's called static, and dynamic basically means when there is a change. Now, what happens is that when you talk about a streaming service like Netflix, what is the content that you're dealing with? Okay, so I would want everyone's contribution over here. What is the kind of content that you're dealing with when you talk about a service like Netflix? Now, let me put down a question for you. Now, when the movies that you see on Netflix, right? Those movies are all same. They're not changing, right? They're all the same. Everyone in the world, if they want to see Avengers as a movie, everyone will see the same movie, right? So is it dynamic or is it static? All right. So let me make it more simple for you guys. There is something called as dynamic files. Now, what do you mean by dynamic files? Let's assume that you go to youtube.com, okay, and you search for a particular video. So when you're searching for a particular video, the video rankings, they differ, right? For example, let's talk about the trending page of YouTube. So the trending page of YouTube changes according to views which are coming onto the channel, or which are coming on the video. So your trending page is dynamic. Why? Because every time it has to go back to the database to see how many views have come in, how many likes have come in, and accordingly its algorithm then says, okay, so this video should be trending number one, this video should be trending number two, so on and so forth, right? So dynamic content basically means which changes in real time, which changes when time passes by. That is what dynamic content means. So if you talk about the trending page of YouTube, that is dynamic. Why? Because every time you load the trending page of YouTube, it will always give you the latest videos that you have to see. Let me give you one more example. When you talk about news channels, right, or when you talk about news websites, so every day when you log into your news websites, the list of news, they change, right? So you are always given fresh content. So that homepage of that news website is dynamic. But when you talk about the news itself, right, let's say the newspaper has published news today on its website, that news is not going to change. So that news now is static. I hope you guys understand the difference. So when you are dealing with a website, you have a web page which in which probably the content is not going to change, in that case the web page will be static. And if the content is going to change based on the changes or based on the dynamics which are going around that content, in that case it will be a dynamic page. Let me open Netflix for you guys and let's try to answer it from there. So let's go to netflix.com. So this is netflix.com, guys. Now what happened here, this page got loaded automatically, right? So this page, it has new movies added to it time and again, and that's why this page is dynamic. But let's say I play a movie, like, let's say Founder, right? So when I'm playing this movie is now static. Why? Because the Founder movie, if you open it on your computer, right, it will be the same. If I'm opening it on my system, it is the same, right? And as you can see, this movie got opened in a separate web page, all right? But let's say and also notice the time that this video takes to load. Now a video is a lot much size in MBs, right? But still it does not take even 10 seconds for the movie to start. But when you talk about the netflix.com page, here you can see as I'm scrolling, it is still loading the page. Can you see? And when you compare the type of content which is coming on a video than what is coming over here on the web page, it's completely different in size, right? So this page is taking a lot of time to load, but when you compare it to your video, it's taking very less time to load. Although the size that you have of both the web pages is massively different, right? So when you're dealing with the home page of Netflix, that's dynamic, and when you're opening any video in Netflix, that is something which is static content. But for now, is everyone clear with respect to the content that we are dealing with on Netflix? That the content that we consume actually, it is static. Is everyone clear with that? Great. Okay. So now let's go ahead and understand how Netflix is managing its data. So let me just remove what I wrote earlier. So now since everybody is clear with what dynamic and static content is, so now what happens is Netflix has all their movies on the original server, and what they do is they make use of a content delivery network by their cloud provider. Now, as you might know, Netflix is hosted completely on AWS for all their needs except their CDN, which is basically hosted by a company called OpenConnect. Okay, so OpenConnect basically gives them all these servers, which are edge locations, where they can basically put their static content, right? And this process is called caching, right? So using caching, what they do is they put all their movies, they put all their static content on the edge servers. And when you as a user want to use that application or that or want to view that video, it gets to you in the shortest time possible because of this particular architecture. So this is called a content delivery network. And this is also something that we are going to deploy tomorrow when our application is ready. Okay. So this is an architecture that they follow for static content. Now let's move forward and let's ask a different type of questions. How does Netflix basically give you multiple video resolutions? Okay, so there is something called as video encoding and transcoding. Okay, now what that basically means is when let's say I am the Netflix company and I want to publish uh, the movie Avengers on my channel or on my streaming platform. So what will I do? So what Netflix does is it first approaches the production company who made that movie, and they say, you know what, I want that movie to be published on my platform. So what do I have to do? So basically, the production company will sell the rights to Netflix, using some deal, and when the deal is over, the production company hands over the content to Netflix. Okay, so let's say I'm getting the movie Avengers. So what you see in your mobile today, that Avengers movie, even if you're streaming it in 4K, the maximum size of that movie is going to be around 10 to 11 GB. right? But when you talk about the actual movie which is coming from the production company, it's in hundreds of GBs, because that is the kind of quality that they create the movie with. That is the kind of detail that each scene in that movie has, right? Now obviously if a movie is around hundreds of GBs, you and I as a normal consumer, we will not watch it, because if I have to download one movie for 100 GB, probably that will end my entire internet plan, right? So that is something that I cannot afford to do. So that's where these streaming companies, they come in, and what they do is they transcode and they encode the video. Okay, and how do they do that? So first of all, let's understand what are the different operations which are involved, in uh, converting a video, and why do we actually do it. Okay, so when we are dealing with the video, first of all, what we have to make sure of is that every device which is out there, which is using my platform, that device should be able to use, or you should be able to play my video. Okay, so that means if someone is using Netflix on their tab, they should be able to use it. If someone is using Netflix on their laptop, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix on their TV, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix, let's say on any other device which might have a different screen resolution, everybody should be able to use it. Okay, so first thing is I have to make sure that the movie that I am basically converting, or the movie that I am having on my platform, it should have the desired screen resolution, so that everybody on their own device can watch it. Now how do I deal with that? So what I do is every content that I have to stream, or all the kind of devices that I have to stream to, I will have a different copy of movie for all those devices. Okay, so if I'm dealing with an iPhone, I know what the resolution of an iPhone is. So iPhone for the iPhone, I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay, so let's say this is iPhone. If I am dealing with an iPad, then I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay, if I am dealing with a MacBook, again the resolution is different, right? So I will be dealing with a different resolution of movie, so on and so forth. There are so many devices out there which will have different screen resolutions. I will go ahead and have a video for each of these devices. This is the first thing that I do. Okay, now comes the problem of having videos in different formats. For example, videos can be in 4K, videos can be in 1080p. Somebody might want to view the movie in 4K, somebody might want to see it in 1080. Then you have 720, right? Then you have 480p, then you have 360, then you have 240, then you have 144, right? So all these are different resolutions, that all these are different sizes of my video that everybody might want to watch. Now the part over here which is interesting to know is these things, they switch between each other, right? Let's say if you're watching a movie in 1080 and you want to switch to 720p, you can do that by selecting the video quality option and changing that to a resolution that you want, right? And then the movie starts to play from there, but in that particular resolution. So how does that happen? So Netflix maintains a copy of each and every video resolution that you want to watch on your device. Same goes with YouTube, same goes with any other platform. There is no algorithm which can which will on the fly convert a video according to what the user wants, right? It will take a lot of time, and that's why we do not do it by algorithms. What we do is we maintain separate copies of each resolution that we want to stream to our users. And at the same time, we also maintain copy according to different devices. On an iPhone, the movie will be different in size because the screen size is different. On iPad, it will be different, and on a MacBook also, it will be different. So all these resolutions, the 4K resolution, They will be both. They will be for iPhone also. They will be for iPad also, and it will be for the MacBook also. Similarly, a 1080p video, it will be for the iPhone also, for the iPad also, for the MacBook also. So that's how you basically go ahead and create this kind of content first before you can make it available to the users. Okay, then what you do is you make it available on a central location where all your movies are stored. Okay, so somebody pointed out that Netflix was using S3 before and now they're using Open Connect. So now for all of us to understand, let me put it like this. So all of you might be aware of something called as Google Drive. Okay, so what I will do is, let's say if I have to upload a movie called Avengers, so I will create a folder on Google Drive. So I will have a Google Drive folder. Now in that Google Drive folder, what I will do is I will create a folder called Avengers. Now in this Avengers folder, what I will do is I will put in all the video files that I have encoded and transcoded, basically, which are basically in different resolutions, which are in different formats, and everything will be stored over here. Okay, and now based on what the user is asking, my Google Drive link will keep on changing. If I am asking, so link one, let's say it's for 4K video, right? Link one is for 4K video. Link two, let's say it's for 1080p video. So whenever you change your resolution on your device, right? Let's say this is your mobile device. So whenever you change the resolution over here, your link changes to the video that you were streaming from, right? And then suddenly you get that video streamed to uh, your device, and that's how see that particular resolution on your phone. So this is how it works when it comes to the different resolutions that we deal with every day without even us knowing when our internet connection becomes slow. Okay, so before we move ahead, I want to tell you one more thing. Now, let's say this is the Google Drive that we're dealing with. So when you want to use a Google Drive in cloud, when you want to use an equivalent service of Google Drive in cloud with unlimited storage, so let's say what Netflix uses is something called as AWS S3. So all their movies they store on this Google Drive like service, and what they then do is they enable the content delivery network on this folder that they have created in AWS S3. Now, when they make the content delivery enabled on this AWS S3 folder, which is nothing but having your movie, all these resolutions that you basically converted and stored in this folder are then distributed among all the servers which are there across the world, and every server will now have all those resolutions stored in them. And now you as a user, when you will be sitting in a location trying to access that video, you will be connected to the nearest edge location where the quality of video that you want to see will be available and which will be streamed to your device. Okay, so guys, now let's go ahead and understand, because that is something which I have also planned for you guys to explain. How does video recommendation basically work? Okay, so let's try to understand that. So what is recommendation? Recommendation basically means, let's say uh, I am basically dealing with videos today, right? And I want to see uh, what how will Netflix identify what kind of movies I will like for next to see. And most of the times, uh, what Netflix recommends me as videos, they're all correct, right? Probably that is the kind of movie that I want to watch. You would have seen a similar pattern even on an streaming platform like YouTube, where YouTube basically recommends you different kinds of videos that you might be interested to watch. Now, all of them you might not be interested to watch, but most of them is something that you are interested to see and you click on them, right? A similar thing you would have also seen when you play music videos on a streaming platform like YouTube. Sometimes the next song that is going to play after the video that you have played is something that is actually something that you want to listen to. So how is that managed, or how is that taken care of by a video streaming platform? Let's understand that. All right, now let's talk about how the Netflix recommendation basically works. Okay, so guys, when you deal with Netflix recommendation, again, how does Netflix know which kind of movies to recommend you? Let's try to understand that process. All right, guys. So there are, when you talk about recommendation, so this is basically called a recommendation engine. Okay, so what is a recommendation engine? A recommendation engine basically deals with two kind of things, or it can basically be created in two kind of ways. One is collaborative filtering and the other is content based filtering. What is the difference between the two? So collaborative filtering basically means, let's say you and I, we both are on Netflix. Okay, now I as a user, so you would have seen when you sign up on Netflix and when you're setting up your account, it asks you which movies would you be interested in. English movies, Hindi movies, Punjabi movies, or some other language movies. You select the movie that you want, the movie language that you want, and then you click on next. Then it'll ask you the different kind of genres that you will be interested in. For example, action movies, comedy movies, romantic movies. So all these you select, and what you're doing is in the backend, Netflix is trying to identify what is your kind of interest that you're dealing with. Okay, and based on that, it is creating a user profile for you, right? So that is what Netflix is doing in the backend, and based on this user profile that you create, it basically recommends you stuff, right? And now it does it in two ways. So let's say there are two people, as you can see on the screen, who basically answered these questions when they were signing up on Netflix, and they basically selected the same kind of answers. Okay, now what happens is when let's say this lady, she logs into Netflix and she watches a movie, right? And she watches that movie in entirety. She watches the whole movie from starting to end. That basically means that that movie had engaged her, and people who are similar to her, people who opted for the same kind of choices as she did, this movie can be recommended to other people, right? Similarly, let's say this guy also logs in into Netflix after selecting the same things as she did, and he watched a movie which basically he also watched in entirety, right? Let's say she watched a movie called, let's take the example of Avengers again. She watched a movie called Avengers, which was packed with action, which had all the good heroes in it, right? She watched two or three scenes repetitively, which probably had Chris Hemsworth involved in it. And then that by that, Netflix analyzes, okay, so at this particular point in time, you'd have the actor involved in the scene was Chris Hemsworth. So probably this user likes Chris Hemsworth. Okay, so next time for this particular lady, when Netflix is again going to recommend videos, it is going to recommend videos more of Chris Hemsworth, right? But on the other hand, let's talk about, she watched Avengers, right? Now this guy, he watched, let's say, a movie like Lagan on Netflix. So Lagan is a Hindi movie. Some of you might not know about it, but let's say he watched Lagan on his movie, as since his preferences were also about Hindi movies, and she also chose to watch Hindi movies. So this lady will also be recommended Lagan now. Why? Because she chose that she liked action movies, she liked romantic movies, she probably liked historical movies as well, and this guy also liked historical movies, right? So based on this, because these two people are similar, Netflix recommends both these people the similar movies that they each one of them is watching, right? And this is called collaborative filtering, where we as a community who is watching movies on Netflix, we are giving the data to Netflix so that Netflix can recommend to other people that this is a movie that you might be interested in watching, right? And now there are a lot of things which goes behind this. There's an age criteria as well. For example, I'm, let's say, 21 years old, right? So if I'm 21 years old and somebody else is also 21 years old who shares similar interests as me, chances of me liking a movie and the other person also liking a movie would be more, right? Let's say I have similar interests and somebody else who is 32 or 33 years old also has similar interests. But the chances of us watching the same movie or same content would be unlikely. Why? Because there's an age gap, and hence we have a different maturity level as well. Okay, so similarly, you have a second approach as well in recommendation engine, which is called content based filtering. Now, what is content based filtering? Content based filtering basically deals with content which is of similar kind, right? Let's say I don't want to go ahead and collect data from my users. I'm not doing that. In that case, what I can do is I can punch in data for each and every movie that I have published on my platform. So let's say I have a movie on action, which is going to have a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And I'm interested in that movie. The second movie that I also watch is also is also packed up with a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And it's also an action genre. So now what Netflix is going to recommend me is going to be of similar kind. The content is going to be of similar kind, right? And this is a very high level overview of how recommendation engine works. Obviously, there are a lot of other parameters also involved in it. Recommendation involves machine learning, right? And when I say machine learning, uh, don't get scared with that word. Machine learning is nothing but going through a lot of data that I just told you about. For example, who watched which movie, what are the different kind of interests that they have, and based on looking at all these different kind of criteria, the system recommends you a video. Now if a human were to do that, it will take a lot of time to analyze for each user how many videos to recommend. But when you give this similar task to a system, it can concurrently give it to all the users who are watching the movie on the streaming platform, which is Netflix. And that is in a gist what machine learning is all about. It basically processes a lot of data at the same time, and then it crunches out data which the human told it to crunch out. Okay, so that is what machine learning is, and that is exactly how recommendation engine and in a Netflix platform also works around it. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a line break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, so now we'll begin with the coding part. I'd like to firstly begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be doing in this session, in coding session, what we'll be building, how we'll be building it, and what are the things that we'll be taking a look at. So let me first begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be trying to do. So I'd like to show you what I'll be doing. So I have created a small API based application. We'll be using the technologies of Node.js, and for the database, we'll be using MongoDB. So MongoDB and Node.js go hand in hand. Now, for those of you who are unaware of these technologies, who have never worked with MongoDB, Node.js, it's completely fine. The aim of this webinar is not to show you what exactly the code is, but to show you how you go about creating something like Netflix, how you create the backend, how you create the front end, what do these terms mean, and how do you get about doing this. So I'd like to firstly begin by explaining to you how Netflix is built, or how things happen in Netflix code wise. So the first thing is Netflix is divided into two parts, or any full stack application is divided into two parts basically: the front end and the back end. So front end and back end are quite popular terms, and I'm quite sure that many of you know what these mean. But for those of you who are unaware, front end is basically the thing that you see, that you interact with. Your browser renders these things, the images, the buttons, the layout, video player, your click events, everything that is associated with what the user sees and how they interact with it. That's associated with front end. So all the animations, all the sliding, everything, it's all associated with the front end. So let me just show you. This is what the image looks like. Now Netflix has a really big department for front end, and they do a lot of stuff. They try to make their front end as responsive and as quick as possible. To do this, what they do is they divide their front end into small chunks or small pieces. So these pieces you can think of as small components. So libraries like React and Angular do the same thing. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to show you how you go about coding these things, not what exactly the code is and what exactly are the features that we're building. We're trying to understand how to build Netflix from the ground up. So that's what I'll try to do here. So as you can see that it has several components of it, such as the search feature, your accounts, the TV shows, the slider, the background image, the play button, the information button, everything is a component. And these components are basically things that are rendered on your screen, and they interact with your clicks and with your gestures, or however you interact with your websites. Learning a programming language and then building stuff on top of it is something that you do need to know. But for this session, you don't need to be a master in these kinds of things. Even if you have not worked with Node.js, you can still get a lot out of the content. So just stick around and you'll be fine here. So as I was saying, that these are the components. Now, this is the front end. For those of you who are unaware, front end is basically what you see. So as you've already seen the buttons and all that, but all of the data inside the front end is not encoded. So none of the things such as the movies list, things such as the name of the film and your account name, not everything is pre-encoded. So the thing that I'm trying to get across is when you create another account, a new HTML page for your account is not generated. What they do basically is they create something called a template. Now, for those of you who have worked with other kind of programming languages, you basically know what a template is, but let me just show you. Let's say that I want you to create some program in which what you do is I give you my name and you return hello space and the name that I just gave to you. So this is what is known as a template. You have some static data combined or interpolated with some dynamic content. And what you want to do in the template is you want to define the dynamic static data and leave places or slots for dynamic content that you will get from some other place. You could get it from an external web service. You can get it from your own APIs. You can get it from a JSON file. You can get it from lots of multiple sources. So you can, or you may, basically you could also get it from the user. That's also possible. So there's a lot of things that you can do. So essentially, for instance, for the name thing, if I type hello space and I leave and I write it like this basically means, and don't worry about the syntax, what the time I'm trying to get across is that the hello, comma, and space, these are the things that are static. Now we talk about dynamic content. There's a variable with the name that the user has given me. They have given me their name and I have stored it inside a memory location, and that memory location is given the identifier of name. So whenever I try to reference name, that is what will be referenced. So with that in mind, this is what it is. And now for the dynamic content in our Netflix application, what happens is we have the backend that serves us the data that we want to fill the template with. So what happens here is that the backend is associated with a database or a DB, as you might call it. What the DB does is that it stores everything that you might need to send back to the front end so that it can build the entire page or the entire user interface. So it could contain things that might not even be visible on the screen, such as the user's username and password. So username and password. Now the user will input these things from the front end. Our backend will take that, verify that the username and password exist and are both associated in our database. And if that does exist, then we tell our front end that yes, the user exists, authenticate him, and let him do the task that he wants to do. So other things that backend can do is the authorization, which is basically when the user tries to delete some content or make changes to the content that isn't there. Or so for instance, in Netflix you have multiple accounts, and from one account you can give access to other accounts and change those accounts. Those are called primary accounts. So whether or not one account is primary or secondary, the user has logged into it, that's called authorization part. Essentially the flow happens like this. The front end renders, or basically what happens is front end is loaded. After it loads, it sends a request to the backend to get the data that we want to fill our entire page with. So for our Netflix example, the data that we want to fill it with are these images, this last days of America's crime, the title of the movie, these things such as the notification, unread notification count, the account title, and the play button, and all of that. So we want to get all of this content from the web page. So basically it's just text and some data. So we want the name of the file, we want to do these things. So here what we do is we get the data from the backend. The backend goes ahead, queries the database, and returns the data that it wants to return. Now, an important part to understand is that we want to return it in a format that everyone can understand. So let's say that my front end is built in JavaScript, but backend could be built in any language. The reason why we separate these things is because separating them makes it easy for us to build the backend and front end separately. Even if the front end is not complete, we can still continue with building features in the backend and adding features and refining the features. So what happens here is that we use a format called JSON. Again, it is a programming term. Most of you might not be aware of it, but basically JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a lightweight data interchange format. It looks something like this. So this is one row of data that we'll be exchanging. And the properties that I want to exchange, let's say the ID of the movie. So let's say the ID is 1. Name of the movie, you can name it anything. Let me just name it demo. And there could be multiple things that you might want to show to the user, such as the movie's ratings, the release date, the genre, which all of this will be taking a look at in a moment. But this is all there is. So this is the flow of the application. The reason why things are broken up like this is because we want our applications to be completely decoupled. We want our application to be built by two separate teams, and those teams would have communications, but it's not necessarily the case that if some feature in front end is having a particular bug or we are not able to build that feature on time, the backend would not be stagnant. The backend team can still churn out the features that we need for other UI frameworks or other applications to work. Another good thing is that the front end could be multiple things. So it could be your website, it could be an Android app, it could also be an iOS app, could be a Fire TV app on OS, or many other kinds of applications. So all they have to do is they have to send the request to our server. Our backend will pick up those requests. If those requests are valid, then we send back the response. So that's what this is. This is why we have front end and back end completely separated. Hopefully you guys understood this. So with that, let me just show you what exactly we're trying to do. So whenever you're trying to build an application, the first thing that you should do is you should write something called a spec or specification. So these are the features that we'll be taking a look at. We'll be taking a look at if we have a library of movies and if the user asks for a particular term, let's say that they search for the keyword of dark, and we have lots of movies like Dark Knight Rises or The Dark Knight or many other, Black Delilah, or any other kind of movie that's associated with the word dark, and we want to send it back to the user. This is how we do it. Our application will be locally hosted, so you don't need to have a web server for your own purposes. You can create a local server, and which I'll show you how to do in a moment. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to create URLs that you can send requests to, get the response back, parse that request or make sense of that request, and then populate your front end with the data that is returned from the backend or from the response that you got by querying a URL. So this is the URL we have created /search. You might have seen this being used in multiple places, and we're basically passing this, which is a query string. A query string basically allows you to tack on a lot of information behind the scenes. So we're saying, okay, for the value of Q, I want dark. This is the thing that I want to query. Our backend will pick this up, look into our database, find out things that contain the word dark, and then we send back all the data that we get by querying the word keyword dark. We send it back to the user and they take a look at it. Similarly, we can list by genre. So if the user says, okay, show me all the movies that are belonging to the action genre. So we say, okay, send a request to this URL, and the data we want to send along is the genre that the user has requested us to give them. So the genre is action, and we give them all the movies. Here we can also show them that, okay, this is the URL. We want you to basically view the top 20 most viewed videos. So if you take a look at YouTube and you take a look at the most trending tab, this is how the feature is built. Netflix had something similar. This is how that is built. And finally, the streaming part. So how do you get the URL to stream your data? Now, again, as it was explained earlier in the PPT that we don't have the entire server setup and we have not deployed it to the cloud, we'll be hosting some of the URLs locally, and those small videos will be hosted locally, and I'll show you how to embed that video in a web page. So we'll take a look at that. Now with the specification that we get, which is this one, these are all the features that we want, and it contains, usually specifications are very verbose. They contain a lot of things such as what to do when the things go wrong, what is the shape of the response, and so on. But for our purposes, this is what the specification is, and this is what our database will look like. So I have a NoSQL database called MongoDB. Basically, this is the name of the table, if you are aware of SQL databases such as MySQL or other databases. And these are the fields that I want, an ID or the identifier from which we can uniquely identify a movie. So even if two movies have different names, we have assigned a unique number to it, so from which we can recognize, similar to the roll number that you're given when you enter a school or join a school or a college. The name, the release date, genre, rating, and view count. It's important to note that we have entered all of that data in the database, and I'll show you how we've done that. Don't worry about it. And the videos table will contain the ID of the movie that we want the location of the video file to, and the location, which contains the name of the video file. So if I have a movie such as Lord of the Rings, which was released in 2001, and it has an ID of 2, now I want to get the video URL of any movie that has the ID 2. Since we have IDs to be unique, so content ID will be 2, and the location will be name of the movie, which could be Lord of the Rings 1. I'll show you how that works in a moment. This is what the database looks like. The benefit of using a NoSQL database, and Netflix uses NoSQL databases as well, is that you don't have to create the schema, or you don't have to create the table yourself. You don't have to describe to the database management system that this is what the table should be, these are the rows, these are the columns, these are the constraints on the columns. You can just basically tell them, okay, this is what I expect the user to pass in. If they don't, then they then leave those fields blank. I don't care about that. Is the table structure defined in JSON? So in other kinds of NoSQL databases, there could be other formats, but here, since we're using MongoDB, it will be defined in JSON. So you are correct in assuming that. So what is the location? Is it the path of the system? Yeah, so the location would be the location of the video file that our video player will get that it wants to play. So for instance, we need to have a video file such as for an MP4 file that we need the location for, so that the video player could play those videos. So basically we'll be sending the entire URL to the video player, and that video, there are other databases that come with MongoDB by default. So I'll be using Netflix, and now we have switched to Netflix. Now I would like to take a look at the collections. Collections are basically the tables and we have media and the videos databases, similar to what we have here. This is the media, which is basically the information about the movie that we want to see, and videos is basically the path of the video associated to that. The reason why I have separated both of them is because these could be worked on by two teams. One team would be the one that is updating the information, and the other team is the one that is taking care of inserting the binary data or the video file on the Netflix servers and then replicating them and all of that. So that's how that works. This is what we have. And again, if you have MongoDB but you don't have all of this, I'll show you what to do. So now we'll be jumping into some code, but before we do, let me just show you one other thing, which is the command prompt. So this is the command prompt. This is where we type in the command, and the software that I'm using to build the backend, the language that I'm using is called Node. I have the 10.16.1 version, and this is not the latest version, but it works. So if you are trying to follow along, and if you have MongoDB and Node.js, you can follow along quite easily. If you don't have that, don't worry, just take a look at the code. The video will be available to you later on. You can install these things very easily, and it's quite easy to do that. Now, what we will do is firstly, we will have to initialize a Node.js project. I have already done that, but the way to do it is you go npm, which stands for Node Package Manager. This is installed when you install Node.js, and it will be available in your command prompt. After you've typed npm, you type init init and --y and press enter. So once you have done this, your the folder in which you want to create your project will have this file package.json. That's all you need for your application, for your folder to become a Node.js application. So this is what it looks like. The information that it will ask for is the name of the project, the version, description, main, and these are the things that I have added, and I'll show you what that means. It will ask for the name of the author. I have kept most of the applications as simply blank, and these are the dependencies, which I'll show you what they mean. So with that in mind, now the thing that we need is we need to install certain packages. So to give you an example, a package is basically some code that someone has already written for us to use. So if you want to hash a user's password, you don't want to go through the entire mathematical concepts of writing the entire code to get the entire password and hash it. What you do is that you get the user's password, and then you use some library code and hash it. That will hash it for you. So with that in mind, we use a certain libraries. First one is NodeMon. What it does is that it takes a look at your server files, and then it loads it again. So if you make any changes, if you try to make any changes and you save those changes and then you run them again, then your server will be loaded automatically. I'll show you what that means in a moment. This is installed in a dev dependency, which basically means that when I deploy my application, this is something that I don't need. This is only for development. But dependencies that I'm going to be needing even when the application is deployed, we use Express.js, which is an web application framework. It allows you to build a web server quite easily, and Mongoose, which is a library that allows us to interact with the MongoDB database. So we'll take a look at both of them. So would you share the code and MongoDB content? Yeah, sure. So I'll share you the code, and the MongoDB content will work just as well. Now let's go with, I have created some default data, and that's what seeding means. So when you're building an application, one thing you need is you need a database that contains some default information so that you can get it from the database and then you can get it from there. Yeah, the recording will be available and the link will be sent to your email after the session ends. So what we'll be trying to do is we'll try to seed the databases. So let me just show you. I use the node command and I run this file, which is seed underscore media.js and seed underscore lib.js. So I'll just show you what that means. These are the two files. And again, the code looks very daunting. Don't worry about it. I'll just explain what code means, what this code is trying to accomplish, and you'll know. So now that we have that, let me go back. So we are using Mongoose and we are using the models and all that, and I'll show you what all of that means. But before that, if you want to install a package, after you have initialized the project, run npm install. And since I wanted to install NodeMon, I use save dev because I want to save it as a development dependency. It should not be sent to the dev production package. I press enter, and since I already have it installed, it's going to be rather quick, but it will take a look at the metadata, which basically means, okay, this library needs some other libraries, so I'll have to download those libraries might need some other libraries. So all of this is done for you. Now it takes a look at it, and since we already have, we get the package itself. Now I want to install the Mongoose and Express package, so I type Express and Mongoose, and instead of save dev, I type nothing, and I would press enter, but it'll take some time, and we're running short on time, so I'll just not press enter. But you can if it's your new project. And what you do there after that is every library that you want to use is available on your project. So all you have to do then is just reference them, like the one that I have done here. Basically, I'm saying, okay, give me access to the Mongoose file and give me access to the media model. Let me just show you what model is. A model is basically a description of what your database should look like. So don't worry about those kinds of things. Basically, what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, I want an ID column with the data to be number. So anything that I put into ID should be numeric. 1, 2, 5, 7 are all valid. A, B, C, D are invalid. Name is a string, release date should be date, and if I don't provide a value, insert the current date. Genre is a string, rating is number, view count is number. The reason why we are giving it a data type and explaining what kind of data we are expecting, it's mainly because this data is important. And if we don't give it the data type, then user can enter any kind of data. In the view count, if someone trips up and makes a mistake, they'll be entering A, B, C, D, and our database will just accept it. That will be a problem. So Node.js is the runtime or is the language that we'll be using. JavaScript is the language, Node.js is the runtime, or is how you write JavaScript on the backend. And Express.js is the package. It allows us to write web servers more efficiently and more quickly. It follows best practices, so you don't have to worry about a lot of things like parsing the request, getting the headers, and all of that. With that, so we go back to our seeding file. We connect to the database by just saying if there is an error, then log it to the console. Otherwise, just connect to localhost :27017. This is the URL of my database server. If you have installed Node.js on your system, this is the default database, and this is the name of the database that I want. If it's not already there, then create it. If it's there, then use it. We send keep alive to be 1, which means that don't close the connection immediately. Use URL parser and use unified topology or some advanced features that you don't need to worry about. Just type this code and it'll run. This is the data that we'll be inserting. Movie names, you can take a look at them. We are inserting IDs and we are inserting the ratings as well. So we are inserting 6 movies, and then we use the seed movies function, in which I basically, if the database already exists, then I delete it. How to get the link of database. So basically, once you have installed MongoDB, then all you need to do is use this link. This is the URL that MongoDB lives on your local system. So with that, we just drop, if we already have a table of media table in which we have inserted this information, then remove that. And if it doesn't exist, then don't worry about it. And then insert many function is used to insert all the data that we have just defined, and we'll be using that. So the reason why we are using all of these seed lib and seed media library is because we need some data in our database so that our API can send it to you. So basically, all I have to do now.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Machine Language. B. Hypertext and Links Markup Language. C. Hypertext Markup Language. D. High Text Machine Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let me just show you the seed lib library as well. It does the same thing we have, but instead of that, we will be saving the name of the files of name of the video files. Let me just open up my folder in the Netflix clone, which is the folder that I have. I have a folder called __ videos. I have a file that I have copied and I have given them names. So Dark, Lord of the Rings 1, 2, 3, Suits, and Dark Knight. These are the suppose these are the actual videos, but we don't want to spend the entire 10 GB of our disk space. So I have created a simple copied a simple Windows 7 default video, and then I have pasted it multiple times and changed the name. But you can imagine it to be something else. Now all I've done is I've saved it. I've said okay, the media with the ID of 1. So if you take a look at this, ID 1 is given to Dark Knight Rises or the Dark Knight. So media with the ID of 1, I want to get the video location of that. So I send the media ID and I get the Dark Knight. I know the location as well, so I'll just prepend it and I'll show it. How to run these files. I'll show you how to run these files. Don't worry about it when we get to it. So we get the movie data, and we have created associated a file name with the ID of the movies. So the fourth one is Lord of the Rings Return of the King, which is the third one, or the third Lord of the Rings. So we have Lord of the Rings 3.mp4. These are the name of the video files. You can imagine that these names could be something else because two movies with the same name could also be released. So that could be a problem. So with that, we create a seed movies function in which we just delete the video model or video collection if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we insert all the data and we close the connection. And we call the seed movies function here. So now if I want to seed the data, all I have to do is I have to run these files. And instead of typing this entire thing, the entire command, what I can do is I can just use the power of Node.js and I can just run npm run. Run is a special command. When I type run and then I type seed colon, as you can see, it's media, and press enter, what it will do is it will take a look at the script tag, which is here, and it will try and find the thing that I just passed as the argument, which is seed colon media. So it takes a look at the script, seed media is this, and it replaces everything with this command, and we run this. Similarly, with seed media, I can type seed lib and it will run, and everything ran perfectly. We didn't run into any errors, which is good. Now, if I want to take a look at the data, I can just go db.media.find, and I want to get all the files. So I just type this. Now we can see the files or we can see the data, but it's not very pretty to look at. It's not very readable. So MongoDB gives us a function called pretty, and I have misspelled it. And as you can see, we have inserted all the movies that we wanted to insert. And if I want to take a look at the videos that I have inserted, as you can see, I had the videos collection or the videos table, videos, press enter, and media ID and location is inserted. So everything's working perfectly. Now I'll just show you the code and show you what we're doing. So this is what we have, and I type it npm run start, press enter, and what it will do is take a look at the script stack, take a look at the start one, and it says nodemon index.js. Now what happens? It runs. Now remember I told you the reason why we're using nodemon is because we want to reload our server. Whenever we make changes to our code, server is running in memory. So if I want to make changes to my code and then replace the already running instance of the server with the current changes that I've made, what I do, I go here. Let's say, for instance, I go to the, let me just close all of them, and I go to index.js. And what I do is, instead of listening for incoming request, I type listening at port 8000. And yeah, and just take a look at what happens when I save it. Okay, take a look at this section. I save it, and as soon as I save it, it restarts due to the changes, and it restarts the index.js file, which is the entry file. So this is why we're using a nodemon, so that it reloads our server whenever we make changes, so that those changes will be reflected. Now let's take a look at what's happening. So this is the index file, which is the main file of our application. When we start it, what happens is it gets the web server that I have created. It starts the web server and listens on the port 8000. And if there is an environment variable that's already set, it takes a look at that. And when the server is established, everything is working, we console.log listening at port 8000. So this is what's happening here. Now let's go to the web server. I'll just close everything else. So firstly, we're saying that, okay, in the static folder and in the videos folder, whatever you see is all static content. Static content, you can take a look at it. It's basically just HTML files and video files. So if I show you the videos folder, it contains all the videos so that the user can access it without any problem. And the static folder contains an HTML file, which I'll show you in a moment, that contains our video player. So now what we do is we define certain routes. Routes are basically, if I would just show you, in our spec, we had defined certain URLs. So routes are this part. This is the route. This is the query parameter. The reason why we describe this is we want our application to respond to only certain requests. So if the request that is sent to a URL is not /search, /content, /video, or /library, we don't want to send it to, we don't want to respond to it. We just say, okay, we don't know what that is. You have entered an incorrect URL, and we go ahead and do anything else that we can. The webinar will be going on for 15 to 20 more minutes. I'll explain you the code and then we'll be ending. So I'll try and do it very quickly. So this is what it looks like. Basically, what we're saying is when the request, you send the request to /search URL, what I want you to do is I want you to extract the query parameter named Q. Again, if I show you, this is the URL and Q is dark. This is the name or the keyword that the user is looking for in a movie. So whichever movie has the word dark in it is the one that we want to return. So we get it. We check whether or not it's available, whether or not user has typed in a query, or whether or not the query has some data. If it does, then we want to return something. But if it doesn't have anything in it, basically the user has sent nothing for us to search for, and we send the request back. We send the response as nothing to search. But if he has, then what we do is we call a function named search by term. We open that function, and here it is. So here it is. And here what we're doing is we're taking a look at a repository, and in this repository we're finding the data by name and the query that the user has sent. Query contains the name of the file. Here it will be dark that the user has sent. Now let me just show you what the repository is. The reason why I have broken things up into such level is because later on it's easier for you. When building Netflix, people break their application into small modules. These modules basically allow you to separate your internal logic from external concerns. So if tomorrow somebody comes up and says we want to use an SQL database instead of a MongoDB database, all you would have to do is you would have to create a new folder called SQL repository. Make sure that that repository has a function named find by name that takes in name and query and returns the data. And you can basically do it without any problems. So what happens is we go to our movies repository and we say find by, give it the parameter, give it the term, and it creates a regular expression, which basically means that even if the movie's name is darkness beyond, it still contains the word dark, and this is the word dark, and we're passing in GNI, which means search the entire length of the data and find anywhere if it's dark. If it's named something like this is also something that you need to return. And I means that we want it to be case insensitive. So even though here D is capitalized and in a search term D is small, we still want you to give it back to the user. So yeah, the code will be given to you later on. You can contact our team to know more about it. So this is what we have. And let me take a look at the code. Since we have changed the files and saved it multiple times, you can see it's restarting again and again. Now to take a look at the data that we get, we can obviously go to our localhost /8000/search, and Q is equals to, I'll pass in dark, press enter, and this is the data that we get. We get the ID, name, release date, genre, rating, and view count. This is the data that we were interested in. But if I don't pass in anything in Q, it gives nothing to search. Or if I forget to pass in the query parameter at all, it gives nothing to search. So this is the expected behavior, and this is what we get. Now let's take a look at the other routes. Here we are. In the content section, what we want is we want to search by genre. So any request that we get for /content and we have the genre as action, we want to return that. So what we do is we get the genre the same as before. We check whether or not the user has given us the information that we need. If not, we send nothing to match, and we send search by genre. We pass in the repository, we pass in the genre, and we let the function take care of the entire coding process. So again, if tomorrow they say that, okay, you have to use SQL, so I can create another file named SQL movie repository. I will write the code, import it, and then send it here. And that's all the changes that I would have to make. So with that, let's take a look at this. Now, if I go to the search by genre, here it is, search by genre. I open it up, it's inside this file and it's doing the same thing, but here we are finding by genre instead of name. So we can reuse the code that we have already written instead of typing it again and again. We go back and we can type, instead of this, we can type content and genre is fantasy. Yeah. So we get all the movies with the genre as fantasy, as you can see. And if I don't want it to be fantasy, I want it to be action. Press enter, and this is the only movie that has the genre of action in our one. Now, since we get the data, I won't be showing you the entire code. This will be uploaded and you can take a look at that. But what I wanted to show you next was inside the web server. We have the videos library. So we find the top 10 viewed videos. Now, this is a very interesting one because we want to be able to pass in the limit, but if the user has not passed in the limit, we want to return the first top 5 videos. So what we do is we just find the limit the user has sent. If the user has not sent any limit, then just assign 5 as the default value. Now we check whether or not the limit that the user did pass was undefined or it was not a number. So if the user passed in limit as A, B, C, D or the name of the movie, we have to send incorrect request as the response. Otherwise, we find the top K viewed. Now this is interesting, so I'll show you this one. So find top viewed, we go there, and here we just go to the repository and find the top viewed. If you take a look at the repository, in the movie repository, what happens is I get the by and limit, and I want to get it by what I want to. So basically what I do is then I sort the entire movies that I have. Let's say I have 7 movies. Here it is dynamic. Yeah, so here it's dynamic because we are sending back the data that the user is asking for instead of sending some static content like the entire movies list. So we find all the movies, we sort them in descending order by the parameter that the user has passed in. Here we'll be passing in the view count, and then we limit it to what the user has instructed. It's either going to be 5 or what the user has instructed. And if we can't do it, if we run into an error, that we return null. Mainly if you're dealing with error corrections, then you can basically log it to the database. But here we're doing this. So now if I go back to our data, videos, and I press enter, so as you can see, we have the top 5 viewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the top 5 values. But if I pass in the limit, and as you can see, they are sorted according to the view count. So the view count of 5,800 is the highest one, and we go down 4,200 is the fifth one from the top. But if I type in limit to be, let's say 2, so give me the top 2 viewed videos, and we have these 2. So it highly saves the bandwidth. If you only want a few chunks of the data, our database will do the work for them. And now finally we have the user's video file name. So if the user gives me the name, the media ID, I will give him back the link to the video that they can either download or play it in a video player. What happens now is, let's go here. I have the library section. I go here, press in library, and media ID is 1. The movie with the ID of 1 in our database is The Dark Knight. So I want the link to the video file for The Dark Knight. What I do is I send it here, and it sends with this URL. If I open it up here, it'll download the video for me, which I don't want, but it's already done this, so it's fine. But let me just show you what happens if I load the basic localhost. So this is what the Dark Knight URL looks like. Let me just show you the code here. And this is, we're using the default HTML5 video player. This is the video player. I have defined the width and the height, and this is the URL that the API would have returned. So what we can do is we can create a front end from which we request the data, and we get this data, and then we replace the current one that we have with the data that we get. This is the name of the file. If I play it, it will work just fine. Now again, Netflix has a much more complicated system in which they have to firstly take a look at the data that they have, then they have to convert it into multiple platforms depending on the platform that the user is using, user the encoder, and there are a lot of things that they need to take care of. So this is how that works. If you want to take a look at the file here, I'll just show you. The code is basically, it's a static HTML file. If I open it, here's what it looks like. This is the data that we have. So this is what we have here. And now the code is done. A few notes about the code that I'd like to show you. For those of you who will download the code, I have created a readme file. Let me just rename it because I misspelled readme to readme. It has the instructions to run the code. Basically, you install Node.js and MongoDB, install all the required software, open the terminal in the folder that you want to run the code from. So this Netflix clone folder, wherever you have it, open your terminal or command prompt there. As you can see, I've opened it there. Then type in these commands, npm install. If it's the first time that you're running the software, then you type npm install. After that, you can run it however you want. And one thing you'll notice is that after you run this command, this folder named node modules will be automatically created for you. This will contain all the libraries that you wanted to use. Then we seed the databases by running seed media and seed library. And then we start our web API. And this is the API that we use. This is the API that Netflix, these are the kinds of API that Netflix builds. With that, I'd like to just end on a note to make you understand what exactly are we doing here. So firstly, we get the spec sheet. We break down features into the technical components that we want to build. The things that we want to build are, these are the kind of things that we want to build. We want to build a web server. That web server's job is basically get the request, parse the request, and send back the response. Those responses are built via the use cases. They take in repositories, which are basically connections to database. And what we do is we tell them, okay, these are the databases that we have, and I want you to get data from the database like this. So our use cases, all they do is that they orchestrate our interaction. Here they just call a method and pass in the required field, and that's what we do. If our use case expands, so let's say that I want to introduce caching here as well, so I can pass in a cache manager. Misspelled the word cache there. And here cache.set, if it's not already set, then I can pass in the media ID or whatever. So I can do it that way there as well. Let me just change everything so that we're better. Yeah. So that's what this means. Basically, when you're building an application, especially when software developers at Netflix are building application, what they do is they break their application into smaller components, such as the web server, the database connection, the actions that we want to perform, static files, videos, database seeding, all of that. So I've created folders for all of them. Hopefully it gives you a good idea. Now let us take a look at what is JavaScript. It is important to understand what JavaScript is and how it can benefit us, mainly because JavaScript's meaning has evolved from time to time. Before the current versions of JavaScript rolled out, JavaScript was only used for web browsers, but now it can be used in different ways. So let us take a look at what it actually means. JavaScript is a high-level, object-oriented scripting language. It was created by Bernard Ike in Netscape in 1995. So JavaScript was originally created in 1995. Now, high-level, object-oriented and scripting language are sometimes considered to be a bit more jargonistic than they need to be. Let us discuss them one by one. First thing is high level. So a high level programming language is basically a programming language that does not deal with the low level memory management stuff that other programs might have to deal with. This is because JavaScript has a runtime environment, and what it does is that it takes a look at the code that you have written, takes a look at the memory that it will need, allocates that memory and continuously at regular intervals of time keeps checking if there is some memory that can be freed up. And if it can be, then it frees up that memory, and all of the variables that were assigned in that memory are going to be completely wiped off. So it will allocate and deallocate memory on its own. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have just no control over how things are happening behind the scenes and how you that you don't need to care about memory management at all. But at smaller level to medium level applications, you don't really have to worry about how applications are being built and how they are going to be used. At a large scale application such as a large scale JavaScript application such as Gmail or Google Drive, you have to worry about how memory is being used and you have to be very efficient about it. There are certain things that you can do in order to affect how the memory management is going to take place and if it's effective or not. So you can talk about this and discuss about this at length, but that's basically what high level means, that at the beginning you don't need to worry about how to allocate and deallocate memory. Whereas in programming languages like C++, you would have to do the memory management stuff on your own. You would have to allocate a chunk of memory to your program. When that program or that piece of program that executes is done, you need to then deallocate that memory. If you do not, then that memory is going to be reserved and is not going to be used by your program or by any other program because the compiler has not freed up the memory. So just keep that in mind. It's also object oriented. Object orientation is basically a paradigm of programming in which you write code so that your code can reflect real world objects and scenarios such as people, person, events, things like that. This is really important because in enterprise level applications, when you're building applications for companies, the common language that you use are going to be to describe these things. In programming, however, these things are not really something that people consider. So you can create your own objects, you can create your own nomenclatures and translate them into code. This is what object-oriented programming allows us to do. And it's a scripting language because it was developed in order to write and to be written and be executed by the browser. Scripting languages are executed by some other programs, not by the operating system itself. So if you are trying to write JavaScript in the browser, then it's a script, not a program. However, it's very important to understand that JavaScript has now evolved and now it can be used to build other kinds of applications as well. So when it started out, JavaScript was a very simple scripting language that was developed in order for the sole purpose of manipulating web pages, adding content, removing content, animating things into the frame, animating things out of the frame, changing the styles and whatever. Nowadays, because JavaScript is so popular and so easy to pick up, many of the programming languages many of the paradigms and platforms support JavaScript. You can build JavaScript, you can use JavaScript to build mobile applications, servers, program web servers. Web applications are already being developed using JavaScript. And there are many other kinds of things as well, such as native Windows applications and all. So you can use JavaScript to build different kinds of applications. It has been supported on multiple platforms and will continue to expand its support. So with that, we have a clear picture of what JavaScript is. Now let us take a look at how you can use JavaScript. In this presentation, we'll be taking a look at how you can use JavaScript in a web browser. There are multiple ways of doing so. However, JavaScript, as we have discussed, can be used to build different kinds of applications, and we won't be discussing it here. With that out of the way, let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript. So there are three ways to use JavaScript, especially in the browser. So in the browser, you are supposed to write the JavaScript code in the HTML file or some other file and embed it. But how do you do that? Let's get started and see how you can do that. The first thing you have to understand is that the reason why there are so many ways of writing JavaScript depends on what kind of code are you writing. And in the hands-on for this topic, we'll discuss what that actually means. So the first thing is that it can be inline. Basically suggests that the code that you're writing is completely embedded in the HTML. So if you have a button, it is right next to the button and it's only regarding that button that the code is going to run. So that's one way of doing it. The reason why inline code was invented was that if you had some small bit of code that only needs to run on a particular time or at a particular time, or when it is associated to a particular HTML element, then you can just write it there. Instead of polluting your HTML with different kinds of things, you can just write it there. Then there's script tag. So a script tag basically means that there, just as in HTML, there's a style tag in which you can write CSS. Script tags allow you to write JavaScript code. When the browser sees the script tag, it will take anything written inside the script tag, which is the opening and closing tag, and consider it to be, depending on the version of your browser and what kind of support it provides. So in scenarios like this, we would have to have write some kind of a text that describes what kind of script we are writing inside the tags, such as text slash JavaScript or whatever. Nowadays, it is considered that by default, you're going to be writing JavaScript in the script tag. So you don't have to worry about that at all. Then comes script files. Similarly to script tag, you can write your script inside a file, give it the .js extension, which is the JavaScript file, and you can embed it inside your browser. So you are going to say, okay, after you're done loading the HTML page, load this file as well. This file contains some HTML code, and this file contains some JavaScript code that needs to be embedded in the HTML file. Now, the reasons for the different kinds of script files is something we'll see in the hands-on, but basically it depends on how much of the entire HTML page is going to be affected by the JavaScript. So let's take a look at the hands-on and understand how that works.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a line break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
How you can write the JavaScript code. We'll be printing something on the console. I'll explain what a console is, but first let's see our setup. I have a file, I've called it index.html, and I have opened it in a code editor. I'm using Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor or text editor that you wish to use. Open that file inside a web browser. My file is located in the E drive and it's called index.html, but you can call it anything that you want to. It's just a convention. Now let's take a look at the different ways that we have discussed using which we can create our JavaScript code and embed it inside our HTML. The first thing we have to do is we have to write some HTML code. Now in Visual Studio Code, I have a snippet that will automatically write most of the HTML that we need in order to get started. So just press this bang symbol and press tab. This will only work in Visual Studio Code. If you're using any other programming environment, this may or may not be available there. So just make sure that you know that it is there. I'll call the title to be JS tutorial. I will save it. And now if I go back to the browser and if I refresh, if you take a look at the title right now, it's index.html. Refresh it. Now it's called JS tutorial. So in case you're not familiar with HTML that much, I would recommend that you first understand HTML because JavaScript builds on top of HTML. So if you don't know HTML, then this is not going to work. Now let's take a look at the different ways through which we can use the JavaScript code. So there are different ways. Firstly, that's the inline code. So how do you write code that executes inline? Well, let's say there's a button. I call it log button. And what I want is when this button is clicked, I want to print something on the console. Now, what is the console? Different programming languages such as JavaScript and C++ have a console. Now, a console is basically just a terminal or a command window which will show the output of the code that you're writing. You can also put the output inside a file or inside some server, but basically this is where the output can be seen. Now it's a little difficult. So what every web browser has is a JavaScript console. Right click on the web browser and click on the inspect button or press Ctrl-Shift-I. Nowadays every web browser has this. When this opens, you can see that it has a console button here. I go up to that and I can execute my JavaScript here as well. To print something on the console, you can just execute some JavaScript code here as well. I can write console.log and I'm using Google Chrome, but you can use any web browser such as Firefox or the Edge browser using Microsoft and it will work just fine. And you can write hello world. Semicolons are not required, but it is a good practice to write them. You press enter and this is what it prints. Hello world. Forget about this undefined right now, that doesn't really matter. Now what I want is I want this to be a little more interactive. To do that, I want to have a button which has the keyword log inside it. So if I refresh this, you can see there's a button, but nothing happens when I click on it. So that's a problem. Now I want to execute the same code that I have written in the console, but I want it to happen when I click on the button. So don't worry about the syntax right now. I'll explain what that means in a moment. Just write this JavaScript hello world, and I can put the semicolon here as well. I go back. If I click, nothing will happen. This is because our browser has the old version of our index.html. We have to refresh it so that we can fetch the new version. To take a look at the current code, right click on the page and press view page source. As you can see that the button now has console.log because it has refreshed. If I refresh this, now everything will work. If I press log now, it prints hello world onto the code. Now, as I've already discussed, the reason why there are multiple ways of doing this is because I only want to run this code when a person clicks the button. Suppose that there are multiple buttons on my page. It's a huge page. There's like thousands of lines of code. And somewhere down the line, or like 1157 line, I write button and I want the same code here. One thing I can do is copy and paste it here, such as this. But this violates an important principle in programming, which suggests that you should never copy and paste the code. So console.log, console.log. It does work, but there's a problem here that you may or may not see. Suppose that this is like, again, as I've said, it's on 1000 line. Multiple people are working on this because this is such a huge file. Somebody comes along and says, okay, the message that we want to print is hello world, but we want an exclamation mark here as well. I put the exclamation mark, I save it, go back to my HTML page, refresh it so that I can see, press on the log button, and okay, it's showing the exclamation mark. So our code works, but the problem is now that the part where we copied the code, it's showing the old version because we didn't update it there. So now we have to go down again and press this, and this is only for two buttons. Suppose there are millions of buttons on a page. Suppose there are buttons and forms and we want to perform these tasks, multiple tasks, and synchronize them together. This could be really difficult. Right now it's working, but it's going to be really difficult. There are other ways of doing this, of course, and we will take a look at those one by one. But to overcome these issues, let me just close this up. Yeah, so I'll just put an h1 tag, look inside console. Now let me just show you what a script tag looks like. So after this, I can write script tag, and here I can write my JavaScript code and it will work just fine. This time it won't work when I'm pressing a button. That was just for the inline version. Here I can just write some code that will be automatically used. So as you can see, as soon as my browser starts looking at the code, it takes a look at the code, creates the h1 tag, displays it on the screen, then takes a look at the script tag. What it does is that it prints everything that needs to be printed on the screen and then closes the script tag. So everything after this needs to be interpreted as HTML, and that happens. So this is why when we look at this gets printed and then this gets printed in the console. So that's one way of doing this. Another thing to understand is that this isn't the only way that you can do this, but this is a good way to get started. Another way to do this is going to be if you can create a script file. So now script files are basically just files that you can use in order to write your code inside them. So you don't want to mismatch your HTML and JavaScript code. What you can do is you can just use script.js. Now to show you how that works, all I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a script.js file that I have already written. I'll write console.log. I'll print hello world. It's the same code that I have written thus far, but it works. Now I write it here, copy, paste, save. If I remove this now and I'll just keep it here. Now do you think it will work? Not exactly, because our HTML page has no idea that the script tag exists. So inside the script tag, I have to write another attribute called source, and the source file is going to have a name of script.js. Save this, run this again, and now it works. So now what happens is it takes a look at the entire web page, takes a look at the h1 tag, displays it on the screen, takes a look at the script file, opens up the script file, executes the code inside it, comes back, closes the script tag, closes the body, closes the HTML, and is done with it. Now the reason why script files were invented, so that because we may have multiple web pages. So it's not that we only use one page. We could have about.html and many different kinds of files, and we want some file to have access to all these pages. So in cases like this, if I have an about.html, I can just copy and paste this script tag, and that code will be available inside that file as well. So when that file is loaded, it will be logged on the console as well. And if it's like 10 different files, all I have to do is just change it here. If I want to make another change like this, and all of this will be reflected in all the files. So that's the reason why we do it this way. Now, again, this is not the only way to do it. As we have discussed, 3 ways you can work them out and understand how to use them. Very much like CSS, in which you have inline styles, file level styles, and then external styles in which you can create your own CSS files. Script tags works the same. In other versions, because script files could be so heavy, let's say that you have 7 different script files, then it could be possible to just merge them all into a single file. This is called a build step, and you don't need to worry about it right now. But basically, in cases like this, all of the JavaScript code that you write is taken and merged into a single file by a program called a build system that you can configure yourself. And then it creates that single file so that when an HTTP request is sent, only one file is sent over the wire and multiple requests are not done. So you can take a look at that as well. But these are the ways that you can configure a JavaScript file to work with your HTML page. Again, you need to know HTML in order to work with JavaScript because that's how it was created. So that's how you can get started with it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at what can you build with JavaScript. So we have discussed thus far what are the different ways that you can use JavaScript and what JavaScript is. But now let's take a look at what it can be used to build. So using JavaScript to build different kinds of applications has been the norm. Many different companies use JavaScript for different kinds of applications that they build and use. Let's take a look at what these are. So JavaScript can be used different kinds of applications. These are web applications, web servers, native mobile applications, and hybrid mobile applications. All of these have different ways of being used, and different JavaScript code can be used to use it. So let's take a look at them one by one and demystify how these things work. So the first thing is web application. Using JavaScript to build web applications has been the norm. We have been building web applications using JavaScript since the invention of JavaScript. Now, the reason why it's so popular nowadays is because there are multiple ways of building a web application using JavaScript. The easiest and the most fundamental way is the way that we have discussed thus far, in which you create an HTML page, write the HTML code, embed some JavaScript in it, either using inline JavaScript or script tags or script files, and then that code is going to be used to manipulate the JavaScript, manipulate the HTML page using the JavaScript in some way or the other. Now this manipulation can be of several ways. Either you add some element on the node, remove some element on the node, get some data from a web server, and after getting that data, populate the entire HTML page with some new content that is available, let the user know that some new content is available, and many different kinds of things. That is important and very, very useful, but that's not the only way that you can do it. The other way is using something called single page applications, in which there's just one HTML page, which is used to just give the basic scaffolding and the shell of a page. Outside that, we have a JavaScript page that takes care of everything else. So if you've heard of frameworks such as Angular, Vue, React, they work on the similar premise. What happens is your HTML code is very minimalistic, and there's a big fat JavaScript file that is transferred over the internet. Once the user's browser has that JavaScript, it tries to execute it. When it's executing it's creating multiple HTML nodes using JavaScript, putting it inside the HTML page, and then JavaScript takes care of everything else. Navigation, HTTP calls, manipulation of the DOM, any kind of thing that a web application is supposed to do, JavaScript will take care of it. These applications are really JavaScript rich, and HTML is really used as a skeleton. Not much of HTML is used. CSS is used throughout, and it will be continued to use throughout, but that's the way it works. So because of this fundamental shift in how web applications work, the responsibilities of web servers have changed. So let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript to build web servers. Now, what used to happen before we had platforms like Node.js, which we can use to build web servers, which we'll also cover in this tutorial. But the reason why web servers were a little difficult, especially for front-end developers to understand, is because of the language barrier. So in JavaScript, in the front-end web applications, we'll be using JavaScript all the way. And since that was the only language that we would use to manipulate the web applications and its structure, but in web servers, you can build a web server using different kinds of technologies. JavaScript was not one of them. So the way you would use it would be using technologies such as PHP, which is still by far the most popular server-side scripting language. Then there's Java, which is very popular in the enterprise world. So is C# and the .NET platform. There are other languages such as Ruby and Python that were used, but JavaScript was not really a big player in that regard. So what happened afterwards is that we had the introduction of the Node.js platform that allows us to write JavaScript code so that front-end developers can sort of port their expertise to the backend. Now, it's important to understand that just because you can write JavaScript code on the web server or write the code to create a web server, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can just copy and paste your entire JavaScript file from the web browser to the web server and it will work exactly fine. Mainly because these are two different environments. In the browser, you will have elements such as a button, you will have elements such as a form, list, and whatever. It's a very visual environment. In servers, you don't have that. You have number crunching and different kinds of things such as accessing databases, caching data, serving up data, and whatever. So these are two different environments, although you can use the same JavaScript syntax, for loops, console logging, promises, and all the features. But you can't just port the code from here to there, just copy and paste, and it will work. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, in web servers, we use Node.js. Node.js has come a long way. We have Express.js, which is one of the most popular frameworks out there. Node.js is really popular among enterprise as well. And any kind of application that you want to build using backend development, Node.js is very much likely a good option to do that. Then comes native mobile applications. Now, the reason why we are making a distinction here between native and hybrid mobile application is something that we'll discuss in a moment. But the reason why we are saying that we can build native mobile applications is because before this, if you wanted to build an application that your customers could use, you had multiple platforms that you needed to tackle. Platforms such as Android, iOS, Windows Phone, and some other platforms as well. This was a bit problematic because then that means that if you want your application to be accessed by a large number of users, you need to write code for both Android platform as well as iOS platform. These two platforms have different programming language, different programming structure, different skill sets, and different environments in which you can develop applications. Android is open source, so you can build Android applications in both Mac and Windows. However, Apple doesn't allow you to build iOS applications on a Windows laptop. So you need to have a developer account, you need to have a Macintosh laptop, you need to have developer tools installed, you need to have an iPhone to test your applications. There's just a lot of upfront capital required there. In Android, you have the emulator, you have the open source tools and everything. But still, the languages are different. JavaScript is not really the language that they use, but they use Java in Android. And in iOS, the new language that is being used is Swift. And in Android, the new language that is being used is Kotlin. And the previous language in iOS was Objective-C. None of these languages are easy to pick up. And because JavaScript is so easy to pick up, more people know JavaScript than they know Java or Swift or Kotlin or whatever. Now, this is a problem mainly because the web applications that people build almost exactly mimic the features that we would want in an application, in a native mobile application. Now, there are ways through which you can use your current web application and have it work as sort of a substitute application inside your mobile applications. But the problem is that at the end of the day is using the web browser. So what happens is your web page is loaded into a web browser and it takes care of everything using JavaScript. Your application has no access to all the underlying features such as the camera, the machine learning features that have been developed, the Bluetooth, speakers, OS, internal hardwares, voice recorders. You have no access to them at all. So if you're trying to build a camera application, you can't do it using JavaScript, or you couldn't have done it. Nowadays, there are frameworks such as React Native, NativeScript, and many other kinds of platforms available where you can use your JavaScript skills in order to build native mobile applications. Again, it's not as simple as just copying your JavaScript code from your web application or your server application into a native mobile application. However, it is very similar to not learning a new language, but understanding the ins and outs of a platform and then adding your skill set on top of it. These applications are really native mobile applications, and the great part is that when you write the code, that code will get converted to both an iOS application and the Android application. You would still need to have the developer account, and for testing purposes, you would need to have access to an emulator or a Macintosh OS in iOS's case or whatever. But you can still have an application that will work. So that's the great part here. So this is what native mobile applications do, but still it needs a lot of configuration and understanding of the platform before you can even start building an application for the platform. On the other hand, we have hybrid mobile applications. Now this is a solution that has been available for a long time. What it allows you to do is it allows you to write JavaScript, and that JavaScript will then get converted into native OS calls, but this is a little slower than native mobile applications. If you're building applications that are just there to deliver content, such as an application that is there to tell people about the new concerts that a band is going to have, new conferences available, new videos available on a video store or whatever, then hybrid mobile applications are good. Native mobile applications, on the other hand, if you want to access the native features such as camera, browser features, voice recorder, Bluetooth, gyrometer, sensors, infrared, whatever your application has to, whatever your mobile has to offer. So hybrid mobile applications use platforms such as Apache's Cordova, and many other new platforms are available as well. You can take a look at these platforms and build these applications yourself. It's not very difficult to learn how to build these applications, but these are really helpful for us to use, and they're very easy to use as well. So these are some of the platforms that can be used. You can also build native Windows applications. You can also build native desktop applications using a platform called Electron, which was developed by GitHub. And there are many others as well. It is too much to count. But these are the platforms that are used. As you can see, JavaScript has evolved from a very simple programming or scripting language that was used to manipulate web pages to a full-fledged application programming language in which you can build applications of multiple kinds. Kind of like Python, but a little different. You can also write machine learning and AI code, but that's a whole different topic on its own. So that's how you can build applications. These are the kinds of applications you can build using JavaScript. This is exactly why JavaScript is one of the most popular job positions right nowadays. JavaScript developers are in high demand because they can use their skills or already existing skills and learn some new skills in order to build many kinds of applications. So with that in mind, let's see what else we can learn. Now we'll take a look at the basics of JavaScript. JavaScript as a language has several features that we can learn in order to get started with the basic concepts of programming. If you've never learned how to code, then you can follow along with us. This section is going to be really hands-on focused, so we'll have a lots of hands-on. We'll discuss a lot of caveats that you can learn when trying to learn a programming language. If you have already learned some basics of some programming language such as Python, C++, Java, it's going to be useful for you to follow along with us so that you can understand what are the features and differences between JavaScript and the language that you have learned. So firstly, we need to get comfortable with the JavaScript syntax and language features. So how does JavaScript work? What are the features that a JavaScript program would have, and how you can write programs on your own? The topics mentioned below are the topics that we'll be covering one by one. We'll have a hands-on for each one of those, and we would like for you to follow along with us. You don't need much of setup. All you need is a web browser, a code editor, or a text editor of any sort, such as Notepad if you don't have any, or Visual Studio Code, or you can use other code editors such as Sublime Text, Atom, Brackets, and any other kind of text editor that you prefer. And for that, we'll go through each of the topics one by one, and we'll cover as much ground as we possibly can. So let's get started with this. The first thing is variables. Now, in case you have programmed before, you already know what a variable is, but if you don't know, let me just clarify this for you. A variable is basically a name given to a memory location in which we can hold some data. That's basically all that is. So if you want to get as an input a user's username and password, you can store them inside a variable. That variable is then going to take care of everything that you store inside it. So we have a container. That container has a name. That name is then going to be used to reference to whatever value we put inside it. Think of it like a bucket inside a memory. Think of a memory as this empty room. We have a bucket. We put it with a name on that bucket. We put it inside the room. And in the room, inside the bucket, we put some information, something. Let's say that I want the username. So I create a bucket named username, put it inside the memory, and now whenever I want to use a person's username, I would first ask them, okay, enter a username. That person will enter the username. That username that the user entered will be put inside the bucket. And now whenever I want to access or remember what the username that the user had entered was, we'll take a look at that. So that's how variables work. Variables allow us to store data. Now it's called a variable because the data inside it can change at any time. It's variable depending on what is the last bit of information you put inside it. So that's the way it works. It allows us to store and remember data that we would need in a future computation or a future process. Now variables store data in computer's memory or your system's memory. That means that they are volatile. So in case your program accidentally closes, anything that was stored inside a variable will be lost. If you don't want to lose it, then there are ways that you can store it inside a file or whatever. We're not going to be covering that, but that's how variables work. The data that you have inside a variable can then be stored inside a file, on a web server, on other data storage platforms as well. But as of now, when you're using a variable, we're talking about data inside a memory that was given a name so that it can be accessed later. The data inside the memory location can change. That's why it's called a variable. All right. So now let's take a look at a hands-on in which we'll be learning variables. So we would very much like you to follow along with us in this hands-on, and we will cover variables in this hands-on. Again, you don't need much. All you need is a code editor. I'll be using Visual Studio Code, and you need a web browser. In the web browser, just any web browser that you use the same setup that we had earlier, in which we had created an index.html file. Open that up in the web browser and in the code editor, so that when you make changes to the code, you can refresh the browser and see the changes being reflected here. Open up the console as well, because this is where we'll be using the web browser. This is what we'll be using inside the web browser as of now. So again, I will just use the script tag so that I can just embed my code here. But the basic understanding here is quite simple. The code that we're writing is JavaScript, and we want some input from the user. Now, I will tell you how you can get input from the user in a moment. Right now, let's take a look at how you can declare a variable. So in a variable, there are multiple ways of doing with things. First thing I'd like to show you is how you can write a comment. Comment is basically something that you write that you want the person who's reading the code to be able to understand, but you don't want your browser to interpret that code. You're basically saying this is something that is not code, that is just something that a person who's reading the code is supposed to get. You don't have to worry about it. Don't interpret it. This is not code. Just move along and skip this line. So there are two ways of writing a comment. One is you can use 2 forward slashes or the division symbol, and that is a single line comment. So single line comment. Let me just change the theme so that it's a little more apparent. Yeah, hopefully this is visible now. So I have a single line comment, and now I can have a multi-line comment as well. This is what happens when you have a divide symbol followed by an asterisk or a multiplication symbol, and this closes when you have a multiplication symbol and a division symbol. So start and the end. So the way you start it is this. You basically just create this symbol, and then you write the code that you want, or write the things that you want to write. So this code is using a variable, and I can write it in a new line. Variables are being used, or whatever you wish to write. This is to explain the code so that the person who's looking at the code can understand what it is doing. Now, a single line comment is good if you just have a single line description. If you have a multi-line description, then you can have a multi-line comment, right? So now let's show you about the 3 things that we need. So there are 3 things that we need to understand. First is declaration, and second is after declaring the variable, we use the variable, or you can also call it initialization, and the third one is using the variable. So the way it works is this. To declare a variable in JavaScript, you are likely to use a keyword called var, var. Var is a keyword that was developed in JavaScript so that you can use variable of any kind. If you come with other programming languages, then you would have to use the keywords such as int, string, or whatever to describe the type of language. Here you just need to use the var. And now I need the name of the variable. Let's say user name. And this is what is called a declaration. I'm saying, okay, I'm going to be using this variable. Now, JavaScript to a certain degree is a very relaxed language. So even if I were to not use the var keyword and say hello and then console dot log the username, it will still work. It might throw an error, but it will still work. So it doesn't even throw an error. Now that is a problem that when you're writing the code, there are certain tricks that you can use. One of these is something called use strict, which will work in a JavaScript file. I don't know if it works here or not, but that way it will be very strict in checking whether or not a variable is there. So it says, okay, the username is not defined and you're using it, and it will return an error. So that's one way. Now, if you want to use the username, just use the var keyword. Now it's defined, and if you want to initialize it immediately, initialization basically means assigning a value to the variable. As soon as you're creating a bucket, you're filling the bucket. So you can do it this way. I have it here. I refresh and it works. Even if I were to instruct the browser that be strict and don't allow any problems in my code, it will still work. So that's one way of doing it. Now that's called initialization. That's the second part. Now declaration is this. You just create a variable and you say, okay, I need this bucket. I'll use it later on in my code. I don't need it anywhere else. I just need it right now. Now, how you can take the input of the user? There are various ways. One way is using prompt. Now, this is only available in web browsers, and this is not used commonly because in web browsers, you're not allowed to take users' input like this, or you don't usually do. But if you want, you can just prompt the user and say, enter username. And whatever username is entered, you can just put it inside username. Save it, and then you can print it. So if I go ahead, refresh this, it says enter username. I call it John, press enter, and this is how I can get a user's input in JavaScript. Now again, you don't really need to use it, but you can if you wish to. So that's what declaration and initialization is. And then using a variable is again the simplest thing that you can do is just print it. Now printing is not the only thing you can do. There are several operations which we'll discuss when we're discussing operators. But basically, when you're trying to learn a new language, understanding how variables work is really crucial. I can declare multiple variables as well, such as username, and another would be using password. Now I can declare them on the same line if I wish to, or I can declare them on multiple lines like this, so that I use the var keyword again and again, or I can just put it like this. And again, if I had another variable name, I could do the same thing again. But it doesn't matter how you do it. What matters is you're describing some type. We would always recommend that when you start a JavaScript file, you use the use strict declaration, so that when you are using a variable that is not declared, it doesn't become a headache to understand how it works and where things happen and how things happen. So always use this if possible. If you are new and you don't want the safety and instructions, then you can leave it, but we recommend that you keep it here. Now, again, if you're coming from different programming languages, you would think that you would need to describe the kind of data that is going to be stored inside it, but such as a string, integer, or something like that. But that's not really the case. This is called a loosely typed language or dynamically typed language, in which the type of the data is just something that the language figures out automatically. Data types are still available, and we'll discuss them now, but the reason why they are not available in the same way in other languages is because in JavaScript everything is loosely typed. So if you have data in one language, one type, and you want to convert it to other type, you can do so quite easily. Let's discuss this now. Let me just save this up and let's see what else we get.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Machine Language. B. Hypertext and Links Markup Language. C. Hypertext Markup Language. D. High Text Machine Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at data types. So as we discussed that there is a way for us to get data from the users and put that data inside a variable. That variable is something that we can use later on. So for instance, we took a user's username as some information using the prompt function. Now that's not the only way that you can take data. In fact, in a web browser, you usually don't take data like that. You use a form that the user will submit, and you will then get that data and put it inside your web browser. web browser's memory, and that's where you use it. Now, the real issue here is that something we haven't quite touched on thus far, which is data types. So as you can see, that data is of different type. One, the username, that could be a long string of text, long line of characters, one after the other. The other is numeric data. So you're asking for a person's age, their salary, their height. All of this is numeric information. Then there are other kinds of things such as true or false. So if you're asking a person if they are above the age of 18 or not, if they are senior citizens, you can get this information simply by taking a look at their age and determining if it's above certain threshold. But there are certain instances where you don't want that information. You just want to know if they are above the age, if they are senior citizens in their own country. That's another way. And so many different kinds of data. So what does that tell us about the languages that we use? Well, one thing to understand is that different data have different operations available to them. So if I have a number and I say, okay, I have 5, multiply it by 10. That makes perfect sense because multiplication is an operation that can be performed on number. Now, if I were to take a look at some other kind of information, such as if I were to say, okay, I have a username, multiply it by 10. You're not going to make any sense of that because it doesn't make sense of multiplying a name by some number. It makes no sense to do that. So your browser is going to complain, your program is going to complain saying, I don't know what you're asking me to do because this is not how this works. Now, how does the browser or the language know what kind of data is stored inside a variable? Is it a number? Is it a long text? Is it some binary information such as true or false or something like that? This is done using data types. Now, data types are of many types. We'll discuss them when we're looking at the hands-on. In JavaScript, there are many kinds of data types, and in many other languages also there are many kinds of data types available as well. So this is the way we use the data types that we have. Data types allow the compiler or the interpreter, when it's interpreting the code, to understand if a particular operation is legal or not. This is the most important aspect when we're learning something. So let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how this works. Now let's have a hands-on in which we'll discuss the different kinds of data types that are available for us. So for that, all you would have to do is just follow along with us. Open up a web browser, same as before, and open up the text editor. You might also not need the text editor right now because we'll just be writing it in the console, but it's a good practice. So I want to declare a variable x is equals to 1. Now, this is obviously a number, but if you want to take a look at the data type of a number, you can use the type of keyword and type the name of a variable that is available next. So x, it will give you number. So it indicates that it contains a number. Now, even if I would just write the value here, it will work just fine. Even if it was a fraction, this would work. Any other kind of value would work. So that's a number. Numbers are quite self-explanatory. These are just values that you can use. Similarly in mathematics, the same way that works in mathematics, they will work here.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Now we also have the username. Let's enter the username of John. Press enter. If I were to now, let's take a look at the value. Its username is John. And now if I were to take a look at the type of the data, it is string. So string is nothing but just data enclosed within quotes. So even if I were to write one inside quotes, it will be a string. So if I were to do it this way, this is a string. So one thing to understand is that it doesn't necessarily have to be double quotes. As you can see here, let me just expand this up. It doesn't have to be double quotes like this. They can also be single quotes like this. And this is also a string. Here you go. Empty double quotes and empty single quotes are strings. Anything within a double quote is a string. Anything within a single quotes is a string. So if I want 1, 2, 5, 7, 6, 1, 5, 4, 8, these are numbers, but these are strings. If I were to remove this, then this becomes a number. Now, the other thing to understand is that even if we have strings like this, the important aspect of the strings is that they are just a collection of characters. So that's the way it works. But if you want to add some sort of a text inside it, such as, let me just show you. Now, if I were to write, okay, John said, let me just, John said, and now if I want to quote it, I can't use double quotes, as you can see here. This will give me an incorrect syntax and I'll get an error. So if you have started a string with double quotes, if you want to add more quotes inside it, you can use single quotes. So just this, John said he's not coming. So that's a single quote, or he is not coming. You can write it this way, and this is still work. Now, if I were to do it the other way around, if this was a single quote, then also this would not work. So I would have to create a double quote, and this will work. So as you can see, these are how the quotes work. Now this is called a string. What about values where you just have values such as true or false? So if I want to check, well, if a user enters a username, and if I want to check, well, is the username the same as John? So in cases like this, you get the values such as true or false. These are two values that are used inside JavaScript and many other languages, and it's of type Boolean, type of true, and it's Boolean. So as you can see, this is considered to be Boolean. Now there's another type, undefined. This basically means that the value does not exist. Yeah, it's not defined. We don't know what the value is. If I were to now, if I were to create a variable, let's say bad, and if I were to type bad, it has no value assigned to it. So right now it's undefined. If I were to check the type of bad, it's undefined. So I can't perform any operations. Now it comes time for operations, and we'll take a look at more of these operations when we're covering operators. But just to give you a quick overview, for X, we have a variable of 1, right? So I can perform for operations such as X plus 1. 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. So what happens is our compiler or our interpreter will take a look at X, see if it already has a variable named X assigned some value to it. It has a variable named X and the value assigned is 1, so it will substitute it for 1. 1 plus 1 equals 2. That works. Now for username, I have John. If I add username plus 1, I'll get this gibberish value in which it just concatenates the word John and 1. So that works. Now if I were to get the bad variable which has no value and I were to press 1, it gives me another return that says not a number. So depending on the kind of value that you have, you will get different output. That's one way. And if I were to use true plus 1 and get enter, you will get 2 because underneath true is represented as 1 and false is represented as 1 as well. So these are the kinds of values that we have, and this is because we have a simple dynamically typed language in JavaScript. It doesn't really matter what kind of variable it is. JavaScript will try to force one variable into another. But if I were to take username and plus undefined, you can see this is what I'm getting. If I were to get variable and plus true, this is what I'll get. So this is the problem that we'll face. I will think that I have a number, let's say it's 1, but it's a string. I assign it here and I say x plus y, and let's say y is equal to true. If I don't know the type of the data inside it, I expect it to be this and I get this. Or if I would go x plus 12, instead of getting 2, I'll get 112 in string. That's a real problem. That's how we can understand how this works. And this is why data types are important. Our operations, what operations we can perform is going to be shown here. Similarly, if I had username multiplied by 2, I will get not a number because this makes no sense. I don't know what you're doing. So I'm giving you a result that is not a number. If I were to use not a number and take its, this is a really complicated web of how things work. Don't worry about if you don't get it right now. Just understand that there are different kinds of data. Different operations are allowed on different data. So if you have two variables, you're trying to add them, x plus y, but you're getting not a number. That's basically because you have data types of two different types, or you're trying to multiply it and you're getting some other kind of value. Let's say you do this, then you get 0. So this is what happens. If you are finding it a little difficult to wrap your head around, don't worry. Just take a look at the different kinds of data that is available. Now, other kinds of data that is available is arrays and objects, and we'll discuss both of them in a moment. These are containers. They can contain multiple values of different data types, and they can contain the same containers inside them as well. And we'll take a look at that now. So let's take a look at this. Now that we have taken a look at data types and have had a hands-on to understand what different kinds of data types are available, namely string, numbers, boolean, and undefined, let's take a look at what else we can cover. So now we'll cover operators. Operators are basically used to manipulate data available in memory. As we've discussed in the previous hands-on, when you want to add two numbers, you use the plus symbol. That is an operator. Operators are of multiple kinds to perform multiple operations depending on the data type and the data available in them. So we'll take a look at them one by one. But the important bit to understand is that operators need some data. Now you can have operators that are unary, binary, and ternary. Unary operators operate on only one variable or one operand. Operators operate on variables, and those variables or data sets are called operands. So if you only have one variable that can be manipulated with an operator, it's called an unary operator. It only needs one variable to work. We'll take a look at the specific examples of these one by one. Then there's binary operators, which take two operands, and you can use these two operands to use these two operands in order to perform some operation using the operators. Finally, there's the ternary operator, in which you use few symbols in order to operate something. We'll take a look at a ternary operator after we have discussed conditionals, and we'll try and explain what that means so that it's a little clearer for you, because these two things are related. But these are the things that an operator is. So we need to understand what an operator is, which is basically just some symbols that we use in order to manipulate some data that we have available in memory, basically variables. Although these values could also be just the literal values that we see and not some data that we get from the user and store inside a variable. However, that depends on how you wish to use it. So now let's take a look at how you can use operators for your benefit. Now let's take a look at a hands-on in which we'll be taking a look at the different kinds of operators that are available and how you can use those operators in order to work with the data that we have available. So open up the web browser and open up the console so we can just write the code and see it work. Now for this you don't really need any kind of different environment, you just need a web browser. Let me just create a variable, call it number, and I'll assign a value of 0. The first kind of operator that we'd like to discuss is a unary operator. This operator allows you to increment the value of a number. So if I have a number and I want to increment its value by 1, what I can do is num plus plus. Right now the value of number is 0. I do this, press num, and now the value is 1. This is called a unary operator because I only need one variable for this to work with this operator. Now it doesn't necessarily mean that I just have to write the plus plus operator right at the end. I can also write it at the beginning, and you'll see a difference here. So earlier the value inside number was 0. I used the plus plus operator. I pressed enter and I got a value of 0 here. Then when I take a look at the numbers, the value inside number, it became 1. Right now the value inside number is 1. I use the increment operator right at the beginning instead of the end, and I press enter. Now I get 2, and now if I take a look at this, I get 2. So what exactly changed here? What happens is, if I want to first access the value of a variable and then increment it, so I will use the plus plus operator at the end. This is called the increment operator. So this is called a postfix because I am using the increment operator after the variable name. So if I wanted to print it and then increment it, so let's say I was going to go like this, console.log, number is currently 2 plus plus, press enter. So I print 2, but now if I take a look at the value, it's 3. Similarly, if I would have gone plus plus num, right now the current value is 3 and it should print 4. So it increments the value and then prints it, and in this case it prints it here, the current value, and then increments it, which is this. So that's the unary operator. You don't really have to worry about it because it's not just increment, you can also decrement it like this. So now we have number 3 here, but if I were to do this, I have 2, and the same thing, the same logic applies here as well. So now that we understand unary operator, let's take a look at a few binary operators as well. This is what we can do in arithmetic. So if you want to perform arithmetic operations such as addition, multiplication, division, even subtraction, and there's a modulo operator as well, and we'll take a look at them now. So if I have two values, let's say var x is equals to 10 and y is equals to 5, and if I want to check x plus y, I can just use the arithmetic operators. As you can see that this requires two values, one on the left hand side, one on the right hand side. This is why it's called a binary operator. Binary means 2. So I get this. Similarly, if I want to subtract 5 from 10, x minus y is going to work. If I want to multiply these two values, I can do that. If I want to divide them, I can do the same here as well. One thing that you can notice is that if I wanted to take a look at the remainder that we get after we divide x and y, we don't get it here. But if I want to get that, I use the modulo operator, which is the percentage symbol. It means divide x and y, whatever remainder is remaining, print it here. Since 5 is perfectly able to divide 10, that means that you don't get any remainder. But if I were to divide 12 by 5, if I were to do that, 12 divided by 5, I'll get 2.4, which means it doesn't perfectly divide 5 and the remainder is 2. That's the way it works. So that's one way of understanding binary operators. These are the arithmetic operators that have been available to us or for us to use in JavaScript. JavaScript doesn't necessarily have just the arithmetic operators. It also has other operators which we'll take a look at now. But it's important to understand that there are these operators are important, and there's operator precedence as well, such as BODMAS. So you can take a look at that if you wish to as well. Then there's the assignment operator, which we have been using so far. So if I have a variable named Z and I assign it 45, this variable or this is an operator, this symbol, that's the equal to symbol. This is called an assignment operator. Now, if I want to assign a new value, I can just use the assignment operator and this works as well. So that's the assignment operator. Again, it needs two values, so it's a binary operator. And then we have addition and multiplication, which is something we have already taken a look at. Increment and decrement is also something that we have taken a look at. But one thing that we can also take a look at is a shorthand example. So if you are using a variable, let's say x, I will assign a value of 1 here. And what you want to do is you want to increment it by 10. Now x plus plus is only going to increment it by 1. But if you want to add 10 to it, then you have to assign it again. So you have to go, the current value of x should be whatever the value of x is plus 10. So I have 1, which will be substituted here, and plus 10, which is 11. That's one way, but it's a little cumbersome to write x again and again. Now let's say that the name, the value was user's age is 10. So I would have to type the user's age equals to user's age plus 10. It's a little annoying. So another way you can do it is something called a shorthand. You can just use plus equals 10. That says that whatever the value of user is, add 10 to it, and then assign it to user's age variable, and that now the user's age is 20. Had I just written user's age plus 10, I would get the new value, but inside the variable I will still have 20. So because I'm not assigned it, I just calculated it and threw away the variable's new value. So that's the shorthand operators. It works with all the operators that we have taken a look at so far, which is the multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, and modulus operators as well. So that works. Another thing is, if I were to do this, this will raise it to a power. This is called double multiplication. So if I have a value, let's say I have 2 raised to the power 10, it's 1024. So you can take a look at that as well. And this also works in the operators. So with that, now we can also take a look at comparison operators. Comparison operators are really important to understand because this will form the foundation of the next topic that we'll understand, which is conditionals. So let's say that I have a user's age. Let's say I asked a user to provide their age. They say it's 15. Now I want my application to be used only by people who are above the age of 40. So I want to check something, which is whether the user's age is above the age of 40. Not 40, above the age of 40, which is 41 and anything above 41. So to do this, all I have to do is type in x is greater than 40. Since current age is 15, it's not equal to 40, I get false. This is a value that I can use later on. I'll show you how I will do that in conditionals, but right now you need to understand that this is what's telling us whether or not a particular statement is true or false. User's age is greater than 40, the compiler is telling us no, it's not. The user's age is 15 and it is less than 40. So we get the output as such. Now different kinds of comparisons are available, such as less than, which is this, greater than, which is this, equal to. So if I want to check if user's age is equal to 15, I can just use this. In JavaScript, there's triple equals also available. Since JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, if you want to compare 15 to be equal to 15, you will get true here, because what JavaScript will try to do is it will either convert string to number or this number to string, and it will check whether or not those two values are the same. But if I use triple equal, that means strict equality. That basically says, okay, whatever the value is, it needs to be of the same data type and the same value as well. Don't juggle the types for me. Just tell me if it's the same. And here it's false. So that's another operator. So we have taken a look at less than, greater than, and equality operators. What about not equals? So I want anyone to be able to enter this application who is not the age of 44. For some reason, I don't want anyone to be of the age of 44 to enter this application. Right now, age is 15. It is not equal to 44. This exclamation point simply means that it's not. So that works. Now, the other operator that is available for us, apart from a equality and not equality, is something called greater than and equal to. So let's say I have the age to be 20. And I want to check if anyone who enters the application is of the age 20 or above. This is true. If I remove this equality symbol, that means that age is not greater than 20, it is equal to 20, so it's not going to be true. This checks both whether or not a person's age is greater than 20 and equal to 20. Similarly, if you want to take a look at less than and equal to 20, this will also work. It's equal to 20, but if it's not less than. And again, if you want to take a look at whether they are equal, that's true as well. So these are the comparison operators that we have available. Now we have logical operators as well. Now logical operators allow us to bunch together the different comparison operators. Let's say that I have the age of a person to be 18 and their monthly income, let's just variable age is 18 and income is equals to 15,000. Let's say I'm trying to create an application where person whose age is 18 and income is 15,000 are allowed to enter. So anything above that can be used. So how can I check two conditions? Basically, is the age equal to 18? That is true. Is the age equal to 15,000? Oh, sorry, not the age, it's the income. That's also true. But how do you check these two things right at the same time? So this is where the AND operator comes. So age is equal to 18 and income is equal to 15. So this works. This basically means this statement is only true when both the conditions are true. So this is equal to 18 and this is equal to 15,000 as well. If both of them are true, then it's true. And you can also add other things as well, such as if the age is less than 19, which is going to be true because 18 is less than 19, so it's going to be true. But this is just to show you, and you can add more conditions like this as well. Now, what if you want to check only one of these conditions is true? So either the income is equal to, let's say, the age should be 20, but if the age is not 20 but the income is equal to 15,000, then they can enter. This is where you use the OR operator, which is these two pipe symbols, and that's where you can do that. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only way. You can mix and match these operators. You want to check two things and multiple things as well, you can do that here as well. But these are the basic comparison of basic logical operators that you can use. The last logical operator would be not. So if I want to check, okay, is age equal to 50, but I want to check if the age is not equal to 50. So I can just and age is not greater than 40. So if I want to just make sure that whatever the answer of this is going to be, I want to just invert it. If it's true, make it false. If it's false, then make it true. Then use the not operator, which is the exclamation point, and this will work. This will flip the result on its head. So these are the three operators that are available for us there. Now we have the bitwise operator, which you can use. Bitwise operators are only useful when you're working with binary data. So let me just show you the binary data that you have. in order to check whether or not the binary data is going to be worthful for you. Binary data is useful because underneath the hood, it will always take a look at the binary representation of the data. We write the code, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the code that we are writing is going to be written in binary. So one way to think about it is this. Let's say that I have a number 5, right? Now that number, if I want to take a look at the binary representation of it, I can just write toString. It will convert it. This is the toString, and so this is basically something that will work if I just type it. Variable x is equals to 5 x dot toString 2, and this is the binary representation. The reason why we have to write 2 here is binary is something that needs 2 as its base. So the normal decimal number system that we use, which has numbers from 0 to 9 being used throughout, in binary you only have 1 and 0. So underneath the hood, your computer can only understand ones and zeros. So that's why binary numbers are so important in computer. Now let's say we have this, and we can perform different kinds of operations here. So x is 101 and 2.toString to y is equals to 2. And if you have y, you can take a look at 10. So we have 101 and we have 010. This 0 is just padded at the end so that these 3 variables come in line. So now if I want to perform some binary operation such as AND, or not, in case you're not familiar with this, don't worry about them. But if you are, you're working with some low level techniques, then you can just use x and y. And then what you can do is you can just z equals to x and y. So it returns the value of 0. We check the binary representation of this as well, and we get 0. The reason why is because if you remember, we have 101 and 10. So what happens is it takes a look at the 101 and 010 numbers, and it takes a look at the adjacent pairs. So these are the two numbers that are right next to each other. So if they are both 1, then only the output will have 1 in that place. So 0 and 1 will return 0. 1 and 0 and 0 and 1 is also going to return 0. But in case I had done this, now I have 7. And if I want to check y, I can just switch z. If either of the number is 1, then we're going to get 1. And 111 in binary will convert to 7 in decimal. And there are many other operators available as well, such as 11, 2, shifting the numbers by 2 and something like that. So 11 by 1 is 22. And if I were to shift 11 to the left side by 1, it's also this. So that's the way binary operators work. There are many other binary operators available for you to use as well, but that's one of the ways you can do it. So these are all the operators available for us to use. In many programming languages, multiple operators are available for you to use. If you have already worked with any programming language, these operators may seem familiar. The binary operators are operators that you would not have to use unless you are working with some binary data and you want to manipulate it underneath the hood, which is quite rare. Other than that, you can use any of the operators that we have discussed. All right, let's see what else we can take a look at.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a line break? A. BR, B. LB, C. break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at conditional statements. So conditionals or conditional statements are used to make decisions in a program. As we have taken a look into operators, and we determined how we can use conditional or logical operators in order to figure out if something is true or false. Based on these values, we can then define how we want our code to perform. So for instance, if we have some code, and in that code, what happens is you want to get the user's input and then determine whether or not a person's input, the input that the person gave, which is the person's age, is less than 18. If it is less than 18, then they cannot access your website. Let's say that it's a voting portal and above the age of 18 is the person that can vote in your country. So that's the threshold that you have determined. So that's the way it's supposed to happen. Now you can check using the operators that we have discussed, but how do you determine what code to run when a particular condition evaluates to true? This is where conditionals come into play. Now, in conditionals, we have multiple ways of dealing with things. We have if, we have else, we have switch statements, we have if else, nested else if statements, and there are many other kinds of operators that are many other kinds of conditional statements, which we'll take a look at. Also, we'll take a look at ternary statements. Now, ternary operator is an operator that we didn't really take a look into when we are discussing operators, but we did allude to it mainly because the ternary operator is a substitution for a simple if statement. So if you have an if statement that's really simple and don't want to write that much lines of code, you just want to write a single line of code that will explain it all. Ternary operators are really useful in that. It's called ternary operator because we have already discussed unary and binary operators. In a ternary operator, we have three operands. So in unary operator, we had one operand, which was the increment and decrement operator and the variable that whose value we were incrementing or decrementing. Then we had binary operators such as addition, multiplication, and division operators, and other operators as well, such as assignments and all. And now we have ternary operators. So these are the things that we'll discuss in the hands-on. So let's take a look at that next. Now let's take a look at loops. Loops are used to run multiple times until a specific condition is met. So let's say that you have some code that you want to run multiple times until a specific condition gets met. Let's say that you want to print the multiplication table of a number that the user enters. Now, for that, you could write 10 console.log statements, in each of which what you will do is you will increment the number from which you're multiplying that number from. So let's say the user enters 3. So you write 3 multiplied by 1 is equals to 3. 3 multiplied by 2 is equals to 6, and then you keep going on like that. That would be useful. However, since there's a lot of repetition of code and only the variable, only the counter is changing from 1 to 10, we want to automate this process. This is where loops come into play. Now, this is not the only place where you use it. In fact, loops are so fundamental and core to programming that they are used multiple times. So basically what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, we want to execute some bit of code. However, we want it to be executed for n number of times. This comes in handy when you have container objects such as arrays and objects, which we'll discuss after loops. But this is also helpful when you're trying to just go through something for n number of times. In cases like this, loops are really helpful. Loops are of three types: for, while, and do while. We'll cover all of those in the hands-on, which we'll take a look at.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Alright guys, so now let's take a look at a hands-on using loops. Again, the setup is going to be the same. We have some code. Let me just zoom out a little bit so that it's really easier for you to see. And I have the same code editor. Now let's write some code to make sure that we understand. Let's say that we are getting some number from the user. Let's say for num is equals to pass integer prompt and a number. Now I want to print the multiplication table of a number. Now multiple ways I can do that. One way would be to use this syntax, and now we can just do it again and again for 10 times. Let me just start from the beginning so that you can see 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8, 9. So if I were to save this, it would work if I just name the work console correctly. Now that that's done, I'll save it, go back, refresh, 5, press enter, and 5 multiplied by 3 is equals to 15. It's just a little, now it's going to be visible intact. I think there's an extra space between multiplication and equals to, so let me just correct that, save this, go back, refresh this, 5, enter, and now the code is correct. So 5 multiplied by 1 is 5, multiplied by 2 is 15. Oh, that's not correct. Again, as you can see, the mistakes that we are making even when we're manually trying to recreate some code. It's 5, press enter. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it's correct. Now the issue is that let's say that the person says, okay, I don't want it just to be there just till 10. I want it to be there till 20. So 5 multiplied by 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20 till there. So now again we have to write the same code and we have to make the same changes. This is very tiresome. So in order to overcome this, if we take a look at the code, the only thing that is changing is this number, right? Here and here. So we can change that. And here where loops come into play. So for variable I is equal to 0, I will be the number that we will multiply it for. I is just a common variable name that we use for loops. I is equal to 0, I is less than, let's say, 10, but we want it to start from 1, less than equal to 10, and I plus plus. Now all I need is just one line of code. The rest all can be put aside. So number plus I, save this, go back, refresh, 5, enter. So 5 multiplied by 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 works. So what just happened is, so this is the piece of code that's different. So let us explain this one by one. So it has 3 parts. The initialization phase, in which we initialize a variable with the initial value. Here we have initialized a variable named I with 1. The condition phase, where we check if the condition is true. If this condition ever evaluates to false, that means we have met the condition we wanted to meet and we want to quit the loop. And this is the change phase in which we increment. So the way it works is our JavaScript interpreter takes a look at the loop, creates a variable, assigns value 1, then checks if 1 is less than or equal to 10. This condition evaluates to true, so this code gets executed, and then we increment 1, so it becomes 2. So we check again, if 2 less than or equal to 10, it is, go back, put number plus, and we create the string where number multiplied by 2, which is the current value of I, is equals to number multiplied by 2. Then we increment, it's 3, and the same way we keep going till we reach 10. We check if number is less than or equal to 10. 10 is equal to 10, not less than. So we execute the code. Incremented by 1, it's 11, and now this condition evaluates to false. So we just come out of the loop. Nothing left to execute, so we just end our code. So that's the way for loops work. For loops are the oldest loops. They are used in many programming languages. Any programming language that you wish to use, you can use. Now, if I were to show you the same problem that we had earlier, let's say that the person says, I want the program to show me the multiplication table till 20. Run this, and it's showing till 20. You can even go further to 30, 40, 50, whatever you want. But now it's just a number changer. So as you can see, it allows us to not repeat ourselves, allows us to lot of not errors, and allows us to write code that doesn't contain any error because most of it is automated by the computer. So that's just one kind of loop. There are many kinds of loop available, and we'll take a look at them one by one. Now, instead of getting the input from the user because it's a little tiresome and a little difficult, I'll just assign it right now. Fine. So this is one kind of loop. Let me just comment it out so that it stays here, but it doesn't get executed. So this is none. Now I'll show you while loop. So this is what it looks like, but here some things are going to be different. So the initialization phase, I is equals to 0, I is less than equal to 10. Then we are going to use the same thing that we had written earlier, and I plus plus. So as you can see, we have the same 3 bits, but their position has changed. Earlier we had them all written in the same place. Here we have I, which is the index variable, and it is at the top. We can declare it anywhere we want. It doesn't necessarily have to be here. Similarly, if we had declared it earlier some places, we can just drop the var keyword and it will work just fine. Now we have I equals to 0. Now we check if the number is less than equal to 10. As long as this condition is evaluating to true, we will continue printing whatever it is inside the code, and we will check again. So we check it, we print, we increment, check, print, increment, check, print, increment, check, and we keep doing it again and again. If I go back, refresh, I get the same thing. However, this time it's starting from 0, and that is because I had my variable set to 0 where it should have been set to 1. Although 0 works, but still it's the way it works. And now we have that. So this was a while loop. and this works as well. Again, let me comment it out so that you can see. And now let me just show you the do while loop. This is what it looks like. So we just need a condition here, and it's going to work exactly the same. Variable is equals to this. This is the code that we want to execute, and the while loop is going to be just if the I is less than or equal to 10. And finally, we have to increment it as well. Again, this is going to work exactly the same. So I go back, refresh, it works. But there's a bit of an issue here, or not an issue, but the difference between while loop and do while loop is not just semantics, because they look exactly the same. But what happens here is, let me just remove this. Yeah. So now it's going to print it, then going to print it again. What happens is, if I were to change this variable to be 11, and if I were to change this variable to be 11 as well, what happens is, if I go back and refresh, 5 multiplied by 11 is equals to 55. So what's going on here is, in the do while loop, we have the variable set to be 11. We print whatever we wanted to print, then we increment the value by 1, and then we check the condition. In the while loop, we check the condition and then we print something. So that's the whole difference. It's called the entry controlled versus exit controlled loops. In entry controlled loops, before the loop starts, we take a look at the condition. If it evaluates to false, nothing gets executed. In exit controlled loops, at least once the code gets executed. But if the condition evaluates to true after the execution of the code, then we get this. Even then, we will still print something. So for instance, if this code is printed, that means that this condition, even if it didn't evaluate to true, we will still print it once. Then it increments, so 11 becomes 12, and we check if 12 less than or equal to 10. It's not. It is not equal to or less than 10. It is greater than 10, so the loop exits. So that's loops in a nutshell. That's how loops work in JavaScript and in many other languages. These are the 3 kinds of loops. There are other kinds of loops as well, which we'll discuss once we are done with arrays and objects, because those kinds of loops are used there. So we'll take a look at that in the array section. So let's take a look at the arrays now. Arrays. So an array is a container type. A container type is used to store variables or values of different types. So arrays are used to store multiple data points or multiple fragments of data in a single variable. To give you an example, let's say that you want to store the marks of a particular student and you want to store all the marks in one variable. If you were trying to store the marks of a person in English, Hindi, Maths, Science, Geography, these 5 subjects, you can create variables with these names and you can store the data inside them. However, if you want to store them all inside a single variable, then you can use arrays. Arrays have 2 parts to them, indexes and values. Indexes are the, you can think of them as roll numbers. So they start from 0, and then there's the marks of the student. So whatever you insert at the beginning will go at the 0th index, then the first index, then the second index. In JavaScript, arrays are dynamically sized. So you don't have to worry about running out of space, or you don't have to worry about declaring an array of a fixed size, because they size dynamically. So you can store as much information as you want. In other languages, such as C++ and Java, you would have to declare an array of a specific size and then use that array only. You can't use multiple arrays. So that's the difference between the arrays in JavaScript and other languages. Also, in strongly typed languages such as C++, Java, you would have an array that can only store value of one type. So if you want to store integer values, you can only store integer values, only store string values or other kinds of values. On the other hand, here we can store values of multiple types in an array. So we can store a variable that is of type integer, then string, then boolean, then again integer, then again boolean, then again integer, and many different kinds of data in any format that we want, as long as it's supported by the language. They can be stored inside an array. In fact, we can store an array inside another array, and that also works. So that's how this works. Let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how arrays can be used in JavaScript. So again, to follow along, just as we had done earlier, just need to have an index.html page, open up the console and open up the code file. So here's what we have. We have used the useString. Now we'll take a look at multiple operations that we can perform on arrays. But first thing we have to understand is how you can create an array. To create an array, it's quite simple. I'll use the var keyword I want a new array. So I want an array of the marks of a student. I'll call it marks, and I'll assign it to this. This is an empty bracket. I save it, go back, refresh. Now if I take a look at marks, it's an empty array. Also, there's an array constructor as well. So if I just use the new array function, this will return the same thing as well. But we don't need to get ahead of ourselves. This is how we can create an array. Now, creating an array is quite easy. You can just create an array, but how do you initialize it? So this is an empty array. If I want to add some values to it, let's say that the student has 88, 56, 55, 44, 55. These are the 4 marks. Go back, refresh marks, and these are the 4 marks. If I expand this here, we'll take a look at this. This is the index, which is corresponding to the variable. Since this was the variable I inserted at the beginning, or this is the data that I inserted at the beginning, it got the number 0 associated to it. Similarly, 1 was associated to 66, 2 was associated to 44, and 3 was associated to 55. And I have a property length, which tells us the length of the entire array. So basically, if I were to take a look at marks.length, it will show me the number of elements inside an array. That's one way. If I want to access certain values, let's say I want to access the value at the beginning, there you go. So I can just use this 0, 1, 2, 3 to get the values. So 1 would give me 66, 2 would give me 44, and 3 would give me 55. Now what about 4? Well, it will give me undefined, mainly because these indexes don't exist, so they are not available for us to use. So if I go back, this is what it looks like. Now, as we know that we use indexes, and indexes are sequential, so 0, 1, 2, 3. They are assigned on the basis of arrival of the data. Now, if I want to go over these and print all of those one by one, what I can do is I can use a loop for variable I is equal to 0, I is less than, and here's where the marks come into play. Marks.length and I plus. So it will go from 0, 1, 2, 3. As soon as I becomes 4, it will exit out of the loop. So we'll only get 0, 1, 2, and 3, which are the valid indexes. And I want to print marks of I. Save this, go back, refresh, and here you get the numbers. Now, this is where a simple for loop works. But another thing we can do is, instead of using this, because it is a lot of values, what I can do is for variable x in marks, and if I print x, go back, refresh, here's where you get 0, 1, 2, and 3. So you get the indexes, and you can do it there as well. And there's a for off loop available as well that you can take a look at. You refresh, and here which you get values. So if you want to take a look at the indexes, you can just go for x in, and it will get you that. If you were to go for off, this is how it will work. So this is how these variables work. In other languages, you would have to do something like this, especially in Java, but here it doesn't work like that. So that's the way you can loop over an entire array. But how about you have an empty array and you want to enter some values into it? The easiest way here is, if I go back to my code, I'll just show it to you here. Let's say ARR is equal to a new array. Now, if I want to add new data into it, all I have to do is ARR. This is empty right now. Dot push. Push is allowing me to insert some values. The F here means I have to put these brackets here. This means it's a function. Don't worry if you don't understand functions right now. I'll explain it to you in a moment. But let's say that I want to enter some item. If I want to enter just one number, I can just enter 15, press enter, and now ARR has 15 values. But if I want to enter more numbers, 16, 17, 18, all of these will be inserted as well. And there you go. It returns the length of the array. So whenever we insert something, it will get back the length. So since we inserted 3 values after 1, we get 4, and this is what's returned. So we have these 4 values. Now that is done. But let's say I want to remove the element. I can just pop and this will remove things at the end. Now instead of getting 15, 16, 17, 18, I get 15, 16, 17. If you pass in a number in pop, it will remove, it won't make much of a difference. It will still remove the same thing. Similarly, it won't throw an error basically, and you have one value. If I were to pop again and then again, since last value was removed, nothing is here, so you can't have anything. As we discussed, arrays can have values of multiple types. So let's say it's a string 0 true. ARR is equals to this. Now, if I want to find the value, I can find the last index of true. So true was found at the second index. This is easy for me to find things. If I want to find some string but it doesn't exist, it will return me an index of -1. So that's how it works in arrays. Arrays are really complicated in JavaScript. You can have a lot of functions. A few functions that I'd like to show you that are very important. Let's say that I have numbers. This is an array that has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now suppose I want to create a new array out of this array, and what I want is all of these numbers squared. So 1 multiplied by 1, 2 multiplied by 2, 3 multiplied by 3, 4 multiplied by 4, and 5 multiplied by 5. Simple logic that we have learned so far is use for loops. Go over each value for var x of, and inside it we pass in nums. Let me just show you in the code. So I'll just copy here, paste it here, then var result is equals to an empty array for var x of nums. We get x and result dot push x multiplied by x. Now if I console log the result, save it, go back, refresh, this is what we get. So we get 1, 4, 9, 16, and 16 and 25. This is exactly what we want. Now this works, but as you can see, again, you have to write so much code to get something really simple done. In other way, if you want to do it, I can show it to you right now. Result is going to be equal to, and I take nums, and I'm going to call a method on it called map. This function, it will take another function, and I'll display and show you what that means, but this is called functional programming. We'll discuss more about this when we are discussing functions, but right now just take a look at what happens. I'll just return x multiplied by x, and this is done. I save, go back, refresh, and I get the same output. So as you can see, multiple ways of doing the same thing in JavaScript. Some are more concise, however, it takes a little bit of time to get around those. Some are really easy to use. So we have understood how to declare an array, how to add elements to an array, remove an element from an array, access elements from an array, and loop over the array. These are the basic functionalities. If you want to take a look at the functions available for arrays, just type in nums dot, and you can take a look at all the different kinds of values that are available for you to use. Shift, unshift, slice, reverse, reduce, and many other kinds of functions such as index of and last index of. The difference between the two is that index of will give you the first index that it finds of a number. So let me just display that for a moment. Let's say that array is equal to 1, 1, 2, 2. I want to find the index of 1, I get 0. But if I were to find the last index of, this will give me 1. So if you take a look at this, first time I encounter 1 is at the 0th index, and the last time I do it, it's at 1. If I were to change this variable here and add 1 at the end, now if I were to use index, the value is still the same. But if I were to use the last index of 1, I get 5. So this is the difference between the two. Let's take a look at objects. So objects are the fundamental type in JavaScript. Objects are really important in JavaScript because most of the things that we work with are essentially objects. Objects are container types. Basically, they contain other kinds of data. Objects can contain objects, arrays, and any kind of data that they want. Similar to arrays, they are also heterogeneous, meaning that they don't need to contain only one kind of data. They can contain different kinds of data. The only difference between arrays and objects is that in basic uses is that objects will use key value pairs. Now, key value pairs are really easy to understand. Basically, just like in arrays, we have numeric indexes that are automatically assigned as you add and remove elements. So as soon you create an empty array, there's no elements in it. You add new item to it, it gets the index 0 assigned to it. Then you add another item, index 1 is assigned. Then you add another item, index 2 is assigned. When that element is removed, index 1 is the highest value of our indexes there. And then when you add another item, index 2 is assigned again. So as you can see, it's sequential, increases and decreases based on the length of the array. Now the difference here is that in objects, you can, instead of assigning 0, 1 and 2, it's up to you what you assign to the values. So basically, if you are trying to create a table-like structure in which the name of the person is supposed to be the key and the value is going to be their salary, you can do so. Just put their name as the key, salary as the value, and keep doing it for all of those, and it is an object. Objects are also fundamental in JavaScript because they are very synonymous to other kinds of objects, such as if you've ever worked with say object-oriented programming in other languages, and object-oriented programming is something that we'll discuss. But in object-oriented programming, you have classes and objects. Those are slightly different from what we're covering right now. So don't worry if you don't understand them right away. Basic idea behind this is that objects are containers that can contain key value pairs. They are more similar to hash tables or hash maps than they are, or dictionaries if you are in Python. But they are more similar to those than they are to classes and objects in the traditional sense of object-oriented programming. In case you don't know object-oriented programming and hashes and all of that, don't worry about it. We'll take a look at a hands-on in which we'll understand what this actually means. However, if you are familiar with these topics, then you have a nice ground level understanding of what this is. How to use it, however, is something that we'll cover on a hands-on. Alright guys, now let's take a look at a hands-on involving objects. So for this, firstly, you need a web browser opened. You can open it up in any web browser that you want, as long as it has a JavaScript console. To get into the console, just press Ctrl+Shift+I and then click on console. Expand this a little, and yeah, now it looks. So the way you can create an object is very similar to the way you could create an array. So for arrays, you needed to use either this shorthand, which were two brackets, open and close, or you can create new array, right? And that would also create an object. Now to create an object, however, it's quite easy to do. All you have to do is either just create a new object, which is exactly the same, or if you take a look at the symbols below, you can do this as well, and you have an object here as well. So let me just show you. If you take a look at type of, it's an object. Also, if you take a look at the type of array, it's an object as well. As I said, object is the fundamental type. Every thing that's not a simple primitive type, such as boolean, string, and all of that, that's an object. So you take a look at that. This is a string, but this is an object. So arrays are also kind of an object. So now, if I want to create an object, I can just assign obj is equals to, and here we have it. So if I create obj now, it's an object. Again, if I wanted to do it the other way, all I had to do was create a new object, and this works as well. It's exactly the same thing, as you can see. Now the object is created. Now it comes time to add things to an object. Now, as I said, objects are key value pairs, right? So one way you could have done this is, if you want to create an object here, you can just add things right here. So let's say that I want to create an object in which the key, I'm trying to store the name and address of a person, or let's say name and salary of a person. So all I have to do is type in name, and the name is supposed to be whatever I want it to be. Let's say John. Then let's say salary, 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 and let's say the salary is going to be 50,000. As you can see, that name is string, salary is not string, it's number. So you can do it this way as well if you want to. It doesn't really matter what kind of value you have for the values. Also, if I wanted to remove these, I can do so as well. JavaScript will automatically convert them into strings, so I have this. It doesn't really matter if I want string or not. I can also have numbers mapping to numbers as well. So let's say 2, 4. This works as well. Now if I create an object, I can take a look at the object in the console. This is what it looks like. 2 will map to 4, name will map to John, and salary will map to 5,000. In a similar fashion of array, I can also access these things by indexing into it. So if I type 2, you have 4. That's not the only way you can access things though. If you want to access the name, I can first type object.to. This will give me an unexpected error because 2 is a number. But if I access it using the array syntax, it will work. However, if I were to access obj.name, this will give me John. If I were to access obj.salary, this will give me the salary of a person. So this is how you can get the information from the objects. So this is how you can create an object and add data to it right at the same time. But how about if you want to create an object on its own and then add data later on as the user adds it? So again, you can just create an object which is an empty object. And now if I want to add anything, the same thing I would do anywhere. I would just type in obj, and now I can do it in the same syntax that I had done earlier. So I can type in name to be equal to John. Now if I take a look at obj, this is what it looks like. Also, if I want, I can type in name dot salary, salary is equal to 50,000. And now if I take a look at obj, this is what it looks like. So this is how you can add data to an object. This is how you can create an object, how you can initialize an object, add data to an object. Now let's take a look at how you can remove data from an object. So if I take a look at this, it looks like this. If I were to take a look at name, and now if I delete it and then take a look at obj, it only has salary. So this is how you can delete it. Use the delete keyword in front of the object and the key name that you want to delete it, and it will delete everything. Now you have just one property or one key, salary, and one value. This is 50,000. These are the keys, these are the values. So this is how that works. Again, if you want to loop over an object, you can do so as well. Let me just again, yeah. So now we have obj and we have name and salary. Another thing to notice is that it doesn't really matter how you add things into the object, name first and salary first. It doesn't really matter. It's really fast for lookup. Also, if I try to access an element that's not inside the object, let's say not found, it will return undefined. So just be sure to use this. So if I want to check whether or some key exists inside the object, the quickest way to do it is check if it's equal to undefined. So this is going to be equal to undefined. Name is not going to be equal to undefined because we have name equal to John. Now if I want to loop over the objects and print everything inside it, all I have to do is use a for loop. For variable key in object console.log key plus, and this is string concatenation, and you press enter and everything is working exactly the way it should be. So the salary mapping to value, name mapping to this value, and this works easily. So this is how you can write code and have it be executed. Now again, another thing I'd like to show you, which I hope I have shown you by now. If I were to remove these curly braces, what do you think will happen? It will still print it. So the difference between the two is, let me just show you. So this is what it should look like without the curly braces, right? If I were to add another line right after this and say next property. So if I press enter, as you can see, first the loop executes this, and then next property. However, I want both of these statements to be executed in the loop. Now for that, I have to open up a curly brace and then close the curly brace. And now if I do this, this is what happens. So what's going on here is if I remove the curly braces, only the first statement gets executed in the loop's body. If I keep the curly braces, then everything inside the curly brace is included in the loop's body. So for instance, if I were to add new code lines to it, they will also get executed. So this is a good trick to remember. So if you have an if statement where you only have one thing to do, so let's say that 1 is equal to 1, then I want to print console.log true and press enter. So it will work. However, if you have multiple statements, then you don't use curly braces. Depends on the code style that you prefer as well. I would recommend that you use curly braces whenever you can. But however, if you take a look at code like this, don't think that it's invalid. It's perfectly valid. So now we have looped over the elements. We have taken a look at everything. Another thing that I can show you is the object function. So functions are not something that we have discussed thus far. We'll discuss them in a moment. But the object is in JavaScript an object itself. So you can take a look at a lot of things that these things have for us. These are the properties and these are the functions that we can use on objects to understand how to use them. You don't have to worry about them right now. This is just to show you that JavaScript has a really great inbuilt support for objects. If you ever want to use an object, you want to perform some task with an object, first take a look at the JavaScript documentation on Mozilla Developer Network to see if it's not already developed. If that feature or that function is not already there, then you can implement it on your own. All right.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Machine Language. B. Hypertext and Links Markup Language. C. Hypertext Markup Language. D. High Text Machine Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
All right, guys. Now let's take a look at functions. So functions, as we have already discussed, a function is a named block of code which is used to wrap a few statements that should be executed one after the other and given a name. Think of bits of code that is really important to you. Any bits of code that come one after the other. So for instance, let's say that you want to connect to a database. That needs certain steps to be followed. You need to create the URL, you need to send a connection request, and then you need to handle whether or not the connection is successful or not. This is going to happen every time. These bits of code are going to be executed with each other. This is why we need a named block of code so that we can call it whenever we want to. This is a function. Another thing you can think about is how you can write data to a file. To write data to a file, you need to first open a file. After opening the file, you need to write the data into the file. Then you need to save the file, which is basically closing the file. So these three steps need to be executed one after the other all the time. So this is where functions come into play. You can create a function, call it write data to file, and that will do the same task for you again and again, so that you don't have to do it manually over and over again. This is what functions actually do. Now, when we come to actually understanding what functions are and how to use them, there are several intricacies that we need to be familiarizing ourselves with. Function names, declaration, calling a function, first class functions, which is a special concept in JavaScript, which will take a look at function arguments and returns. So we'll take a look at all of that as we move on to our hands-on. So let's do that now. So again, we would want to have the same setup that we did earlier. Create an index.html, open up the console, open the index.html inside a code editor. I'll be using Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor you wish to use. And here I have used the use strict declaration so that JavaScript's interpreter doesn't allow for any small mistakes. This will keep our code clean and easier to use. Now, when we're talking about functions, let me just show you what a function is. Suppose I want you to create I want you to greet someone, right? So for instance, to greet someone, firstly, what you need is you need to console log hi, then you need to print hope you are well, and third one would be nice to meet you. Now suppose this is something that you need to use in multiple places in your code. So for instance, this is one thing. Now you want to, let's say your code is spread across multiple files, and now you want to use it in this file as well. This is a separate file. Let me just comment that out. File2.js. This is going to be the file name, and this is file1.js. So this is how it works. Now both of these files will be included and they will get executed. That will work. So if I go back, refresh, and this will be printed 2 times, which is good. Now what happens is someone comes along, takes a look at our code and says, this is fine, but after nice to meet you, put a full stop, just to make it grammatically correct. So after everything, put a full stop. I save this, I go back and I refresh. Now, as you can see that if the person did know that this code was also written by the same person in some other place, if they forget, basically if this code was written, this change was made 2 or 3 months after someone had written it and someone else is making the change, they have no way of knowing whether or not the changes are there. So what happens is this code and this code are now out of sync. Nobody knows that this code is also doing exactly the same thing, but this code was doing the same thing and had some changes applied to it, which this code didn't. So again, that's a bug in your system. So how do you come about doing this? Well, the way you do it is, again, the simple way in programming is that you do not repeat things. So let me just close this out, right? And now I can create a function for this. Function will allow me to give a name to this entire block of code, and that name is going to be referenced in other places. Any change I make to this function's definition is going to be changed in other places as well. To create a function is quite simple. Use the function keyword, function, function. Give the function a name. I'll call it greeting. Then use these. These are called parentheses. I'll show you what they are and why they're useful in a moment. And then we define the function body the same way that we had defined the bodies of loops and if statements. And this is where we are. Now, this is the function that we want to use. Let's say that this is in its own file right after use strict. And now if I want to call this, I'll just call greeting here, and I'll call greeting here. Whenever I want to call a function, that basically means, okay, this is a function, execute the code inside it. These parentheses are going to take a look at the function and execute everything inside it. So whenever you put a parenthesis after it, it basically means that this is a function and I want to execute it. I want to run everything that is inside the body of this function. So I save this, I go back, refresh, we get the same result. But now if I were to make a change that I had earlier done here, here, and here, save this, go back, refresh again. As you can see, the changes are reflected in both places. And this is a trivial example, it's in both places. In real world scenarios, this can be referenced in multiple places. So that's the difference we're trying to avoid. So that's one way. This is how you can create a function. This is called declaring a function or creating a function. Declaration. And this is what's called using a function or calling a function. Call. Now that these two things are done, let's just return and see what else we can do. Suppose you want to perform some complicated mathematical operations, right? Let's say that you want to, I'll just call it calculate, right? A person enters a number to your program, and what you want to do is you want to take that number and square it, then add 2 to it, and then divide it by 2. So for instance, you take, let's say the number is 10, right? So you want to firstly square it, which is basically, you can either do it this way or multiply the number by itself. So number is equals to number multiplied by number. That's the first thing. Then you want to add 2 to it. So number is plus equals 2. And finally, number should be divided by 2. You can either do it number divided by 2, or the same way that we had done with the addition, you can do it this way. So that works. Now, thing is, this will only work with 10. So if I call this function, this will work with 10, calculate everything, but it won't do anything with it. Refresh, nothing happens. So what goes on at the end is that it creates a number in memory, performs these calculations, and then forgets about it because we're not printing it, we're not doing anything about it. So the way to deal with this is, firstly, we want to accept some input into our function. Now, either you can just call a prompt and say, okay, give me the user input. But this creates a problem that whenever you are using the prompt function, you're tying yourself to the browser because, let me just look, because prompt is only a function that is available in the browser. What if the user was to send the request via an HTTP request, and you are writing this code on a web browser? Instead of writing it here, you are writing it in a web server. That becomes a problem. So I just want access to a number. I don't care how I get it. So this is where parameters come into play. So I want a number, I put it here. So now whatever number user enters, I'm just going to square it, add 2 to it, divide it, and now I want to return the result. This is also quite easy. Returning a result basically means whatever I have calculated, give the result back to the user who called the function. Now I'll call number, save it. And now if I were to console log, and this will take a number. So if I enter 10, so go back, refresh, and this is the output. Let's check. 10 multiplied by 10 will be 100. 100 plus 2 is equals to 102, and 102 divided by 2 is equals to 51. So this is exactly what's happening. Now it doesn't necessarily matter that I only need to have two parameters. I can have multiple parameters as well. So instead of number, I can also say value, and now instead of 2 it could be 3, it could be 4, it could be anything depending on your use cases. So I can here pass in 2, save this, go back, refresh, and it's the same thing. But if I want to make changes, I can just go 11 and save this, go back, refresh, and this is what you get. So as you can see that this works really well. Now what is a function? It is basically a name given to a block of code. It can accept some parameters, perform some operation on it, and can return the output. These two things are optional. The function body, if it's not there, then it's basically just an empty thing. It's not doing anything. It's just a name for no code at all. So you can do that as well. Another thing that you might want to consider is that functions are first-class citizens in JavaScript. This is quite similar to other kinds of languages. However, most languages don't implement these kinds of things. So what that basically means is that instead of using functions as a high-level concept, it can basically be assigned to a variable. So let me give an example. Let's say I want to create first action is going to be, I can create a function without giving it a name. It accepts some value and returns that value multiplied by itself. That's it. And put a semicolon at it. Right? So this is the first action. Second action is going to be, it takes in a value and returns the value multiplied by 2. So now if I want to create a function, let's say I want function calculate. This will accept some actions and it will accept a value. So now what I want is for, and I can just go over each of the actions. So I just go for variable I is equals to 0, I is less than actions dot length I plus plus. Now all I need is to go to the actions, extract that function, pass in the value that was passed in, and I can just create a result. Result is going to be an array that will be passed in, and I'll show you what that means. Result dot push. Now I just have to return the result. So what's going to happen here is this. Now I'll call the calculate function, pass in the actions, which is going to be an array of first and second, and finally I pass in 2. If I go to console.log this, save this, go back, refresh, as you can see this is what the output is, 4 and 4. Now again, if I were to change the number, let's say it's 4, so I should get 16 and 8, and this is what I'm getting. This is the output. Now what's happening is, since I can assign functions to variables, I have created 2 operations on my own. Now what I want is the calculate function to accept a number of operations and a number itself, and perform these operations and return the result respectively. So it creates a result array, goes through all the actions, which is basically me trying to square and double it. I can also change the name here, sq square and double. These are going to be the 2 operations I want to be performed on this number. So I send it to the calculate function. It extracts each of the functions, performs the actions, put the result into the action array, and returns it back.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So that's what it means. Now, there's another thing that you can take a look at, which is early returns. And this is really where the entire functional calls shine up. So let's say that I get an age. Earlier, what we would have to do is I wanted to check if age is greater than 18, greater than or equal to 18. Then I would have to create another if statement inside it and do the same thing. Here I can do something else. So I can just check if age is less than 18 or income, which is something I need to accept as a parameter. Income is less than 50,000. Then I'll just use the word return. This basically means that, okay, if this is true, if either age is less than 18 or income is less than 50,000, then just return from the function. Don't perform any of the steps that I'm mentioning here. Other than you can just write valid. That's it. So that's what you can do. Now your code is much simpler to read. It's easier to understand. Basically what it's doing is, if this is an invalid input, don't do anything, just return. Don't perform any function. So if I were to go console.log, I don't have to console.log as well. I just have to use the calculate function. Pass in the age. Let's say it's 18 and income is 50,000. Save this. Go back, refresh, it prints valid. Now, if either one of those turn out to be true or an other one turns out to be false, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to move on. So this is how you can write code. So this is how functions work. We have taken a look at how to declare a function, how to call a function, how to compose functional callbacks, how you can do all of these things. One other thing that I'd like to show you that I didn't show you when arrays were being used is something called map, filter, and reduce. These are the three functions that are the most important ones in JavaScript when you're using arrays. Suppose you want to use an array. Let's say that I create an array of numbers, right? And I get numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I want to create a new array squared, which will be these numbers squared. So the way to do this would be, in normal terms, I would have to create an array, then I would have to write a for loop in which I'll perform these things. Here, what I can do is just type in the word numbers, and I used a function called map. Map is a function that takes in another function, just as the one we had created when we were creating squared and double functions. This function takes in a number, single number, not all the numbers. And now I want to perform my action and return the output. So I will return the number multiplied by itself. Now if I were to console log squared, this is what I will get. 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. So this is what we are getting. So what's happening is the numbers.map function is going to take this array, and what it's going to do is, in this function, it's going to pass each of these values one by one. So for instance, let's say this function is called, this is the function that is called. The first thing they will pass in 1, then it will pass in 2, 3, 4, and 5. And these values, when they are called, they will return. 1 will return 1, 2 will return 4, 3 will return 9, 4 will return 16, and 5 will return 25. So this is how mapping works. Basically, I want to create a new array out of a previous array. This is why functions are so important in JavaScript, and this is why they're called first-class citizens, because you can pass them around in other functions and nest them and do whatever you wish to do with them. This is why functions can be a little challenging when you're trying to work with them. So this was map. This is also part of functional programming. If I forget to return it, then I'm going to get this, which is undefined, because I forgot to return it. So what happens is, I take the number, make the calculation, but I don't return the result that I want to be included in the resulted array. So if I return it, only then would it work. Now you might be wondering, okay, this is a lot of code to write just to perform this task, right? And this is true, but when we move on to ES6 and its features, we'll understand how to overcome this as well. Now this is called mapping. If I wanted to filter it, let's say filtering would be something that we take a look at when we are trying to reduce the number of members. So for instance, if I want to only include even numbers, So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to only return values. I want to only include values inside this array if the numbers are valid. So I want to check if the number mod 2 is equal to 0. Basically, if I divide this number by 2, if it doesn't leave any remainder, which is basically the definition of an even number, include that number in even. So 1 goes in, 1 mod 2 is 1, so it doesn't get included. 2 mod 2 is 0, this gets included. This doesn't, this does, and this doesn't. So now if I take a look at even, save it, go back, refresh, 2 and 4 are the numbers. So this is how filter works. So these are the kind of things that you would have to do and understand how to perform when you're trying to build a JavaScript application. We'll make heavy use of this when we're trying to build some other kind of application, but it's important to understand what it actually is. Finally, we can have a reduce function as well. Reduce function basically takes in initial and accumulated and return I plus accumulated and print, save it, go back, refresh, and you get 15. So what it does is that it passes in, let me just pass in 0 here as well. Now I refresh this. Yeah. So what it's trying to do is it is taking this array, passing it these values. So it's passing in 0 and 1. So 0 plus 1 will equal 1. Next it will pass 1 and 2. 1 and 2 will equal 3. Next it will pass 3 plus 3 and 3. So 3 plus 3 will equal 6. Then it will pass in 6 plus 6 and 4, which will return 10. And finally it will pass in 10 and 5, which will return 15. Yeah, so this is what it's doing. Basically, we pass in the 0 as the initial value, and we're saying, okay, for each of the numbers, pass them here and create the next result out of those. So if we try to reduce the entire array into one by performing some function, this is how we do it. So that's basically it for the functions. Some of the important functions I have already mentioned. There are many functions available on many objects that you can take a look at. Too much for me to cover. I covered these functions that are map, filter, and reduce because these are the most important functions when it comes to writing JavaScript. They greatly simplify your code, and we'll learn in future videos how we can even specify better functional parameters to make it work even better. So let's take a look at what else we can learn.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a line break? A. BR, B. LB, C. break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright, so now let's take a look at object-oriented programming in JavaScript. Object-oriented programming is a programming paradigm based on the cohesive units of code called objects and the descriptions that are called classes. So a class is basically a blueprint in which we describe the kind of data we want, the kind of functions we want, and what the class's name is what the entity is supposed to be. So to give you an example, if you're trying to build a painting application in which you want the user to be able to draw shapes, the kind of objects that you would have there would be circles, squares, rectangles. The kind of properties that they would have would be the length, width, radius, depending on the kind of shape you're having, and then the kind of functions that it will have would be draw, fill, and things like that. So these are the kinds of functions and data that we're trying to use. Now, why is object-oriented programming important? Object-oriented programming is basically a programming paradigm. It's a way to write code. Other paradigms include functional programming and procedural programming or imperative programming. This is exactly what we've been doing. Procedural or imperative programming basically means you write one code statement after the other and let that execute itself. On the other hand, in object-oriented programming, instead of code being just one statement after the other, we create small groups of code called objects. These objects are belonging to a specific entity and map onto that entity into the real world. So if you're trying to create a employee management system, one of the objects that you will create, one of the classes you will create is employee, then you can create managers and many kinds of things. Now, object-oriented programming is a really complicated topic. it can warrant an entire video on its own. Do mention in the comments if you would like for us to cover object-oriented programming in more detail, and we'll get onto it if you guys want that. On the other hand, here we have the object-oriented programming paradigm for us. JavaScript supports object-oriented programming, functional programming, and imperative programming all the same. But the way JavaScript supports, or the way that it has historically supported object-oriented programming, is a little different than the way the other languages have. So other languages have keywords such as class, which you can use to define the classes. You have constructors and many other kinds of things. In object-oriented programming, it's a little different. And in the hands-on, we'll see how it's different and how it works. So let's take a look at that now. So we'll try and create classes and objects. For this, I'll use the text editor. Again, the setup is the same. We just have removed some previous bits of code and brought it to its original state. Now, to use classes, you don't really in JavaScript, you don't really create the word class there. We'll use the function keyword. That keyword will create a new class. Let's say I call it person. Okay, this person accepts two things: the name and age. Now I want this dot name to be equal to name, and I'll explain what this means in a moment. And this dot age equals to age. This is done. Now what I can do now is also, if I want to do something else, is I can just create a function. This dot say name is equals to a function which will console log the name. So you can do it this way, or another way of doing it would be to go here, use the person keyword, person.prototype.say name is going to be equal to a function, and you're going to print the name. Similarly, if you wanted to create an age, let me just do it here. This dot say age function, and type in console.log this dot age. Here it's the same. Instead of using name, I'll use this dot name. So what does the keyword this mean in this scenario? We'll take a look at that in a moment. Now I'll create a person. Let's say John is equals to, and now create a new object using new person. It's the same thing that we have been doing thus far with the new array or new object constructor functions. And I'll pass in the name to be John and the age to be 35. Then I'll use John dot, and here I can use it to say its name or say its age. I can call say age function and then say name. Save this, go back to the code, create, open up and here you have it. So it prints the name, it prints the age. Now again, you can do it either way. Unfortunately, whatever way you prefer is the way that you should use it. I like doing it this way because it separates my my data with my functions or my methods. Method is basically a function that is tagged into a class. So what is going on? This is a constructor function. Constructor function. This is the prototype function or the method that we are assigning. So methods. So what happens is prototype is a property that the class takes a look at. So whenever you create an object, the first thing that happens is it takes a look at all the method names that we're calling. So we say, okay, I'm calling say age. The object will take a look at itself. Do I have a function named say age? No. Then it takes a look at its prototype. Does my prototype have a say age function? If it does, then I'll call that. If not, then I'll throw it out. So that's how this works. So these are the two things. Again, it's a little difficult to wrap your head around at first, but it works. Now let's come back to the keyword this. This, what does this mean? Let me just create a new function, person.prototype.print this function, console log this, save this, and now I'll just call it here. Print this. And now if I go back, if I refresh, As you can see, this returns the object. So basically, this is a keyword that is used to refer to the current object. Similarly, if I were to console log this here, which is outside the class, outside an object, outside a function, I will get window. So the way JavaScript works in the browser, it at the end, everything is attached to window. Window is an object that is on the JavaScript browser. It is managed by the browser. You are supposed to add things or remove things. So if I create a variable here, var name is equals to Peter, and save this, and if I go back, refresh, if I type in Peter, okay, maybe I should type in name. So if I type in name, this is what I get. If I type in window dot name, this is what I get. So this is what it means. Now, if you take a look at the keyword this, it is used to refer to the current object. So here, when I use the keyword this, it basically transforms this call into John dot name. So to avoid confusion, it's called the this keyword or the context. Basically, what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, for this object, the current object that I'm trying to create, whatever value I have assigned to the name and the age, print those. So this dot name means John's name, print that. This dot age means John's age, print that. And here this basically means print the entire John object. Don't print individual properties, just print it entirely. So this is what happens. If I go back again and I show you something, refresh, this is what it has. These are the two properties. Open it up. This is the prototype. Open this up, and it has these three functions: print this, say age, say name. And this is the constructor function that takes in the name and the age. So this is how JavaScript works underneath the hood. Now in ES6, there are new ways of creating a class, but this is how it works here. So you can create a class. These are the objects. Now you might be wondering, how is it different from creating a new object? Let's say I call it John, make it equal to this, put name equals to John, age equals to 35, and then I add these two functions. Let's say name function, and the similar thing. Just think about it this way. So how is it different? Well, the main difference here is, let me just go back here. Instead of John, I'll just Johnny. Save this, go back, refresh, Ojny, and this is here. Now, so the main difference is this is something that you can't reuse. Once you created the variable Johnny, that's it. Now, if I want to create another person with the same structure, here all I have to do with John, I will create Johnny, and his age is 40. So now it has all the properties that a person class has, which is this, which is the name and the age. It also has the name assigned to be Johnny, it has the age assigned to be 40, and it has these functions automatically. So I didn't have to create a new object, copy and paste the code. As we want to reduce the amount of code we write, we do it this way. So use these object literals, these ones that we create like this. You can use them, but use them when you want to create just one-time thing. If you want to create something that needs to be accessed and change the data of multiple times, then these functions are important. This is how you can do it. Also, these data is also called, in case you ever come across this, it's also called properties. And this is how it works. So this is how you can create a class in JavaScript. This is the old school way. There are new ways of doing it, and we'll discuss this when we're discussing ES6. But right now, this is how you can create a class. It will work with all kinds of functions. JavaScript had a difficult start with object-oriented programming. It was earlier not designed to be an object-oriented language. Then object-oriented programming came into being, and now it's like this. So this is how you can do it. This is why functions were repurposed to be classes and objects. So you can do it this way. There are other ways which we'll discuss in later sections, but right now you can understand how you can do this. Right? Let's take a look at what next we can do. Finally, take a look at JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It is a popular data transfer format which uses syntax similar to JavaScript object, which can be serialized and from and deserialized too. So basically what happens is, when you're trying to exchange information between two programs, and these two programs may be of different language, you need to agree upon some common format in which you will be exchanging data, so that when you create that format, put the data in and send it to the user can then take data out of that format and understand what you have written inside it. This is where JSON comes into play. Similar to JSON, there are other alternatives available, such as XML and YAML, or YAML as it's called. However, XML is quite old, it's quite verbose. YAML is quite new, but it's not very useful. JSON has turned out to be one of the most popular data exchange formats. It is based strictly on JavaScript object notation, which is basically how you create objects in JavaScript, with a few notable exceptions, although it's quite similar. We don't add functions and all, but we'll discuss those in the hands-on. Basically, JSON allows us to add data to an object, convert that object into a string, send it back to the user, which may be a Python program, which could be an Android application, could be anything. Usually it happens in client-server communication, but other programs do that as well. Once that data is sent, that data will then be parsed and converted into an object that programming language can understand. And once that's done, you can then extract data from that object and use it however you wish to. Basically, JSON allows us to create a stringified version of our objects and parse a string in order to understand how to extract objects out of it. So let's take a look at how that works in the hands-on. So if you open up your browser, open up the console, and now let's take a look at how JSON works. Now again, JSON is like everything else in JavaScript, is a object in JavaScript. So let's just show you. And it contains a lot of functions that we can use for our purposes. In our case, it's parse and stringify. These are important functions, but first let's take a look at the syntax. So whenever you're trying to create an object, let's say that I am trying to make an object, I'll just create variable data equals to, and I'm sending back the information about the user. Let's say the ID of a user is 1, name is John, age is 56. So if I take a look at the data now, it looks like this. Now this is fine, JavaScript can understand this and it can parse it. But if I were to transfer this data to some other language or some other program such as Python, C++, Java over the internet, this will not work. Firstly, it will just be sending over a bunch of bytes that JavaScript can understand but other languages can't. So we have to convert this into a string. Now, to convert this into a string, we can't just wrap it inside this. For instance, we can't just do it this way, because that makes no sense. Because let's say that if I have some double quotes in there and this is a long file, then this I have to go through the entire system. So the other way of doing it would be to use JSON.stringify. Inside it, I'll just pass in the data, and as you can see that this has done it for us. It has double quoted the entire property, double quoted these things that we need, the properties that are strings, and it takes care of all of that. So this is what the data is. Now if I want to send it to a user, I can send it. If I'm creating a web server, I can just pass it to the user. They will get this data. Let's say that I am that user, I get the data now. So I'll just get const string is equals to, not const, but variable string is equals to this. So now if I take a look at the stringified data, this is what it looks like. But if I want to parse it, I can just go json.parse the string and we get back the object out of it exactly the way we want. So this is what JSON allows us to do. Now suppose I'm creating a web server, I get the data from a database and I want to send it to the user. So sending it over the internet, I need to convert it into a string, which I do using this. So json.stringify.data, this is what gets sent to the user. Now let's say I'm creating a front-end application, I get the data and I want to convert it into the JavaScript objects that I can use. Just use json.parse on the data that you receive and it will work exactly the way you wish for it to work. So now this is how this works. There are other ways of dealing with data with JSON as well, but they are quite complicated and not very useful because they are really difficult to implement. Basically, you will be re-implementing the stringify and parsing functions yourself. That's not very useful, so we recommend that you do it this way. So with that, now let's take a look at what else we can do. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ES6 features. So JavaScript has been around for a while and new features have been added to JavaScript in its 2015 version. That was a major revamp of the language and it was called ES6. ES stands for ECMAScript ECMA or ECMA is a standardization committee which takes care of standardizing JavaScript features across the browsers. So in 2015, JavaScript had a major revision called the ECMAScript 6 or ES6. It added new features and new syntax to make our code more concise. So this is basically syntactic features. New features were added in order to make our code easier to read, easier to understand, and easier to write. So these are some of the features, some of the most important features we need. So we'll be discussing those now. So let's take a look at them one by one. First thing is declaration. Now for declaration, what we need to do is we need to find out new ways of declaring a variable. We have already understood that there is a way of declaring a variable using the var keyword, var. However, two new keywords were introduced called let and const. And these were variables that were introduced because var had specific drawbacks, which we'll discuss. And then we'll take a look at how to use let and const instead of var. So to understand this, first we have to understand what exactly are the drawbacks. Then we'll move on to how these drawbacks are solved using this keyword. So let and const will take care of the problems that were created using var. Now let's take a look at the hands-on for declarations. So for this, we'll have to use the let and const keywords. So again, we'll go back to the same code. Now this var keyword is what we use to declare a variable, right? So if I create a variable named name, put John inside it, save it. Everything works, and it doesn't really take away from the fact that it's going to work just fine. So if I take name, print it, it's the same thing. However, notice what happens here. So if I create if name is equal to John, then create a, let's say that we create a variable, it's called count, which is equal to 1, and then we print it. Console.log, there are count or there is would be appropriate. So now if I go back, refresh, there is one John. I think I printed 0 here somewhere. Count is 1 and the name is there is now, so there is one John. But if I take a look at the count variable, it's also available outside. So this is a problem. This is one of the problems. So what happens here is this: whenever we declare a new variable here, even if it's inside an if statement, it will be available throughout our code. So it will be available here. I can use it in another if statement as well. If true, console log count, and this will work. This is a real problem. It might not seem as such right now, but the problem here is this. Suppose you're working on multiple files and you try to create a new variable. This variable is now called, you create a new variable, you want to get the username. So you get the name, you ask for a user to enter the name, and what you have essentially done now is you have overwritten the value that might be used someplace else. So now if in some other file someone has already declared a variable name and they will use it when user clicks on a button or something, they'll get the name that you have declared instead of getting the name that they have declared. This causes a lot of issues when you're trying to build applications at scale, when there are multiple files that you need to take care of and how to work with them. So in cases like this, what we can do is we use the let keyword. The let keyword won't let the respects the scope of the variable. So if I go back, finally all I have to do is change var to let, save it, go back, and now if I try to use the word count, it says no variable named count is defined. This process of getting the variable from here, which is what happened with var, and putting it at the global scope, this is what's called hoisting. This is a problem in older versions of JavaScript, and this is why the let keyword was created. Now there's another kind of variable called const. This is what const looks like. And contrary to popular belief, const doesn't mean that you will have a new variable that can't be changed. So for instance, let me show you. Const person is equals to, and let's say I call it a person. Now if I were to change this, I can obviously do so. Person is equals to another, and now I can't change it here. So that's the way const will work. It will not allow you to change a variable. However, if I had, let me declare another one. John is equals to, and John's name will be John. Now if I were to change John dot name is equals to Jane, this is allowed because I'm not changing the reference of the variable, I'm just changing data inside it. So but if I were to apply this, then it's going to be, because you can't reassign a variable that is declared using const. Had it been declared using let, so let's say let x is equals to x, and now if I want to assign y to it, I can. So this is how const and let work. This is the difference. The problem was variable hoisting. Variable hoisting basically means you get a variable and you assign it in some scope, and you don't want it to be accessible outside it, but it is accessible outside the scope, and that causes a lot of problems. So for instance, if I were to declare a variable here, this will be pulled out here, and then we'll be using it. When the JavaScript runs the code, it takes a look at all the variables, pulls every variable at the top, and now everyone can use this variable. So this would mean that a lot of people will be stepping on each other's toes, and it's going to be really difficult for them to understand what exactly is going wrong, where is this variable declared, and how can I get it to work better. On the other hand, once you're using this, you can use the let keyword, and this will respect the block scoping that we use. And the const keyword is used to declare constant variables. Now, which one should you use when? Basically, the recommendation that many JavaScript developers give is always use let and const. Now go start with using const at the beginning unless you need to change the variable someplace else. First use the const keyword, assign some value to it. If you need to change it someplace else, then change the const to let. Basically, don't use var, never use var, because better options are available and this could lead to difficult problems. So that's how const and var work. This is what the new ways of declaring a variable is, and you should use them. Most browsers support these new ES6 features since they have been outside for ES 2015. So they have been available for public use since 2015, and most browsers support them. In case you want to convert this code into a code that older browsers can understand as well, there's something called a transpiler. So things like Babel.js, they will take your code written in ES 2015 and convert it into something that older browsers can understand as well. You can take a look at that if you wish to. All right, now let's take a look at what else we can do. Arrow functions. So arrow functions provide a new syntax to create anonymous functions in a very concise way. Since we have already taken a look at functions such as map, filter, and reduce, which take in functions as argument and give back in response the result of those functions, these functions that we pass in are called anonymous functions. They have no names, they are only used once. But it's a little difficult to write the function syntax the same way that we have done earlier. So in order to reduce this, since all we're doing is creating a function that returns some value based on the values passed into it, we can use the arrow functions. Arrow functions are available in other languages in the format of a lambda. So if you've ever worked with Python, you can understand that arrow functions are similar to lambdas. Lambdas are also functional expressions that can be passed from one function to another. Similarly, this is what happens here as well. So now with that, let's take a look at a hands-on and understand how that works. So to take a look at arrow functions, I'll just open up this text editor and I'll show you what arrow functions are and how they work. So there's a bit of a variation on arrow functions as well, multiple ways of doing things with it. Let's take a look at them one by one. Suppose I was creating an arrow function, and from now on, instead of using var, I'll be using const. Unless I want to specifically know that this variable that contains data that needs to be changing, I'll use the const keyword, which is the recommended way. Now I'll create a function called f1. This function takes in a variable and it will return x multiplied by x. Very simple, everything that we have been doing thus far. So if I go back, refresh, f1, 2, enter, I get the result back. Now that works. However, this is a lot of code. Most of it is just unnecessary. We just want a function that takes in some value and returns some value out of it. So the way of doing it would be using x as the argument equals to, and then putting the arrow symbol. This is why it's called an arrow function. And what we want to return is x multiplied by x. This is how this works. Now, if I were to go and call f1 again, it would work exactly the same way. And this is what to do. Now, here's the thing that you need to understand. First things first, this is the list of parameters. If there's only one argument that you want to pass in, you can also skip the parentheses. It will work exactly the same. Go back, refresh, and use it, and it works. So what's happening is we're saying, okay, there's a function that needs to be assigned to the f1 variable. It takes in one argument, returns that argument multiplied by itself. And since there's only one statement that needs to be executed, I don't need to pass in any return statement, and I don't need to write anything like that. So that works. However, if there was more than that, then I would have to make some adjustments. For instance, if there were two parameters, let's say x and y, then firstly I would have to wrap them inside parentheses. If there was only one, then I could leave off the parentheses and it would work, but right now I can't. Now again, I can just multiply and return x and y, and this would work the same. If I go back, refresh, go up, and do this, it works. But here's the thing. If I want to not just use one single line of code, but multiple lines of code, then I can write it here. So I can just write const z is equals to x multiplied by y, and then I will return z. This works. This works. So if I refresh, go back, run, and this works. So this is the basic function of arrow functions. You create a function, it's anonymous, you don't need to write a lot of code. Now compare and contrast this to a function that we had to create. So previous version was we would have to create a function that takes in x and y as parameters, and then we have to write the curly braces. We have to return the statement x multiplied by y. A lot of code to write just to perform something simple, right? Here we don't have to do that. All we have to do is just pass in x and y and return what we want to return. If there are more than one statements, then we need to wrap them inside curly braces and make sure that we return something if we wish to. If not, then we can just remove the return statement and it will return anything that this evaluates to. On the other hand, if we only have one parameter, then we can just leave off the parentheses as well. Although it is recommended that you use the parentheses if and when you can, because it makes your code more readable. So now where does this help us? Now again, suppose instead of doing it here, I'll do it here. Suppose I have numbers. It's equals to, and I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So if I take a look at numbers, this is what it looks like. Now, if I were to use the map function again, this takes in a function. Instead of passing in the function the old way where I use the function keyword, then take in the parameter, then write it here, and then I have to return something, which is this way, x multiplied by x, press enter. This is how it used to be done. Now I can simply write a really concise version of it, if you remember. As you can see, this is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keywords that I had to type. Here I have to write this entire line of code. So it's very simple and very easy to use. And since I'm only going to be passing expressions, I can leave off the curly braces and parentheses as well. Let's say I want to filter. So I'll just use filter x and x mod 2 equals to 0. And this returns the even number. If I want the odd numbers, I can just do it this way and I get the odd numbers. Similarly, I can use the same thing for reduce as well. So if I take numbers dot reduce, this takes in the callback function in which I will pass in the initial value and the accumulated value and return initial plus accumulated, and the initial value right at the beginning would be 0, and I get it. So all I had to do was write just a little bit of code to get everything to work as I had expected it to work. So that's how these inline functions or anonymous functions or lambdas, whatever you call them, work. In the newer versions of JavaScript, they have proved to be really helpful. Many new languages have implemented these features itself, such as Java has implemented the functional capabilities in themselves as well. Also, these are really helpful when you're learning new frameworks such as Angular, React, Vue. They make extensive use of these functions because they make the code more readable. With that, let's take a look at what else we have to cover.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Machine Language. B. Hypertext and Links Markup Language. C. Hypertext Markup Language. D. High Text Machine Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let's take a look at destructuring. So arrow functions are quite easy to understand, but destructuring is a little different from arrow functions. Instead of using the same syntax but modifying it a little bit, we'll be using a new construct in destructuring. So when we're destructuring, we can extract values from containers like arrays and objects in a very concise way. It often happens that we have an array or we have an object and we want to extract some values out of it and assign them to a variable. Now, when we're trying to do that, we want to, in previous versions, we had to index into the arrays or name the use the name of the properties there. But here we can use it ourselves. So in cases like this, we use destructuring. It makes our code really easy to use and really precise to work with. So let's take a look at that in a hands-on. Let's first take a look at the old way of doing things. So we had to create a variable. I will call it, let's say, names. This is going to be an array. And let's say that the array contained 3 values: Jane, John, and Jenny. So this is how you can use it here. But now if let's say I wanted to create 3 variables x and y and z, and I wanted to assign these values to them. To do that, I would have to use names of 0, similarly names of 1, and names of 2. And now if I wanted to print the values of x and y, it would be x, y, and z. Save this, go back to the code, open up the console, refresh the page, you get Jane, Johnny, and Jenny. Now this works, and similarly for objects also. Let me just show you how that would work. Instead of names, let's say we had people, and we had an object here in which names corresponded to their age. John was 40 and Jenny was 37. Now again, if I wanted to get the age here instead of the names, I would have to again do something similar. Instead of doing A, B, and C. And now, let's say that I want to extract the name of Jane. Then I would have to use the people.jane. And similarly, I had to do the same thing here, which is for John, people.john. And finally, for Jenny, I had to extract it like this. And now if I wanted to print, I had to print Jane, John, save this, go back and refresh. And now we have this. I think I have misspelled something, that's why I'm getting for John, the J needs to be capitalized. That is the issue. Save this and this works. Now if I wanted to, could just do it this way, Jenny, and now here, instead of having those capitalized names, I can just type the smaller letters, and this works as well. As you can see that this is a little tiresome to write. So how can we do it in a better way? Well, let's start with this. Let's keep these 2 things and we'll print these 2 things. But if I want to extract and destructure values out of it for x, y, and z, all I would have to do is this. So I use the array syntax and assign it to the arrays. Now if I were to print it, it should print the exact same thing. So if I refresh this, and it prints the exact same thing. So the way we did it is we created the array syntax and we added x, y, and z. These are the new variables in which I want the values to be assigned. Should be the 0th index should be assigned to x, first index to y, and second index to z. So that's how we do that. Now the same thing we can do here as well. So here Jane, John, Jenny, all assigned like this. And now if I were to save this, if I were to go back, and if I were to refresh, the output is still the same. So here the name matters. Earlier I could have named it X, Y, Z. I could have named them A, B, C in the array restructuring thing. But here I have to name them correctly.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So instead of Jane, I could have just written, if I were to write Jane like this, save this, go back, refresh, and I get Jane is not defined. This, if I were to go here and paste it here, go back, refresh, then I get undefined. This is because the keys are not matching up. So the keys that we have are Jane, John, and Jenny. If I want to create a variable of the same name, then I can just destructure it like this. And that's the way it works. Now, it's not the only way it can work. For instance, if let's say that I have a function, right? And I say, okay, print details. It will expect an object that contains the details of a person. And I want to print the name and age. And I call print details. And I can create an object first. Let's say Jane, in which name is Jane, age is 40, and if I pass the variable here, now if I wanted to print this, I would have to prefix the person, and only then will it work. So if I save this, go back, refresh, it works like this. However, as we've already learned that we can destructure these things, so we'll do that here. So just paste it here and add it inside. So whatever happens is we pass in an object with name and age as keys. This will extract it and create variables out of it, and we can use them here. Now if I go back and refresh, it works exactly the same. So that's the way destructuring in objects works. This is why destructuring is considered so important, and this is why it helps us in writing cleaner and more concise code. Now let's take a look at the classes in ES6. Now let's take a look at the class keyword. So in ES6, we get a new way of defining classes. As we have discussed earlier, in JavaScript, creating classes and objects is a little tricky because unlike other languages, such as Java and Python, they have their own way of creating a class. And if you learn how to create a class and create an object in one language, you can pretty much learn how to do that in other languages as well. The syntax is going to be a little different, but the overall system remains the same, that you declare a class using a class keyword, create a constructor function, add variables to it, add methods to the class, and then you use the new keyword, or perhaps you don't use it in the case of Python, and you instantiate a new object of that class in which you can set the values and create the methods that act on those values and so on. So this is how you would do in other languages. In JavaScript, however, before ES6, what we had to do was, as we have already seen in object-oriented programming section, we have to create a function called the constructor function. That function's name is the name of your class. That function takes in a few values that you can set as properties to your class. And in the prototype of the function, you attach some functions or methods that are part of that class. After that, you can create a new object of that class and can use those functions. Now that works quite easily. However, this is a really weird way of doing it, because you have to, instead of doing it the way you would normally do, which is basically just creating a class, creating an object, and functions and class are two different things in other languages. However, in JavaScript, they're all mismatched together, so it's a little difficult to get started with. However, in ES6, they have changed this. Now we can use the class keyword to create a function. Instead of using a function, you can create a class on its own. Now, what's happening behind the scenes is exactly the same thing that has happened with the function keyword, with adding methods to the prototype and all. But just because the new class keyword was introduced, we have a new way of creating class, which is much more easier than the previous way, and maps on to what other languages allow us to do. So let's take a look at that in the hands-on. For this, I have the same thing here. Now I'll create the same class that I had done earlier, which is the person class. Earlier I had to create function person and had to add some properties using name, age, then this dot name equals to name, and similarly this dot age would also become age. And then I had to add things to the prototype. Now this is doable. However, if I wanted to do this in class, it would be really easy. Just create a class, call it person. Inside it, I would create the constructor function. It is named constructor. It is called and it allows us to create an object. Constructor functions are called constructor functions because they take in some parameters and create an object and give it back to you. So I'll again use the same thing here. The body is going to be the same. This dot name is equals to name. Similarly, this dot age is going to be equal to age. And now I'll use the same functions, but instead of attaching them to the prototype, all I can do is just create the function. So say name. I don't have to use the function keyword. I can just write it like this and type console.log this dot name. Similarly, this dot age. And now if I were to create a new person, I have to pass in name, and name could be anything. I'll call it John, age 35. Now John dot say age, and again John dot say name. Now if I were to save this, go back, open up the console, refresh, and you can see if I refresh this, we have John and 35. So as you can see, we are getting the same thing. But now if I were to console log John, you can see that it's exactly the same thing that we had earlier. Age and name are there, and the functions, including the constructor function, is attached to the prototype. So it's just a new way of declaring a class and using a class. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only way or that's even necessarily the right way. However, this is the way that many people use functions and classes, and we recommend that you take a look at that as well when you're trying to do it. Which one should you use? Well, the recommendation is that you use the newest features as soon as possible, because it may be possible that JavaScript or newer browsers drop support for the older version of code. However, that doesn't seem very likely, but it could be possible. So in order to avoid that, jump onto the latest version of code as long as it's supported with the supported in the majority of the browsers. And these features are supported, so you can take a look at those in whenever you want. All right, so now let's take a look at JavaScript and DOM. First, we'll understand what a DOM is. So DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is a tree-like structure which represents the HTML document and can be accessed and manipulated using JavaScript. So if you remember, when we were discussing the history of JavaScript, JavaScript was created in order to manipulate HTML pages. And the DOM is the way that it does that. The DOM, or the Document Object Model as it's called, is basically an interface through which JavaScript can interact with the HTML pages. This is implemented by the browser, and what you can do is use the methods on JavaScript so that they can execute the code and manipulate the DOM as you wish it to. Now, these DOM elements are arranged in a tree structure. Just as an HTML page is created with nodes nested inside each other, that's how the tree is formed. It's a hierarchical structure in which each node is either a child node, parent node, or a leaf node. So this is how the HTML document is structured, and then we take a look at the JavaScript. JavaScript can be used to perform different kinds of manipulations on the DOM. Let's take a look at them one by one. So using JavaScript, there are several kinds of operations that we can perform on a DOM element. First one is accessing the DOM elements. So depending on how you want to access the JavaScript DOM element, you can access it in several ways. We'll discuss them in the hands-on, but one of the ways is using an identifier. So if you're creating an HTML page and you know you want to access it in JavaScript, you can assign an ID to it. Similarly, you can assign a class to it as well. just as you reference the documents or the elements in CSS, you can reference them in JavaScript as well. And you can use IDs and classes for that. There are other ways as well. You can get the name of, you can get the documents or the DOM elements using the tag names. So if you want all the forms on your entire HTML page, you can do so in JavaScript as well. And there are many other ways as well, which we'll discuss. Then comes adding DOM elements. So what happens is you can create your own DOM elements and then you can attach them to the HTML page as well. Suppose it's an empty page, you want to create a new DOM element. You can do so using the JavaScript's DOM API. What happens is, firstly, you get the DOM elements, you get some data, create a new DOM element, add data to it, and then we can attach it to the DOM. With that, we move on to manipulating the DOM element. Now, manipulating a DOM element is also quite easy. What you have to do there is basically you get the data and then you manipulate it. You get the DOM element, you change its style, change the text contents, you can change different kinds of things about it, and it will work exactly the same way. Manipulating the DOM elements involve you getting access to the DOM element, and then you making changes to it. So you can make changes such as change the order of the elements, remove an element, add an element, which we have already discussed, but also you can change the text content inside each of the HTML DOM nodes, and that works as well. Finally, you can take a look at removing the DOM elements. Removing the DOM elements might sound a little difficult to understand, but it's fairly easy. You get the DOM element, you get all the child elements of it, and you remove those child elements, and they will be gone forever. So they are removed from your screen, and then you no longer have access to them. So that's how you can create DOM elements. You can access DOM elements, you can add DOM elements, you can manipulate DOM elements, and you can remove them as well. These are a whole variety of operations that you could ever want to perform on a DOM element in the JavaScript ecosystem. But how do you do that? Well, let's take a look at the DOM operations, and here we can understand that. The first things first, I will open up the page. I'll remove everything from here, and I'll open up this code. Now here I can write the code that I want. So as you can see that the page is empty. Just for the sake of understanding, I'll create an unordered list item and I'll give it an ID of list. That's about it. First thing we have to understand is how do you get access to a DOM element, which is quite easy. You can just use document. Firstly, I need a variable name. So you get document dot get element by ID. This will only return one item because on an entire page, it is recommended that you only have one item with the ID assigned to it. So the ID that we had assigned to the list, unordered list, was list. Save this and we'll console log the list. Save this here, go back, open the console, refresh, and you get the unordered list here. It has nothing inside it thus far, that's why it looks like this. Another thing you can do is use class. You can get access to something using a class. So instead of this, I'll get class. But one thing you'll notice is get elements by class name. Save this, go back, refresh. This is an HTML collection. So as we have already discussed that when you are using classes, multiple elements can have the same class. However, IDs are unique. Each element should have its own ID. So this is where we use that. So if we have some element that is repeating on the screen, let's say you are creating an e-commerce application and that e-commerce application needs to show a list of products. So each individual product will have a class of product, and to get access to all those products in an array, you can use the document.getElements by class name. Also, if you don't want to use class names, let me just go back and use ID. You can also get elements by tag name, and the tag that we are using here is unordered list. Save this and log it to the console. Again, you get an HTML collection and you get a list like this. These are the properties of the list. This would look like, and this is the same thing. So this is how you can create an HTML collection by using the tag names. If there are multiple lists, you will get all of those here. Now that we know how to get access to those, Another way you can do those is if you're familiar with CSS, you can use CSS like syntax to get access to a particular element. So you can use query selector, run query selector all. Inside query selector, you pass in the query. So I want access to AUL with an ID or list. Save this, go back, refresh, and I get access to this. Similarly, if this was a class, then all I have to do is an unordered list with a class of list. Go back, refresh again, and I get the same access, right? So this is how you can do that. Now query selector all is another method that will select all the elements of the list. So if I'm using class and I have two lists with the same class, I go back and refresh. Now I have a node list of two. So I have two lists, both of the same class, and that match the parameter that I have passed in. So that's how you gain access to a list. Let me just clean this up a little bit so that we can take a look at other features as well. ID is list. So this is how you can gain access to it. Now how you can add items to it is what I'm going to show you. So to add item to a list, all you have to do is firstly you have to gain access to the list. I'll just gain access to the list using document.getElement by ID. Since we only have one list, I'll get access to that. Now I want to add a list item, li, to it. To do this, all I have to do is use this. So list item is equals to document.create element. The element name is going to be li, and I add it here. Now list item dot text content is going to be equal to list item 1. Save this, and now I want to add this to the list. So list dot append child, and I want the list item. I had named it correctly. Go back to the code, refresh, and if I take a look at the console, list item is not defined. Okay, this is because save this, go back, refresh, and now I have a list item. Similarly, if I want, I can create 5 list items using a for loop. It's going to be exactly the same thing. All I have to do is for variable I is equals to 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus. And now I will create a new list item whenever the code runs. Create a new list item plus I, and save this. Go back, refresh, and I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 items already attached to it. That's how you can create a list item. If you take a look at the HTML content, this is what it looks like. I open this up and this is what it looks like. Now, if I were to open up the source code, as you can see, this has an unordered list with no items added to it. This is why the JavaScript console is so useful. It tells you the current version of your HTML DOM. So as you can see, I have an unordered list. After the file is loaded, HTML is passed, JavaScript is executed, I get 4 more or 5 more items added to my unordered list. So that's how that works. So creating an item we have already discussed, appending the item we have discussed, and accessing the items is also something we have discussed. Now let's take a look at how you can delete an item. So I'll just create an unordered list 3 times. I'll call them list item 1, 2, 3. If you go back to the code, this is what it looks like. Now if I want access to the code, all I have to do, so last item is going to be document.getElements. Firstly, let's take a look at items. Get elements by tag name. We get all the list items here. If I were to log it to the console, this is what it would look like. Go back, and this is the collection. Now I want access to the last list item, so I can just go now I'll get an access to the item, and I want to remove it, then I can just type item dot remove. Save this, go back, refresh, and this works. Now, if I were to not remove this and go back and refresh, it will have the item here, and I can just do it here. So item dot remove, and now it's removed from the list. So that's how you can remove items, add items, manipulate items, and all of that. You can also manipulate the items by getting an access to item and item dot, and you can take a look at the text content. You can do several different things. So if I wanted to document dot create text node, I will add in some text here and new content, and I will just use item dot print child using document dot text. And if I use this, then new element is added into the item. Now, if I want to, can very much easily change the text content to be equal to, but this won't add new content to it. It will just remove the old one and add this one. So if I go back and I refresh, and that's how you can manipulate the item. This is just scratching the surface. DOM manipulation goes way deep into it. You can also take a look at the styles of a particular class. You can take a look at the styles applied to it. You can change the styles on the fly. You can do a lot of different kinds of things using DOM manipulation. This is just barely scratching the surface, but this is to give you an idea of how you can add things, remove things, manipulate items, and create nodes on your own. However, doing this all on your own is going to be a little tricky and can lead to degraded performance. So if you want to use JavaScript to add items and remove items and track changes, React.js is a library that does that for you. So you can take a look at that as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a line break? A. BR, B. LB, C. break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
With that, you will have a question saying, okay, all of this is fine, but what are the building blocks that make up a website? Well, the first things first, whenever you see a website, what's the first thing that you notice? The layout, right? What's laid out? Where are the images? Where are the text? Why is it laid down the way it is? The animations and whatnot. So the layout is the first thing in the front end that you notice. And after that, as a person who's willing to build your own website, you'll of course look at the content, right? Now the content is very different for two different websites. For example, one e-commerce site might look very, very different from another e-commerce site, even though they might be selling the same items. You will have had experiences with this, I am sure. So you look at the layout first, you'll be thinking about the content next, and the next thing is, where is it on the internet? Where is the data stored, right? This is where we'll talk about web hosting. We'll get into that in a while, but you really should know that a layout is something you would notice first. Of course, there's content that makes up a website. Then all of this layout plus content creates the front end. It's all hosted on the internet somewhere, and it's not only this, many times it has to be as secure as possible. In that particular case, adding a lot of security methodologies for a website to make sure that it is prevented against unauthorized use is something that's important. And lastly, we are living in a mobile era right now, correct? I mean, 99% of the tasks we do today is on our mobile phone. So when you're viewing websites, if it works fine on a computer monitor, but it fails on let's say on a TV or something, or on a laptop, or even a tiny device like an iPad or a mobile, then it doesn't make sense. If it's all jagged, if it gets cropped out and whatnot. Now, in that particular case, making sure that your website works both on the desktop screen and of course on mobile platforms with various resolutions, that is something that you should be looking at as well. So what are the steps that one can use to build a website? Well, the first thing, in my opinion, that would help you get started quickest if you come from a non-technical background, or if you, let's say, you do not have the time itself to go on to build a comprehensive website of your own. In that particular case, you should know that there are multiple free website builders out there. What these free website builders are is that they'll give you a layout, they'll give you a template. All you have to do is fill in the content, and at the end of it, you will have a complete website ready without you having to, write a single line of code. Now, you might be wondering, well, I do want to write code. I want to become a developer. I want to work with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap, all of this. Well, correct. You can do all of that, but this is the case for in case if you do not want to do that. See, a simple Google search. See, it's very simple. All you have to do is go onto Google, type free website builders, right? See, you will see multiple, famous websites through which you can build your own website. For example, one really famous one is Wix.com, and even Google is now giving you a free website builder as well. Wix is definitely something that a lot of people I know, a lot of friends that I know have started their businesses with, and they give you a lot of beautiful looking templates to start with if this is your particular case. As I just mentioned, even Google does provide a free website builder. So one of the things that you definitely could be looking at if you want a quick start is by making use of a free website builder. Now, the second thing you might be wondering is, okay, if I do use a free website builder, do I get a free hand in adjusting the layout that I want, or am I stuck with whatever they give? Well, many website builders have the limitation where you have to use their own templates, right? I mean, they would have created a lot of drag and drop facilities there to make sure your experience of creating a website is easy. In that particular case, definitely I would suggest, whatever is your requirement here. See, there might be all the templates in the world, but it might not satisfy your exact requirement, right? This is like art. You will have an idea in your head and you want that on your website, and there's a very good chance that there won't be a template that exactly matches that idea. Now, in that particular case, you definitely should look at working with code, writing your own HTML scripts, writing your own CSS styling elements, and going on to creating something from scratch that works just for you. So your second step of building a website is somewhere you definitely should sit and give some time to think about if you are okay with using a template and starting from it, or if you want to build from scratch. Now, based on this decisions, the next couple of steps will change, but then most of the commonalities, the basic scaffolding is the same, so follow through. Now, as I told you, with using templates, with using website builders, right? See, there's a lot of drag and drop facilities where, as I told you, you really do not have to write any piece of code. If you want to add a functionality, if you want to add a picture into your particular website, all you have to do is drag the picture from somewhere else and place it wherever you want on the website. Well, how convenient is that? If you have to do it manually in code, you will have to at least write, let's say, 10 or 15 lines of code to go on to do it really well. So if you are well versed with that, if you like that kind of an approach, again, both of this will have the same result at the end, where you can place images wherever you want, but it depends on how you want to approach it. If you want to approach it from a non-technical aspect, use a drag and drop facility. If you want to monkey around with code, definitely you can do that too. So after understanding all of these features, one very important thing is that it is your website. It is what you are doing, right? It might be because you're doing it for yourself, your business, or whatever it is. Customize it as per your requirement. Sometimes there are website builders, there are templates online which are customizable in a way where you can use something as a foundation that they provide, and of course customize it later, change it around to have it as per your choice. It is not like you are given one HTML file or something where you cannot edit it. All HTML files are actually to an extent editable, and you can work with it, which I'll show you at the end of this video. But it is very important that you have to customize it in a way which fits your requirement, and there is no one solution that fits all problems here, and I'm sure you already knew it at this point of time. So you can have certain drag and drop facilities, but at the end of it, if you want to perform some nifty changes to it, you can head to the code and you can write then and there, do some changes to the code, and you can see it reflect directly on the website, again, which I'm going to show in the demo as well. And after that, you will be looking at something called as free hosting. Now, let's say you have designed a website, it's on your computer, everything is ready, your website is working fine, you've put in good security methodologies, you have user authentications done, you have a login page, you have forms, you have many things, and your website is ready. But to get it out to the world, you have to use something called as hosting. Hosting is when you take the entire data of your website and put it on a server that is always running. Now, what happens if you're hosting from your own home with your internet connection is that as soon as you turn off your laptop or PC where it's been hosting from, your website is not live anymore. So whenever someone searches for it when your PC is off, it means they cannot reach the website because there is no data that's being shared to the internet. But with hosting, what happens is that your website will always be live no matter where it is hosted across the globe. Any user sitting on any corner of the globe, of course, now even from space, they can sit and view your website. Again, there are many websites that are available for free hosting. So all you have to do is type free hosting on Google, and you again, right, it's all as simple as Google searches. But then to do this, you need to know what to search for, right? See, there's so many places, there are so many websites. 00 web host is something which is very popular. I have used this a couple of weeks back, in fact, myself. So you will find out a lot of things that these guys provide. See, for free hosting, they're going to give you 5 domains that are already hosted. They're going to give you 250 MB of disk space to store all your data in. You can have traffic worth of 6 GB per month. You'll have 3 email accounts, you'll have databases, you'll have database storage, and you have many things, right? So it's not only just 1 or 2 websites. You will just have to see what fits your plan. For example, hosting can be very cheap as well. For example, hosting, it says they're ready to give you plans from 59 rupees a month, right? So you'll have one website, one email ID. You can have somewhere around 100,000 monthly visitors, SSL certifications, resources. There's so many things, right? Even if you pick up a premium plan, for example, something that's like 115 bucks a month. This is of course Indian rupees, guys. So if you want to pick something up, you will have a good working website which is hosted online, which won't really cost you a lot of money. And that's my point. Free, of course, yes, you can do it, but if you have to pay for the premium features, yes, you can do it. And the returns on hosting is definitely something that will help you a lot. And the next thing is, after hosting or while hosting itself, you need something called as a domain name. Now, what should people search for to go on your website? Now, of course, see, they can punch in an IP address and they can get into your website, but that is not the point here, right? People cannot go on to remember IP addresses for 100 different websites, so they need a domain name. For example, www.google.com is a domain name. Facebook.com is a domain name. Instagram.com is a domain name. Harvard.edu is a domain name, right? So you will require one domain name of your own. For example, my name is Anirudh, right? So I can have www.anirudhrao.com. That would be my website, my domain name. So you can purchase these kind of domain names, based on whatever is your requirement. And again, a simple Google search will show you what all free domain names you can pick up. And there are, the popular choice here is to actually buy a domain name, because you can get it at whatever name that you are requiring for, and you're going to hold it, right? So if you build a brand around that, you're going to copyright that, you're going to carry it forward throughout until the end of the business. So there's so many things here that you should know, but then a domain name is one of these important things. So after having a domain, after setting up all of your backend servers, after creating your website, after hosting it, pushing all your data online, you will have to publish it. Now, once you publish it, this is when people across the world can land on your website. They can check it, they can interact with it, whatever it is that you're trying to convey via the website. You're showing a video, you're showing images, you've written a blog, whatever it is, people will get to know that at this point in time. But it's not only just publishing, right? So you want people to come to your website. This is where we call something called as driving traffic into your website. Traffic is general population who are online, and these guys are the ones that will come on your website and interact with it. Now, there's two ways of bringing in traffic. One is called as organic traffic, where you really do not have to spend any money for people to actually come and visit your website. But then there's another way where it's paid traffic. So basically, you put up advertisements, you pay for people to feature your website in a way where through that people will definitely come on your website too. So driving traffic is something which is very important, because if you have the most beautiful website in the world and if you don't get viewers to it, there's no point there, correct? So how can we bridge that gap? In my opinion, marketing is something that will work hugely, right? And in fact, we have comprehensively put together videos on our channel itself of how one can go on to mix and match marketing with a brand, right? Digital marketing. And in fact, a couple of days back, I myself had a session on how social media marketing can be used for all of this as well. So make sure to check that out after this video. But then understand that, well, marketing is something where you can take an idea and grow it out into a full-scale product, into a brand, and things really explode on social media, especially, right? When you think about it, if something is trending, everyone wants to see it. There are 4 billion people across the globe using social media right now, and in that particular case, if you appeal to even 10% of that population, your website can go from 0 to 100 real quick. Now, that is my point. It's not only about creating your website, you have to think about the big picture, which is also marketing. marketing your content there. But then all of this is okay. You can build a website for free. We've checked that out now for sure. But what does it do for your career in terms of website building? Well, understand this. A web designer's career, a web developer's career is among the top 10 jobs in this particular decade. And the second thing is that there are business requirements, right? It's not like whatever brands we have right now are going to be the only brands forever. Every day there is hundreds and hundreds of businesses being floated around, new businesses coming up, new individuals wanting business. So there will forever be a requirement for websites no matter what. This is a bulletproof career domain in a way where there will always be a requirement for a web developer, a web designer, a person to create websites no matter what. And of course, this is the mobile era, right? It's so convenient to open a website. All I have to do is unlock my phone, which I don't even have to touch my phone anymore. I have to show my face. My phone unlocks. One click will take me to a browser and it'll already load a website for me. That's how convenient it is. 2 clicks maximum, right? So that is something which definitely adds to the simplicity of majority of humans hunt for today. And it's a one-stop solution, right? If you are a small business, a big business, an individual, a lawyer, a painter, a photographer, whatever you are or your client is, having a website means that no matter what details they want about you, it is there. Do they want to contact you? Available. Do they want to see your work? It's available. Do they want to reach out to you for problem solutions, questions, whatever it is, whatever content that you're putting up? Everything is possible with a website, right? That is exactly my point with this particular field. Now, the average salary of web designers are something which is very interesting, because in the US, the average salary of a web designer is somewhere around $80,000 per annum. In India, it's somewhere around 6 lakhs per annum. And of course, in the UK, it's somewhere around 47,000 pounds. Now, this is a very lucrative job, but of course, you need to have the skills, you need to be trained, and you need to have this kind of a passion for art. You need to have this kind of an interest towards building a website, right? See, now you can put the most amazing content on a website, but if it doesn't look good, if the aesthetics are not good, it will not work, because people, when they go onto a website, the first things that they see is definitely the aesthetics aspect of it, at least in my personal opinion, because I subconsciously look for a website which looks beautiful at the start itself, and then my head goes into the content, right? And I'm sure you guys can agree to that at this point of time. But then now, to show you how you can go on to do all of this for yourself, right? So I'm going to take the initial approach where we spoke about templates of how you can customize it, how you can use it all on your own. So to do all of this, I actually have a demo here. See, I will just open one HTML file to show you what it is that I've created first. So this is a sample website that can be edited as per your requirement by making use of basic tools such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript and Bootstrap. Well, HTML is one of the foundational concepts that gives you this kind of a foundation for your website. CSS is cascading style sheets, which is used to style all the elements. For example, adding color to the box, changing the color of the header, so many things, right? So all of this is taken care by CSS, which looks after styling. And now that you have now that you have a foundation, now that you have styling to it, you need some functionality, right? So for example, if you have something like a form or something where someone has to fill up their name, email and hit submit, that is where you would require JavaScript. And Bootstrap is again complementary to CSS, where you'll be using that to create even more aesthetically pleasing websites. For example, you can see the change in transparency and the way the website scrolls, right? That is because of Bootstrap. Now, this is what a website would look like, because it consists of many elements. Now, what are these elements? Well, first, this is actually the HTML file that I opened. So if you have any sort of HTML file, you can open it with any sort of word editor. Now let me open it with WordPad. Now, as soon as I open it with, if you are overwhelmed to see, these many lines of code, and in case if you did not know what they mean, well, do not be concerned, because at this point of time, all of this is a good amount of HTML and CSS code. And once you get trained on working with HTML, or you can go on to use all of this easily. So the basics of HTML involves, the concept what we call as tags. Each of these things that's closed by a triangular bracket is called as a tag, and each of these tags have their own meaning. And there are a couple of tags which are compulsory that you have to use. For example, the HTML tag indicates the start of a document. It has to be used compulsorily. You have the head tag, which denotes the header. You have the body tag, which denotes everything that goes goes on into the body, there's many tags, right? So there's double-ended tags, there's single-ended tags. Single-ended tags basically means if you use one tag, you can achieve its purpose. But with a double-ended tag, it is something like this, right? See, the first line we opened the HTML tag, and now we have to close it. By closing it, what I mean is, its functionality ends at this point of time, and it has this /HTML / denotes its closure, right? There's so many things in this simple piece of HTML code which is responsible for creating a beautiful looking website such as this. Now, to edit it is something which is very simple. For example, on the first line here, you see it in bold saying sample website, right? Now, can we go on to change this to do anything? So to put up anything of our choice, is it possible? Well, the answer is yes, of course. You can put in whatever text you want, whatever images that you want. Now, which is the section that would contain a sample website? The simplest way to check out is for header tags. If you do not know header tags, it is the H1, H2, H3 class. And now I've put in here saying sample website, right? Now let me change this. Instead of sample website, I'm going to say welcome. Welcome dear learners. Now that I've changed it, let me refresh the page. Well, it did not change, right? Why? Because I have not saved this. Well, now let me save it, and as soon as I saved it and hit refresh, you can see it says welcome dear learners. So you can go on to change anything like this in a very simplified way by creating your own website. You can have images inside these boxes, you can change the color of these boxes. It's not only just this. This is a very simple example of making use of HTML, CSS, JavaScript and Bootstrap, but at the end of the day, you can do a lot. If you are trained in working with, let's say, jQuery and HTML, CSS and all of these tools, you can create a website which is probably 10 times more beautiful than this in your first 1 or 2 months of learning itself. So this is one of the most important things that you have to know, and it's not only just this kind of a file that has all the details, right? It's not only the .html file that contains everything. For example, the image that you see there, right? The image that you see here on top. So we have to have a separate folder with the image. For example, here this is the image that you see on the screen. This is a free stock photo that's available on the internet. You can have any image of your choice, of course. You can have a video also. You can have a short animation, whatever it is that you require. And our HTML file is picking up the data from this particular folder. So whenever you're hosting something, all of this will be on the server, where you host. For example, if I go on to measure this, it's all of this is just 4 megabytes in size. That's about it. But then there are websites which can get big, which consumes a lot of data. For example, if you're watching this video on YouTube, the YouTube video itself is such a huge size. You're watching it in full HD, I'm sure, but then it takes certain space to kind of store it somewhere, right? In that particular case, yes, it does work. And then of course we have Bootstrap, you have a folder for CSS, we have all the images as I just discussed, you have the jQuery aspect and the JavaScript part of it, and all the fonts that you see, right? We've used custom fonts. Of course, you don't have to do this. All of these are present here as well. So based on what is the font that you require, images that you require, styling that you require, you will go on to work with it. Now, this was in fact a template which I have customized to my particular requirement. And again, even if I had to write this from scratch, it is pretty simple. It is possible to do so. In that particular case, whatever approach that it is you are taking, I am sure you can go from having nothing on your website to creating a beautiful website which is as simplistic as this very quickly. So on that note, do head to the comment section, do let us know in case if you have created any websites of your own, or in case if you have any ideas that you think are nice for websites as well. And of course you can also let us know in case if you have come across any good tools that has helped you in building a website and more.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
HTML versus JavaScript and the actual differences between HTML and JavaScript. Now, starting off with the very first difference between HTML and JavaScript is definition. So HTML is a markup language, we already saw. So HTML stands for hypertext markup language, whereas JavaScript is a scripting language. So HTML handles the front end of the website, whereas JavaScript handles both front end as well as back end of the website. Now coming to the usage of HTML and JavaScript. So HTML provides static content on web pages which cannot change when the data in the database changes. Whereas in JavaScript, it adds dynamic functionality to the static web page. So if data in the database changes and it is linked to the front end of the page, for example, if an image is updated in the database and it is linked to the front end of the website, then it will be updated in the front end as well. So it adds dynamic functionality. Now coming to the integration part of JavaScript and HTML. So JavaScript can be embedded inside HTML, but HTML can't be embedded inside JavaScript. Now the next difference is of platform. So HTML requires any web browser to display the static content. So we can use any web browser for displaying, or the code that is written for HTML, we can display it using any web browser. But for JavaScript, it requires JavaScript engine to run the code. So we cannot run the JavaScript code on a web browser. We need a separate JS engine to execute the code. So that is the major difference. Now coming to generality, HTML is being used by most of the wide websites. And talking about JavaScript, so it is available in major browsers in client and server-side environment. So these two are the major components for any web development task. So if you're willing to become a web developer and want to make your career in the field of web development, so these two are the must-to-go skills or must-to-learn skills, that is HTML and JavaScript. Without these two things, you cannot develop a website. So now let us move on to the next agenda point. Why do we use HTML and JavaScript? So it is used for web pages development. So we use HTML for the front-end page development. Then it is used for web document creation. So you might have come across the documents that has .html extension. So those documents are created and they are HTML documents and it will open in a new browser. Then internet navigation and creating cutting edge feature for a website. So these are the reasons, or these are the purpose for which we use HTML. Now coming to why do we use JavaScript? So first of all, it is easy to learn. So JavaScript is a very vast field of study, but you can easily learn it online. Also, there are a lot of resources available. There are a lot of blogs. There are a lot of video tutorials in YouTube from where you can learn JavaScript. So JavaScript is a vast language. So it has its existence from many years. That is why the community for the JavaScript developers is also large, and you can post your doubt, you can clear your doubts from the developers from online community from all around the world. So this is one of the reasons to use JavaScript, and it is a cross-platform language, which is one of the important reasons why we use it. So it is actually the ability of a programming language such as JavaScript, for which we are talking about, that enables programmers to develop software for several competing platforms by writing a program only once. And the cross-platform software can run on most or all the systems with little or no modifications, or you can say them a multi-platform language. So we just need to write it and then we can run it on any platform. But just one thing to note, JavaScript code or scripts needs a JavaScript engine to execute its codes. Now moving on to the next reason, again internet navigation and then tooling. So JavaScript provides various tools and we can add functionalities in a website using JavaScript. So that is the tooling feature of JavaScript, and these are the reasons we use JavaScript for developing websites. Now job scope and salary. So what is the job scope after learning HTML and JavaScript? So as you already know, these skills, that is HTML and JavaScript, are used in the field of web development, and these are actually used by web developers. So the jobs are all related to web development. And coming to salary, how much salary do a web developer get? Then companies hiring, which are the top companies hiring web developers? And finally, you might have a question on location. Which city has the highest number of jobs for a web developer? So I'll be answering all of these questions one by one. So starting off with job scope. So in the United States, the number of jobs are more than 1,35,000 in coming 2021. So it is a huge number of opportunities that you have. And if you have the proper or right skill set related to web development field, that will make you a successful web developer with a very good salary. Now, according to Forbes, in India, there are 125k plus jobs available for a web developer in 2021. So again, not only in United States, but in India and in many parts of the world, in major parts of the world, web developer is an evergreen job. So this is due to the reason because every online business needs a website to run. So that is why they need web developers to develop the website, to launch it, and to maintain it. So there will be always a good scope in the field of web development. Now coming to salary part. So in India, the average salary earned by a web developer is 9.25 lakh per annum. And coming to United States, it is close to $100k per year. And in England, it is close to 78,000 British pounds. So now going to the graph of web developers salary. So you can see over here the white color represents the expert level and other two colors represent the salary for a fresher and an intermediate. Now you can observe from this graph that your salary gradually increases from the fresher level to intermediate, and you earn the highest salary. You can earn the highest salary if you are an expert in web development field. And so you can earn up to $150k per year, and this is a very high salary for a web developer. So there are various salaries according to the expert level, fresher, and intermediate. So all the salary is showing in dollar, so it is converted to Indian rupees, and the British pound is converted to dollars. So this data of salary is in dollars. So you can see the salary of a web developer is very high and it has a bright future scope. Now coming to companies who are hiring, so these are just a very few companies who are hiring web developers, that is Google and Siemens, IBM, Unisys, Fractal, and Ola. Apart from these companies, there are hundreds of thousands companies who hires web developers, because every business, every company needs a website online to represent their business. So they hire web developers for this job. So there are a lot of companies, and as we already discussed the number of jobs, it is near about 135k in United States in 2021, and in India it is 125k near about in 2021 in coming 2021. So it has a huge scope and you should definitely go for it. Now you must have a doubt that what are the specific locations, or what are the locations where web developer jobs are popular. So for this I would like to say that in every part of the world, in whichever part we talk about, there are businesses, there are IT industries. So everywhere there is a requirement of a web developer. So no worries, you can get job of a web developer in every part of the world.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Machine Language. B. Hypertext and Links Markup Language. C. Hypertext Markup Language. D. High Text Machine Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
But then now, coming to the introduction to what WordPress is, right? So WordPress is one of the world's most popular free and open source CMS tool. CMS is basically content management system which we use to go on to create websites. So you might have seen a lot of blogs or websites which really would not take a lot of code or programming to begin with, but then they're really aesthetic, and the content is really good, and one can go on to push in new content, pull old content, modify all of this in a very nice and structured way. And at the end of the day, it's it's free, right? It's open source, of course. So who uses WordPress? Well, 40% of all the websites in today's world uses WordPress in one way or another. That's how extremely popular WordPress is. Of course, one being it's open source, two being it has a lot of drag and drop functionalities and a lot more. And then when we're thinking about building a website from scratch, I think WordPress gets an upper hand because here you get a lot of themes, a lot of plugins to add a lot of functionality. You can go on to create a basic website if that's your requirement, but then at the end of the day, if you want to scale it up quickly with more aesthetic and more functionality, that is possible too. And of course, it's really easy to install and working with, and of course most of the hosting sites will make sure that WordPress is already installed to begin with itself, so you really don't have to break your head in terms of either using it, in terms of worrying about extensibility, or in terms of even installing it too. So all of these are served to you on a platter. So coming to the actual comparison points between HTML and WordPress, the first point we should talk about is coding skills. So you might have a question saying, do I require coding skills for HTML or WordPress? Well, let me tell you this, HTML does require you to have some sort of an experience in programming or coding, because at the end of the day, so when you're writing all of this code and when you're programming the functioning aspect of a website, you do require coding, right? It's a markup language. You need to know how to approach the language and work with it. So coding is required for HTML. And then when we're talking about WordPress, it's really okay if you do not have any sort of programming skill. You can get started with WordPress, and because most of the time it's all drag and drop facilities, it's all very intuitive with a very good user interface in a way where you really do not have to code. If you wish to code, then of course there are possibilities for that, but do you need to code? 99.9% the answer to that is going to be no. And the second point in comparison is ease of use. So which one is easier to use? See, HTML can be considered a little hard to use because it contains a lot of lengthy scripts, and with lengthy scripts come bugs, there comes errors, there comes exceptions and a lot of it, right? So this can get a little overwhelming for beginners to get started with. But then of course with good training on both HTML and WordPress, you guys can overcome this. But at the direct comparison between WordPress, because WordPress is very intuitive, it's extremely easy to use. There is a lot of drag and drop facilities and features that you really don't require kind of a complex approach to learning WordPress to begin with. So in that particular case, I think WordPress wins this round in comparison between HTML. And then when we're talking about you starting a project and wondering what to pick, right? So in that particular case, the HTML will require you to completely code everything from scratch, right? You just have an idea. To take the idea into a prototype, every single line of code you write for your website, you must start from the beginning and you must complete it. And all of this thing is complete code, right? You started from scratch. But then with WordPress, this is a beautiful thing because you have thousands of ready-made templates that are available. You can use any one of that you think fits for the theme that you're going for the product you're going for the story you're building, and then just start with your content. So you can give more time to your content rather than wondering and spending a lot of time to actually go on to beautify the content on the website, right? That's something extremely important. And then talking about usability. See, usability is something you should be wondering about because in the case of HTML, you will require additional programming skills and languages, right? See, as I told you, HTML is a part of building a website. You require CSS, you require JavaScript and all of that, right? So to add more dynamism to your project, there's versions of HTML. There's HTML5, for example. There's so many things that you'll have to learn which complements your requirement for, what's ahead. But then in the case of WordPress, yes, for here to scale up as well, you have something called plugins, and with plugins and add-ons you can go on to use the complete power of what WordPress can offer to the developer and more. But at the end of the day, more amount of learning goes into HTML, and with WordPress, of course, there's good amount of computing power, there's good amount of efficiency, but you really don't have to push that much of learning is my point here. And then coming to point number 5, it's the learning curve. So what is more easier to learn? What is more difficult to get started with, right? See, there's no easy and difficult out here, but I do have to mention that HTML will have a steeper learning curve because again, you have to start everything from scratch, right? You have to learn the foundation of HTML. You have to know how a markup language works. You have to know all the tags. You have to know how to work with these tags. You have to know a lot of things, and you have to begin somewhere. But with WordPress, you can get started without having to program anything from scratch. In that particular regard, your learning curve will be a little poor. It will be a little easier to climb because whatever you have learned will have a huge impact on the result that you see on your screen. So you're not really putting in, let's say, 10 hours worth of learning to do a task which takes 30 minutes. In that particular case, it might happen to HTML in that regard, but in the case of WordPress, that does not happen. And then coming to point number 6, we have to talk about maintenance, right? So see, whenever you're changing anything in your website, it's not like you've made a website and it's going to remain the same for next 5 years, right? In that particular case, your website keeps changing, the content keeps changing, the layout can keep changing. So many things can change as per the requirement. In that particular case, HTML will require little to no maintenance if you're considering a website which is built based on static content. In that case, of course, it's very easy to maintain. You really don't have to do anything apart from hosting and working on your website itself. But with WordPress, right? See, WordPress, every couple of months there are new features and new versions coming out, and every time there are major changes in these versions, you will have to spend a good amount of time understanding what the changes are, how you can leverage them, how best can you use them. And of course, all of this is again going to cost you some time, and if you've hired a person to do it for you, it's going to cost the company some money as well. So in that particular regard, in terms of maintainability, I think HTML wins this particular round. And then coming to the hosting cost, right? See, HTML is actually relatively cheaper to maintain because it really does not require a lot of storage to hold the basic scaffolding structure of your website, nor does it take a lot of space in terms of memory or in terms of compute power for functionality. But with WordPress, what happens is that, see, there's so many things in WordPress that's going to add to your cost. It's going to add into a lot of requirements of a good computing power. That's going to add to a lot of costs because of its requirement for good computation machine. The hosting is going to be a little expensive because it takes more space. And if you want to download all the themes and add-ons, again, that requires more space, right? So in that particular regard, I think in terms of saving a little bit of money on hosting cost, I think HTML and its working, of course, is the reason why HTML would win this round. And then coming to point number 8, we have to talk about the other features that are present in these tools, right? See, for example, HTML has a lot of features that you can use, which is built in, of course. But then if you want to add something else, you can do so by directly working with the source code, by monkeying around with the code, without having to install something, without having to create a package, without having to use some sort of a dependency out there. But with WordPress, it's a little different because WordPress, at the end of the day, works very differently from HTML in a way that when you're talking about security, when you're talking about SEO, well, WordPress does it really better than HTML because that's how it's built, right? And of course, what's your requirement at the end of the day? It's a good website. So you would of course pick up a tool that would definitely give you some sort of a help in terms of search engine optimization and of course security as well, right? So in that particular kind of a usage, I really think WordPress wins this round. And then coming to the computation aspect of things, see, HTML is built differently in a way where it does not require a lot of computational resources at all. But even with it being very lightweight, it is considered to be relatively slow in terms of efficiency. But with WordPress, it's very different. See, WordPress, of course, requires a decent amount of compute capabilities, but in this particular case, it is very much efficient and it's very much powerful when you directly compare it to HTML. Of course, yes, it requires more compute power, but if it's more efficient and it requires more compute power, it means that it has something to offer in terms of results that is way more efficient than what HTML can. That particular regard, I think WordPress has the upper hand here. And then coming to the last point in this comparison, it's developer salary. Well, HTML developers get paid around $95,000 in USA and around 6 lakhs per annum in India. And of course, all of this depends on the skills, past experiences, certification, and a lot more. Similarly, WordPress developers get paid around $80,000 in USA and around 5 lakhs per annum, depending on how good the developer is when you're working with WordPress. Because be it HTML or be it WordPress, things can get a little complex if you're working on a big project. So based on all of that, the compensations do vary, but the numbers you see on your screen are the average salaries in the current trend. So coming to the last point on the agenda, I am sure you're wondering about which one you should pick, right? Well, to answer this, to give you one answer that holds true for all is not going to be possible because see, it depends on your interests. See, if you are very much inclined towards building, let's say, small websites, where the content doesn't change often, or you do not require any sort of dynamic content, or that you want a simple website, maybe it's just an online journal that you're keeping, or something where it really doesn't require any sort of hardcore programming capabilities, right? In that particular case, you would definitely want to consider HTML. But when would you want to pick up WordPress? You want to pick up WordPress when you want a large amount of control about what happens on your site. where what element is present, what SEO features are you getting, what security methodologies are being implemented, how easy is it to use, how is the user interface, how can you drive the user experience better, and of course you will get a lot of analytics through WordPress as well. So in that particular case, if this is your requirement, you would pick up WordPress. But if you require an easy to use, a simple website that you want to start working on from scratch, HTML would be your go-to tool. So coming to the first question on this top HTML interview questions and answers set, it states compare HTML and XML. Well, at this point of time, if you're at the interview questions video, you must know all of the basics, right? Well, even if you do not worry. We're going to cover a couple of basic and of course intermediate level questions as well. Now, coming to the answer of it, there are three important criteria on how we compare HTML and XML. The first thing is the deployment or the actual working of what HTML and XML does and how we can see the output itself, right? See, so HTML basically shows us, how things are rendered on the screen, and we can ourselves see the output on the screen. And then when you talk about XML, XML is used to actually describe what things are, and more than the final result of what you see, it describes the events that will lead to your final result. And then when we're talking about the functioning area, right? See, with HTML, it's a computer to human interaction in a way where you write HTML code and you work with it. So it's you as a human or a programmer talking to a computer. And then when you're talking to XML, right? XML is describing what the data actually is present and a lot of those things. So in that case, it's considered as a computer to computer interaction. And now when we talk about the most important point, if HTML or XML can explain what the data means, in terms of HTML, no, it's standardized syntax, which is basically, used to take an input, process something, provide an output, right? So it cannot explain what the data means, and it's just a syntax, it's a scripting language, and it works that way. But XML, it's a little different there. It has the capability to explain what the data means, because at the end of the day, that is what XML is used for too. Now, coming to the second question, it states, what is the dollar function in the jQuery library? One thing you really have to know is that the dollar function in the jQuery library is actually the alias of the jQuery function itself. Even though at first, you guys, when you take a look at the dollar function, it might look a little wary, or it might look a little cryptic, but at the end of the day, once you start using it, you will know the value of what it adds into the usage of the function. Because what the dollar function does is that in a very easy way, it provides you the methodology that you can use to wrap any object that you require and convert it into a jQuery object. And once you do all of this, right, once you have the object converted into a jQuery object, you can call various methods that's required. You can define any of the jQuery object, you can start working with it completely, and that's such a handy function to have, especially when you're working with this, right? And it's not just that. If you have the requirement to pass a selector string to the dollar function, what it will basically do for you in return is that it will give you the jQuery object which contains all of the array of the matched DOM elements that are present too. So when you're thinking about its functionality, its usage, its ease of use, and what it does to you in general, it's a pretty popular function. It does a lot of things with a lot less code as well, and in that case, the dollar function is definitely very helpful, and the reason for its popularity is the same. Coming to question number 3, it says, what are the advantages of using jQuery? Well, again, this is a generic question, so make sure you're not carried away by answering this, right? You can probably state 5 to 6 points or 7 points or something like that. And if you've used jQuery and HTML a lot, and you can literally state probably 20 advantages and start explaining each of them as well. So read the room, read the interviewer, see how much he or she expects in detail, and based on that you can answer it. The first thing important about jQuery is that it's really easy to use, it's easy to learn, and of course you can expand it and scale it to the project requirement based on whatever your requirement is, without having to put much effort there as well. And then when we talk about the cross browser support, right, Internet Explorer, Mozilla Firefox, Safari, Opera, Chrome, whatever browser you can think of, jQuery fits there really well too. And they have the DOM manipulation, DOM traversal, all of these are very easy to use. There's a huge pool of built-in methods that will help you get around with a lot of tasks easily. Ajax compatibility, of course, and at the end of the day, the application of CSS, right, cascading style sheets, will help you a lot when you're creating animations or when you have to keep things aesthetic as well. In that case, that's going to definitely help. There's a lot of plugins. There's event detection, event handling in the case of an error or a bug or something, or you want to go about working with it in a structured way. So there's a plethora of advantages, especially when making use of jQuery. So 5 to 6 points, and elaborating on those points, in my opinion, should be more than enough for this question. And then coming to question number 4, it states, what are the form elements that support media content in HTML5? See, what are the types of media whenever we talk about HTML, right? It has to be images, videos, we're going to be embedding some text into it. You're going to be redirecting to another page or something like that, right? So to do all of that, especially when you're using forms, right, there are 5 elements that you really have to consider. One is the audio, we have the video, we have source, embed, and track. Basically, as the name suggests, it is used for that particular media. For example, audio is used for audio media, and then we have video, of course. We have source. Source is used to provide a link. You can embed whatever that you require, and of course you can track that as well. So considering all the features that you get with HTML5, these 5 elements always take center stage whenever we talk about media content. And then coming to question number 5, it says, what is RWD, or what is responsive web design in HTML and CSS? Well, you have to know that responsive web design, or it's called as RWD mostly. It's one of these concepts that is extremely important in today's world, especially in the world of mobile computing and portable computing, because here what we're trying to do is we are trying to create a web page which will work fine across multiple resolutions. See, now what happens is that if you design a website for one particular resolution, right? So it's 1920/1080, the standard 1080p. If you do for that, now what if someone wants to see your website on the phone? So things are going to take a lot of it's basically going to take away the entire user experience out of it, right? So things are going to start tearing, things are cutting out, there's loss of information. It makes for a horrible user experience. To avoid all of that, an RWD basically talks about having your website automatically adjust to the screen size of the device that it's viewing from. This will provide an optimal viewing experience. This will make sure that at the end of the day the user experience is held, and it can be a make it or break it if your website doesn't work on a mobile platform but works beautifully well on the PCs, right? So it won't make sense. To make sure that your website's screen resolution gets scaled across, this is used. Now coming to question number 6, it states, can you differentiate between ID selector and class selector in jQuery? Well, in case if you guys have actually made use of CSS, you will know the difference that exists between the ID selector and the class selector, right? So it's exactly same with jQuery as well, because what we're trying to do here is that with the ID selector, we make use of an ID, right? See, for example, we have the hashtag element 1. It means that we have to select element, while class selector will make use of the CSS classes to select the class elements, right? It's pretty simple and straightforward. So, whenever you have a requirement of, let's say, you only need to select one element, you'll use the ID selector. Well, if you want to take an entire group and you want to have the same CSS class there, then it's pretty simple. You're going to use the class selector. So whenever this question is being answered, right, so there's a good chance that the interviewer will actually ask you to put it down on code. So I would really suggest that you guys have a pen and paper handy, or of course if you have your laptops, make sure to open that. Just show the difference between what goes on to using an ID selector with the hash, and of course later with the class selector using dot. So these simple kind of nuances will definitely help you a long way in the candidature of your this thing as well. So in that particular case, I would really suggest the practical approach wherever possible throughout this HTML interview question set. Even if the question doesn't ask for it, you yourself can offer saying, hey, can I show this to you practically? It might take 5 minutes. If the interviewer is okay for it, of course, that should help you a lot as well. Coming to question number 7, it says, can you differentiate between $ of this and of course the this keyword in jQuery? Now, if you're getting new into HTML, new into jQuery, this is one of these questions which is considered to be a little tricky, because I don't know why, but whenever this question has been come across by a lot of people who have gone for interviews, they seem to fumble upon it. But you really have to know that it's a very simple difference. $ of this will actually return a jQuery object through which you can call several jQuery methods too. For example, you have the text method, right? What does text method do? It retrieves the text. What does val do, it retrieves the value. And this will only represent the current element that is present there. And of course, it's one of the JavaScript keywords that we have to go on to show what DOM element we have in the context that we're talking about right then and there. And what you can choose to do is you can choose not to call the jQuery method around it until it's been wrapped. And what do we use for a wrapper function in jQuery? It's the dollar function, right? So dollar of this is basically doing that. We're going to have several methods to work on a particular text. To do that, it has to be wrapped. To wrap it, we make use of the dollar function, and then on with the difference of it's working in the usual way too. So with that, coming to question number 8, it says, what is the main advantage of loading jQuery library using CDN? Okay, so whenever you're talking about loading, right, see, there's many advantages of how we can reduce the server bandwidth, how we can have a faster download, and a lot of other advantages too. But then if you actually started downloading something with the same jQuery version as what's existent in your CDN, right, it means that it will not download it again. And now especially the biggest advantages is that when most of the public websites that are out there will make use of jQuery for its requirement of, let's say, animations or even user interaction. Now when that is the case, what it already does is that it means that the browser will already have the jQuery library downloaded. So it means you really do not have to download it again and again every time it's go on to load it, right? So that's the biggest advantage, that's the main advantage of loading the jQuery library using the CDN, so that it exists and you really don't have to download it again and again. Coming to question number 9, it says, what is semantic HTML? Well, semantic HTML, right? The name semantic actually is considered whenever we're talking about a coding style that we have. So here what we're trying to do is, it's a coding style where we have the tags, where the tags literally have a meaning to it in the English language. It's not like something which is, which is highly unreadable, or if it's in the, there are some tags where you will not know what it means unless it's specified to you, right? See, as a beginner person, it is very easy to figure out a tag like bold or italic or underline, because these are very easy to use. Now, when we talk about semantic HTML in this particular case, right, all of these tags is that they will represent some sort of formatting, but they will never tell you about the structure or the meaning of what's going on in the HTML code, right? So it works in an opposite way. Correct, it's highly readable, but then here what we're trying to do is we're trying to indicate the meaning of the structure rather than the formatting as well. So you can use multiple tags out there that will give you the same bold and italic effects while showing that there is structure to it and there's meaning to it. So the general talk of semantic is that whenever we go on to add meaning and structure to the existing tags out there, or we have new tags that does that, so we'll go on to use this as well. Coming to question number 10, it says, what is a class? What is an ID? A class, as the name suggests, in CSS especially, is actually a style. It's a group of CSS attributes which can be used to apply on one or more elements. Now, if you're talking about, hey, can I apply to the same element, or does it have to be different elements? Well, yes, you can actually apply it to the instance of a same element or a different element to which this style gets attached to. So if you have a class and you have a common style for the class, so whatever elements, HTML elements you have under that class, that will pick up all of the styles there. And then we're talking about how classes are defined in CSS, right? We make use of a period, we make use of a dot, and then we have the class name. So this is done to make sure that we're telling CSS that, hey, that's a HTML element, that's a class attribute, there is a class name to that, and of course, under that, whatever is there, you style all of that based on whatever is present in that class as well. But then when you're thinking about how you can show this practically, as I told you, whenever you asked any question regarding class or ID, make sure to put out at least a small piece of snippet out there to show that you know it. For example, here we have .test, right? See, .test is the class that we're trying to have defined here, and then of course you want a font, you've picked up Helvetica, you want a font size of 20, you want a background of black color as well, right? So denote that you have this starting with the period, as we told, .test. You open up the braces, you style it however the way you want, and you close the braces too. And now if you want to define all of the elements that are present within a class, right, this can be done with a very simple piece of code. All you need to do is select all of the elements that are present. Let's say if you have p elements, you just say p.column, and you just pick up all the styling elements that you have to put under it. Font color equal to black. So whatever is the style defined here, it means that all the elements within the defined class will be in black color. Now coming to an ID selector, what we talk about an ID selector, ID is very specific to one element, to one style, right? Because here what we're trying to do is we're trying to associate one HTML element that we have with one particular ID. And within CSS, of course, you can define all of these ID requirements with just using the hash character and just put in the selector name out there. It's as simple as that. And again, here is a snippet on your screen. It's the hash example1 background blue. So this is how you would go on to define an ID where you'll be using the HTML elements ID attribute, pair it with the CSS selector, and of course style it based on your requirement as well. So this is a pretty straightforward question. It's actually a simple question. So make sure to state what a class is, how it is used, put a small snippet out there, make sure to talk about ID, where ID is used, how can you use it with CSS, another small snippet, and you should be good to go with this particular question. Now coming to question number 11, it states what is grouping? Right. So whenever we talk about grouping, right, think about it practically. What do we mean by grouping? When we have more than one selector which will have the same declaration, there is this capability where we can group all of this by separating it via commas and creating a list out of it. Now, why would we want to do this? This will basically make sure that your huge size of CSS code is reduced, right? In a website, when you're talking about performance of it, loading times and everything, if your CSS code is extremely long, it's going to take a lot of time to render all of that out. So every single saving that you do in terms of space or size in code as well, that's going to help a lot. So to do all of this, to shape this entire kind of a performance out of the website, we are going to make use of grouping, and it's highly recommended. And in fact, it's a great practice, and I would suggest, in case if you guys weren't into looking at grouping, of course you can do it separately. There's no harm, things are going to work. But if you haven't checked out grouping, I would highly recommend you guys to check that out as well. And then question number 12. See, there's a very good chance out of the blue, in the middle of an interview, you can expect this question saying, hey, what is HTML? So you might be asked, all of the 11, 12 questions that we discussed until now, and then suddenly they'll be like, okay, so what is HTML? Well, this is done to make sure to check how spontaneous you are and how well can you reproduce the answer for, the topic that you're interviewing for in general. Start the answer out in the most appropriate way. That is by telling that HTML is actually a short form for, hypertext markup language. It is the language for the World Wide Web, or the WWW as we call it. It is a standard text formatting language where we use to build websites, where we build a web page and displaying content on the website as well. So after that, and of course, if the interviewer is expecting more, you can talk about how the HTML structure is laid out as well. You can start from the entire structure of all the tags that you have used, and even before that, you can tell that all the documents of HTML actually go on to have two very important things. One is the content itself that needs to be displayed, and the second thing is the governing element for these contents. Those are the tags. These tags will define how you can format something, how you can display it properly on pages, and a lot more, right? So considering all of that, make sure to put it out and word it out in a very concise way. And of course, it'll hardly take 5 minutes to show a simple snippet of maybe printing your name on a website as well, or creating a button or something, right? So that would really help if you can do that practically. So make sure to take a note of that. And then coming to question number 13, it says, how do CSS precedence or cascading rules work? And how does the exclamation important directives affect the rules? Right. So whenever we talk about CSS style, it rules the cascade in a way where, of course, there is a sense of order that we have, right? It's called as precedence. Whenever we talk about precedence in general, we talk about order too. So global styling is something which will apply always first to the HTML that are present, it's like for the entire page or a lot of tags that are present there. Now, when we're talking about local styling means that for that particular elements, there's a change in the style for that, in that particular body or in that particular context. So what happens is that you can have multiple types of styling in a particular page, and you can have one global style that governs everything else too. This is the practical use of it. And the way we use the important rule is that we make sure that we have the CSS cascade, but at the end of the day, the rules is also there, and these rules to be used, you need this property that will say no matter where or what the rule appears in the document, it has to work, and that prefer that over the general style. So basically, to do that, if you have the property, you would want to go on to use it to show that there is precedence, and that no matter what, when the website or the web page is being rendered, the style directive needs to be used. And then coming to the 14th question, it states, what is the use of a namespace in web development? Whenever we talk about a namespace, right, what is namespace? It's one of these global objects that are present which we use as a container, right? Not literally a container, but a container which contains all the methods, the properties, and of course it is an object which will contain other objects in it too. That's a namespace. Why do we want to use namespace? Well, because it offers a lot of modularity, it saves a lot of time when you're typing out code, and of course, when you have a certain piece of code in a language such as HTML, right, things can get repeating, and with repeating things there'll be a lot of name conflicts, there'll be a lot of confusion as well. So to avoid all of this, right, we make use of a namespace, and a namespace is extremely important that you should know, and of course again you can practically demonstrate it too. So coming to the 15th question, it says, what are the newly introduced input types in HTML5? As an HTML enthusiast or a person who's going for the HTML interview, you really should know about HTML5, how many revamps it has had in the past, what are the types of addition they keep doing to it, and how easy it is now to work with, right? Because HTML, the previous versions of it was a little tough to get started with if you're a beginner or an intermediate user as well. Now, there's a lot of things that'll make your life a lot easy when you're working with HTML5. So what are some of these input types that are present in HTML5, right? See, there's 5 or 6 very important things you have to talk about. One is color, we have date, we have the date time local, we have email, we have month, we have number range, where, these are the input types through which the user can actually go on to, communicate with HTML, have the result display on the screen, and do a lot of that as well. So to do this, previously it required a lot of code, but now there's a direct input type through which, you can input all of these, and you can save a lot of time, lot of space, and have your ability as a HTML developer be efficient, where you can spend more time on logic rather than syntax as well. Coming to question number 16, it states, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency in HTML? Now, this is a very tricky question. I'll tell you why, because here the interviewer is trying to grasp your understanding of the subject. How spontaneous can you be when answering such a question? How confident you are in the subject itself, right? See, one important suggestion, guys, when you're on this question, this is a question which is definitely going to be asked, in my opinion. So when you think about it that way, if you are very comfortable with HTML, if you've had previous experience working on it, of course, depending on your proficiency, all the work that you have done, you can rate yourself 8, 9, 10 or whatever you think is right. But then if you're a fresher, if you're a beginner who's worked on small projects, if you just go on to say I rate myself 10 on 10, what will happen is that you're going to be asked extremely complex questions, probably in a way where you'll not be able to answer them, and the interviewer will think that you're incapable of it, and your candidature may be heavily affected by that, right? So there is no harm in honestly answering, right? Everyone will tell you, if you're asked this question, rate yourself above 7 always. Not really. It's all the production jobs that we have today are learn as you go. No one expects you to be an extreme professional who knows everything before you join yourself to the role. Not really. So in that particular case, rate yourself honestly. Talk about, if you're rating yourself a little less than what you think is what you're performing, right? It's always better to be a little less optimistic here. Tell the interviewer specifically that you're a person who is a fast learner, who has the capability to pick up new things rapidly, learn and adjust to that. So that should really help you in case if the rating that you have given yourself is a little low. And of course, if you feel that way, if you don't feel that way, if you think that you've been very honest in answering that, that's well and good. Just be extremely confident when you're answering this question. That's a very important thing, guys. And then coming to the 17th question, it states, why are you applying for the HTML developer role in our company? One thing you really have to talk about is the value of HTML in general, because it is an ocean worth of technology, right? It's a huge thing. I would suggest you talk about why HTML is important, and to the company that you're applying for, how HTML is adding value to them, or how you as a developer sitting on the bench can try to go on to add value to the team, how you can better their product, better their brand, something like that, right? On the lines of that, if you do answer, it's going to be very impressive. So to do all of this, you will need to know what domain the company is working in, or what the company itself is doing, the job description, the most minute details of the company that you can find probably on their website is definitely going to help you to do this. For example, if you have gone through their website, if you see that there is some misalignment, or there is something wrong in the HTML code, or there's something out of place, you can actually state that right then and there. Open up your laptop, show them, hey, this is where something is off, I can do this better, and all of that. Of course, don't put it out in a very arrogant way when you're pointing out mistakes, but talk about how better you would do it. That is definitely going to help. And then coming to the 18th question, it says, has your prior education helped you with HTML in any way? Now, if you guys are from an information science or a computer science background, you can be asked this question in a way where they're trying to see if you have learned anything similar to HTML, CSS, jQuery, or any of these in your, in your degree courses. So if that's the case, of course, do talk about how you would have learned it in your degree course. Talk about how you plan to put it into full use in case if you're freshers as well. Of course, if you're experienced guys, there's a good chance they'll not ask you this. Even if they do, just talk about what you learned, how you put it to use in your previous company, and how you bettered yourself there, and you bring that better self of yours into this company. So it's a pretty simple and a straightforward way. There is no one answer that I can give you guys to tell, hey, use this to answer, right? So it's like a flavor of ice cream. You can like something, I can like something else, but there is a foundation of how ice cream works. Use the foundation, find the way on how you approach these questions and answer them. Based on that, just go on to see what you would like to answer, and see yourself as the interviewer to see if you liked your answer. That is definitely a top tip that's going to help you guys in these interviews as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of HTML by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a line break? A, BR, B, LB, C, break, D, UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Now, coming to question number 19, it states, what is your plan after joining for this HTML developer role? Now, for this question, take a minute to think about it and answer, because they're asking you what you would plan yourself, right? How you would plan yourself. What do you think about the company? How would you add value to them as quick as possible? Now, if you're a fresher or an intermediate user as well, right, there is a structured way on how you would go about picking up clients' requirements, ingesting it, preparing the data that's required, working on a website plan, picking up all the necessities, dependencies, other teams that you have to work with, image team, animation team. All of these people have to come together to work with it. So your communication skills among all of the other skills that I just mentioned is very important as your role. So talk about you having a structured way about how you approach things and solve problems. And then it's not only that, to add more value to your candidature, you can talk about how there are trends that keep changing, how the latest trends can be implemented in your particular plan. After implementing something which is trending, you can see if it works or not, verify it. It works on an iteration where you find something trending, you try to use it. If it works, keep it. If not, find something else that's trending. So this goes on in a loop. So you make sure you talk about how you are ready and how you have scaled yourself to use the latest trends there as well. I think that should definitely help you with this particular question. And now, coming to the 20th question, it states, do you have any previous experience in the web development industry? Now, if you do have any experiences in the past, if you're not a fresher, of course, do talk about that. Talk about your previous experience in an elaborate way, how you added value to the company, what the company was doing, what your role was, how best you fit in there, and a lot of things that will help them get a clear picture of what you did. See, you cannot, mention a lot of details on your resume, right? Your resume has to be one of these tools that has to be very concisely put together. You cannot start writing stories on your resume. So here they have given you a chance to talk about it in detail. So make sure to talk about it in detail. Make sure to elaborate on it. But then if you are a fresher and if you have asked this question, of course you can start your answer with saying, hey, no, I'm a fresher. I haven't had any experiences. But instead of just leaving it at that, talk about your certification programs, right? If you have been an enthusiast who is learning on your own on any of the platforms out there right now, if you have picked up a certification program where you have planned to become an expert, or you have completed it, you're underway way, whatever it is, make sure to talk about that too. Now, coming to the 21st question, it states, do you possess any other skill that you can add, value to this particular HTML developer role that you're applying for? Now, they've asked you about the other skills. What it means by other skills is that they might already know what are the skills that you need. You have read the job description. You might already have that skill. You might have been interviewed on the skills that you already have. So talk about that a little bit when you're starting the answer. Explain the skills that you already possess. How you've, how you're good at designing sites. How you can go on to script complex HTML blocks, how you're very good at project management, how you're very good at being a team player, a team lead, or a manager, or all of those roles. And once you've done that, right, you can talk about how the secondary skills are very important. Secondary skills involve team management, secondary skills involve negotiations with clients, third thing involves time management. You can talk about multiple different skills that, of course, you think you're good at. I cannot give you probably 3 or 4 points and say state this only, because those might not be the skills that you have, right? So take a minute, take a piece of paper, and of course note down all the skills, divided into 2 columns. Call it as primary skills, which is a definite requirement for the job, and of course secondary skills, which will complement your primary skills. That is how you should really go about approaching this question. And again, if you do it this way, it's going to help convince the recruiter, in my opinion. Now, coming to the 22nd question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and your implementation process in HTML? Now guys, let's be very clear about one thing. Whenever we talk about certification programs, you would already know about it, right? There are a lot of certification programs out there, and a good certification program is going to give you a lot of things. It's going to give you a lot of content through which you can technically master the subject. You can have experts from across the world teaching you that. Industry level exposure will be given, job assistance will be given, 24/7 support will be given. So this is a lot of things that will add value to you, your learning, and you becoming an expert in that particular concept. Well and good. Now, what does the interviewer expect when you're asked this question, right? See, when you talk about your certifications, it will mean a lot to the interviewer. For example, career advancements. You might be coming from a background of digital marketing. You might be coming from a background of arts, commerce, whatever it is into the world of HTML. They know that, you want your career in this particular domain, that you are interested in it. You have a passion for it. You have a drive for it. So, it's not just that. It will talk about how strong you are in terms of aspiration to actually learn something completely new, in case if you didn't have a computer science background, how well you can pick new things up, how effective of a learner you are, and a lot of these things as well, right? So when you're talking about all of these, it's going to be very, very impressive if you have put in the amount of work required, if you have the skills that's necessary for the job, and if you have had a practical experience, which of course a good certification program will give. Now, if you have done all of this, of course the interviewer is definitely going to be impressed. But to answer the question, I would definitely suggest, of course, start by listing all of the certifications that you have. Don't talk about it a lot. Don't explain everything about it in detail. Just go about it in brief, instead of talking about what you've learned, right? What I would suggest is talking about how you've used it and how it's been helpful right now. See, be it HTML or any other IT concepts that exist today, it's there for a reason. There are problems, and to solve it, we're going to make computers do it for us, and we're going to have to talk to the computer, write some code to do it. Now, talking about how you've used it, what problem you've picked up, what case study have you completed, what practical knowledge you have, what industry level use cases you attacked and targeted. Of course, there might be something that you picked up a very complex use case. You weren't able to do it. You were able to do it halfway across and all of that, right? So depending on all of that, even it's good that you mentioned that you've picked up something and you're working on it halfway because it's very complex, because that will show that you're striving to learn more as well. It's not like you picked up a certification program or in fact a college degree on HTML and then you're done with HTML forever. It's a process of constant learning. It's a process of aligning yourself with the changes that go on to HTML, the company itself, you as a learner, and a lot of other things, right? So use all of this as a guideline to approach this particular question and to impress the recruiter as well.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thanks for watching.